Hello, 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 and welcome to the final day of group stages here for the WardiTV Team Liquid Map Contest Tournament. How are we doing? Hello and welcome. I should probably reset my stuff. I'll just work on that quickly for a moment, but we are already going into our first game of the day. We are going to start off with some of the mirror matchups, guys. This one is going to be the PvP, and we're going to be into that in just a couple as we start off with Classic versus Mana. Click a reset on there, close, and let's go and got some games. I need a longer name for the next tourney. I know. This one's just not long enough, is it? It's not enough of a mouthful. It's definitely something. But yes, hello, how we doing? Welcome. It is time for some PvP, and we're going to start the day off on Risen Memory, one of the maps that we didn't actually see yesterday, I believe. It was quite a popular map on day 1, so it didn't get a lot of chances in day 2. But here we are on day 3, and it's going to get a couple more chances again, as obviously we try and keep these maps being played as evenly as possible. In a group that I think is just fantastic. This opening series classic, I red Protoss in the top left, taking on Mana, the blue Protoss in the bottom right. And of course, the other players in this group, Rainor, Bunny, and Lambo, making up for some non-Protoss action today. I like it. I like it a lot. So, yeah. Super excited to get to some games, super excited to watch some action, see how it all pans out. And super excited to see what we have in store for us, as we have 10 best of 3s starting off right here, as mentioned, on Risen Memory. And starting off right about now as well, so we really are just set to go. Obviously, game is up, we're rolling. Well, we're just waiting for some action to happen. We're waiting for some plays to talk about already, as it is going to be a little bit of difference already, right at the very start. I'm going to be seeing the second gateway coming up from Mana, while Classic will not invest into such a similar thing. He will just play the single gate, and he's already walling on the low ground as well. Not even a ramp, really. I mean, there's a ramp up here and here, so there's kind of a ramp up, but there's not like a ramp into the wall off, right? So it's not the safest of expansions you're ever going to see. As Classic throws the pylon down to block 2 of Mana's probes into the mineral patches there, and that's something we were talking about yesterday about Geralt doing this quite a lot, and now we're actually going to see this all coming through. Beautiful stuff. As we get ourselves up and rolling, we do have ourselves a gateway going to try and come down from Mana. Well, it was, but the Zealot is going to be there, so he's not going to put it down any longer. Going to cancel up on that idea. See, the couple of probes going to hit. The panel will take some damage. Stalkers will clean up. So those probes get freed. Didn't waste too much probe time trying to fight down the pylon. Just let those probes be trapped for a bit. And then going to lose his pylon as well and just goes Robo Facility. It is going to be the Stargate from Classic before he heads into a Nexus. So going to be heading for that in the first couple of moments here. Get that underway. See how we end up. Couple of shots going on, and we have some line of sight blockers in the center, making things a little bit interesting as well. It's a little bit of back and forth on that one. As we have the Stalker and the Zealot just retreating back up toward the high ground. And yeah, we wait to see what the next step of this is going to be. Starkle and the Oracle obviously going to be out. The Oracle especially coming through. And we look to get this going. There's a couple of Stalkers going to ping. And then the Oracle is going to peel away. Void Ray coming through. The Warp Gate is on the way up. Prism and the Warp Gate on the side of Mana. He's going to be hitting with these few Stalkers, but as the battery finishes on the outside as well, I think Classic is going to be safe enough. Obviously, Mana is definitely wanting to be aggressive. You see a gateway coming up now on the other side of the map, so we get that going. And we just have the Oracle here forcing the battery to drain a lot of energy, but also will force the Stalker Warp in, which will take some of the aggression from the other side. So one of the benefits of having the Oracle already being shown I'm going to load up and actually going to go try just jump into the main base here. So just going to aim for that one. Coming up the left-hand side, drop off into the main, unload in this corner. And then just going to step through and look for some probes right off the bat. So we're going to get in for a couple of workers right away here. And Classic has no response other than just pull those probes. The Void Ray can't really justify coming over here on its own just yet. There are 2 Void Rays, and if they catch the Prism, that would be massive. We start to unload the Stalkers, then you're going to pop Prismatic Alignment. We target the Void Ray, or we target the Warp Prism. We actually are going to save 2 Stalkers. I don't hate it for mana. Okay, yes, that's a very low Prism now, but you get a Void Ray for 2 Stalkers. That seems kind of fine. Obviously, Mana is on a bit of a timer here. He's the player not on an expansion, where Classic is. And Classic is just looking to hold this kind of out the front high ground area, which is so interesting. It does kind of lead toward the left side, which is where Mana will be trying to jump up if he just go for that kind of aggressive approach as well. So, all in all, I think this is a very manageable position, although he's not far enough over here to maybe stop the elevator, and maybe it's the elevator that's going to get to Classic, as now multiple units will go into the main base. This probe coming to the corner is looking to reveal something just like this, and he sees it's already in progress. So now Classic has to respond on the fly. A few more Stalkers warping in. Pylon in a little bit of trouble. We are going to see the Void Ray is going to take a second to pull back and away. Stalkers get underneath. Void Ray goes down already. That's going to be a KO. We do lose the Prism though, so there goes your micro potential. Target onto the Void Ray, gets back to the batteries, and Mana just going to recall. Can't justify fighting with the probes around on him. Needs the Prism, needs the micro, but I'm afraid that recall, and when you're in a kind of a 1 base versus 2 base scenario, it's not going to feel good. You know, you are recalling in a situation where you kind of need to keep your foot on the gas pedal and just never let up. You need to be going right now, not resetting, and that is, in my eyes, the big issue that we're kind of staring down right here. Oracle shows up on the other side again, just going to drain some more battery energy. That battery's low. It's not going to take much to free the probes from the battery healing and then just actually get kills. Actually going to energy recharge to give that battery some life. And this Mana will go, but it's equal army supplies, and I just don't think he's got that kind of overwhelming Stalker count which you kind of need in this scenario. Army's coming up to the top again. Void Ray about to finish. Probe still building through. I see the Stalker lifts back up, escapes over to the sides. Voids will settle there. The Guardian Shield is going to be fading very soon. Just going to see a Stalker and the Void Ray, or Stalker and Endeavor getting warped in. The Oracle going to get a little bit of energy onto it as well. And there is going to be the Stasis Ward coming down as we get set up. A couple of Adepts get caught. The Prism trying to move forward. It's going to get nuked as now the Stalkers get onto a Void Ray. Battery's still doing a little bit of healing, keeping things healthy. Sentry goes down. Those Stalkers going down. I mean, there's just too many Void Rays. We've not been able to kill really any of them. We got that first one for the 2 Stalkers, and that was okay. Since then, it's just not been a success. Not getting more Void Rays in that main base was really an issue, and just again, resetting and taking so long. Classic is going to get a hold on the opening games of this best of 3, as we take Risen Memory into Classic's favor. He gets a 1-0 lead in the PvP. What's up, Lex470? Thank you so much for the 37-month resub on the Prime. And thank you so much, Kane Bull, coming in with the Prime sub as well. Fresh and new to take us to 525 on the sub count. Thank you so much for the support, guys. Appreciate the resubs. You guys are awesome. Thank you so very much. As we ready ourselves up for another game here. And have I got a surprise for you guys? Yes. It is our least played map of the competition, Talisman. Coming in for a second game. It has made it through the veto process for the second time now, and will be used here in this PvP today. So, into Talisman we go. Let's just get hosted up. We'll take a moment, and we should be pretty quick to get this started off, guys. So, we'll move some people around here. I'm missing Classic. Yep, always good to have the second half of the players for the game in the lobby with you before you start the game. That would be a big win, generally speaking. So we'll try and get Classic in here, and we should be just good to go directly into game 2. Nice, speedy, swift, no holdback start to the day. Love it. Love it. Ready GLHF, ready GLHF. Hold on both sides. Let's go into Talisman, shall we? Talisman. Oh, I love it. All right, let's get the games keeping on moving, guys. Thank you for joining us again. WardiTV Team Look Map Contest Tournament. Brought to you by Monster Energy, of course. I've not got Monster Energy with me today. I'm having 1 day off the energy drinks, okay? I was having a Monster 3 days in a row after not having a Monster or an energy drink in a while. Decided was not it. So we're taking a day off, and we'll be back on the Monster tomorrow. I'm gonna have one of the peach ones tomorrow. I'm freaking excited. It sounds good already. Kind of want to just go get it now, actually. It's been letting myself have a Monster every day. Now I'm like, oh my god, I just have another Monster already. In the bottom left-hand side, we do have ourselves the blue Protoss player. This is up one game in the best of 3 Classic. A map that these players are maybe a cheap bit familiar with because it is a, it is a map which is has been played in some tournaments that these players have participated in the past. So more familiar than usual. Classic in the bottom left, Mana in the upper right. And if you're not familiar with Talisman, well, this is a little worker-only ramp that can lead into the main base. That can cause some trouble. You could also mine out these minerals here to access the main, but also to give you access to this blue gold base. That seems to be the choice for the third base usually. In PvP, I imagine we are going to look for an expand here initially when on, on what is a fairly regular natural. Go here for the third, and oftentimes players even poke out over here for the fourth base, another half blue, half gold mineral line to take advantage of. So, we'll take a couple of moments as we get a little bit of shifting and squeezing about with a couple of workers here, trying to see what we can do. Gateway's on the way out, assimilator building, a couple of probes on the way through, and a pylon will come up on the side of Classic as well, so we continue to get that going. The gateway, really not far from finishing. Probe still on the way up as we get settled down the next few moments. What's up, Growlung? How are you doing? Thank you so much for the 20-month resub on the Prime. Hope you're doing great. Appreciate the resub. How you doing? Thank you so much for priming us up. All the primes today. Farming the primes to start off the weekend. It's Friday, guys, and we've got a weekend of StarCraft for you, obviously, with Saturday and Sunday being the playoffs of this tournament. We will know what Saturday and Sunday look like at the end of today, as we will be drawing the bracket with all of our players in the playoffs in there and seeing what tomorrow looks like. So, looking forward to that. As the Stargate comes through, we just have the Warp Gate coming up, add a couple Stalkers on, Pylon coming in on the side of Mana for the moment, as we get settled in here on Talisman. Without anything overly crazy happening, there is maybe a bit of crazy. Pylon going down, Mana throws it down right in front of Classic's face, so he sees it. Mana currently blocking the natural expansion of Classic, and Classic is just going Stargate. Mana currently cranking Stalkers, not doing much else himself, has a bit of gas available. Definitely doesn't have the money to expand like Classic does, so you can see the difference there. Obviously, this is a situation where Classic this time did go one gate, and Mana has gone for two, and he's going to throw the Robo down as well, so he just thinks he can come across and just straight up bully this situation and just push this into his favor. So Proxy in the Robo facility. The Stalker's already shown up, going to be a little bit annoying here as well. Obviously, take what you can get. Hit that battery down would be lovely if you can. The Pylon here take a little bit of attention from the Stalker, so these two Stalkers can kind of hit freely for a little bit as well. Getting some initial damage out. Like I say, nothing too serious just yet. The Void Ray on the way defensively as Classic preps himself to play defense at this point of the game. Well, Stalkers move up into the main base. Robo facility still coming in. Pylon will take a few hits. As we just have the Void Ray is there to knock the Stalker down. Gonna be a nice KO. Again, the Void Ray coming up. Warp Gate in the next come by. A couple batteries in production right now. As we'll just see the Prism and two more sentries coming up on the side of Mana. Anyway, we're pretty much readying ourselves to go for this push. There's an extra gateway for some additional production as well. And just take us up to 3 gates in total. Probably does have the money then to start an Immortal once that Prism is done. Kind of depends where the Warping is at in terms of how soon it's going to be. Obviously, with the Robo being so close into the center here, you can approach this natural very quickly. So if you do want to reinforce with a, with an Immortal, it's going to arrive to the fight super quickly. Void Ray coming up, couple probes settling as well. Just having ourselves the gates still coming online. The Prism loads, and we are going to have the one probe there in the corner. Going to be moving back and forth. The Prism going to go into the other side. Just going to be seeing the probe going down. So Mana already trying to jump across. Triple Void Ray available. Okay, Mana's just going to commit to this fight. We are only in range of one battery. It's running out of energy already, so this may not be a bad fight for Mana, but he's got to get rid of those voids. Energy recharge. There's the probe pull. We got to get rid of the Void Ray. His fighting in the prismatic alignment is very scary as well. I mean, he doesn't have the distance to go into that final Void Ray, so one void lives. I don't know if I love it for Mana. I think you just can't lose that many Stalkers, right? Is what it comes down to a lot of the time. if you start losing that many Stalkers, this just becomes very, very painful to recover from. And yeah, I think that oftentimes does just become kind of the, kind of the big issue for the most part. So a little bit unfortunate as we'll get ourselves mana pulling back. Yeah, I just don't think he's going to have enough to kind of go from here. You see the Void Rays can gather, a couple Stalkers are coming in together as well. Take a step back, Stalker Sentry now in that production tab. Void Ray producing from Classic. The more Void Rays, the better, realistically. This mana tries to push in. Sets up on the lookout, so I guess just give me 1 second, less minute. No, we're good. I didn't know if Helen was back home already or not. Alright. So yeah, sorry. Back into focus mode, and we have ourselves Stalker still pinging away. Slider Core taking damage. The Obs is going to take a little step forward as well. Let's just try and provide some vision. Mana is poking. He actually hits a good force field there. We're going to activate one of the prismatic alignments. We're just trying to find mana. Obviously, has to try and sustain these units as best he can with that Warp Prism Micro. I just don't think he has enough. Like, he just doesn't have the Stalker count to truly threaten the Void Rays at any point here. And I think that's always going to be the issue. Stalkers and Sentry coming over. Void Rays still holding tight. Stalkers going to shoot again. The Void Ray is still going to be hanging about. Just going to be having a couple more Stalkers warping in. I just don't see us breaking this ramp. This is one of the very few maps in this map pool, actually, for the TLMC, which actually has just a straight-up ramp into the natural expansion. So it is one of the few maps you actually get this kind of power of defense on the natural ramp for. And, yeah, Mana definitely being the aggressor in this series, while Classic was very excited to play expansions and defending. And he's defended great both games in different scenarios as well. That first game was interesting, kind of, defending outside the front, and defending that kind of forward high ground area. A little bit of a different approach. This one, especially after he dealt with it the first time in the main base, has been really simplified because Mana's just pushing up a ramp into him. Now we've got an Immortal on the way as well. That is truly going to become an unkillable unit here. There's no way Mana can get rid of that, and if there's no way he can get rid of that, then this game, more or less, is probably going to get wrapped on up. Is Rainor Lambo after this, or is it not going to be casted? So the way that the tournament works is that we do 2 matches play at the same time, and when we're casting, we do the top match of each pair live, and then when we finish all the live matches, we go back and we cast the second match of each pair from replays. So Rainor Lambo, if everything stays on schedule, should be Series 6 today. It may be Series 7. Sometimes we have, like, if the 2 sets of matches that go out of sync a little bit, we do 1 extra live matchup. But yeah, Rainor versus Lambo will be Series 6 or 7 further on in the day. So you will see it on the stream. It will just be a bit later on. And Voids are going to go nuking through. That battery goes down. I mean, not really much else to say. This is a very powerful army of Classic, and Mana down a game is not looking like he's going to be able to do much to shift himself in this sort of position, as we just have a Robo facility here to fire. Stalker's Void Ray is Immortal, taking down the Robo, taking down the Pylon. Mana is on an expansion. He's built onto the blue-gold base. As now the Prism immediately in trouble as he tries to come across the map. I mean, I don't hate him just sort of send it, because I think Mana has to be the one to choose something kind of wild. And so committing and trying to do something of a base trade maybe gives him a better shot at just, than just playing straight up. Because playing straight up, he's not going to have the numbers to do anything at all here. Is the reality of this situation. Is going to drop a recall down, units pull back, units recall into the natural. Going to be seeing a recall back home. I mean, recall versus recall, Mana is surviving in this game, but his position is not improving at all. He's going to maybe get a little bit of a catch for these few units that didn't go home from Classic, but then Classic shows up, kills the Prism. I mean, Mana's about to have Blink, right? So how much value do we put on Blink? Do we put enough value on Blink that it can deal with 2 Immortals, multiple Voids? In theory, with Great Blink Micro, you can, always trade so well, but in reality, I would say that we're asking a little bit too much of Blink to save us here. It's not a bad Blink. We blink across, we get 2 Void Rays. Mana, a couple 4-stars, lost him a couple of Stalkers in the end. 2 more Stalkers going to go down for free. I mean, any trade that Mana finds like that is going to be beneficial and kind of keeps him alive and kicking in this game for the moment. Kind of keeps it going just a little bit longer as the couple Stalker shots will return fire again. Another Void Ray goes down up in the sky. The Immortals are going to pull back also. Classic going to pull back and take a moment to open these rocks. That opens access to his kind of blue-gold base. So if he wants to take that as a third, he can do so now a bit more easily. Looks like that is exactly the plan. Yeah, Blink is making this a little bit tougher for Classic to close out than I thought it would be. I thought that Blink was going to be finishing. It was going to be kind of a case of, okay, cool, but so what? You know, what are you really getting out of this right now that makes having Blink truly that much better or genuinely beneficial for you here, you know? One Stalker going down. Again, Blink finishing soon. Dark Shrine on the way up. Just having that Nexus on the way on both sides. And Classic is still maintaining that army supply lead. And as he gets his own Blink, it will take away some of the advantage that Mana plays with, which is right now he's arguably got a little bit more mobile of an army. Classic will then match that, and I think he's actually got about the same Stalker count. He's actually got more Stalkers. So if you even just ignore the Immortals and the Void, Classic should win out or trade fairly in the Stalker versus Stalker. Then you add in the fact that there's 4 Immortals, so we'll make it 3 now. Then that's kind of a big deal. But Mana kills that Immortal and just says, you know what, GG. He sees that this one's not going anywhere. He knows that this one is done. I pressed the wrong button, but that's all good. And we will get back to me just now. Yeah, I mean, not really an easy one for Mana. Start to finish was just a tough little position for him, as we are going to take the opportunity to jump into our next series then, guys. So we're going to get straight on through into our next matchup. It's going to be Bunny versus Mana up next. So we'll get that ready to go. Yeah, perfect. Perfect. So yeah, we'll get Bunny Mana vetoed up. We'll get that ready to start, and we'll get into some more StarCraft 2. Awesome, guys. We'll just get some ad buffer going. Thank you, Growlong, for that 20-month resub on the Prime. Again, appreciate the resub and appreciate the support early in the day, guys. Thanks for priming us up, using those primes, and helping push that sub count in the right direction. We appreciate it. It does indeed help us to keep on running the StarCraft as well, so thank you very much indeed. As we just take, like I say, a couple seconds here. You ready to go? Talisman and Risen Memory get vetoed. Wow, those are the 2 maps we just played on. That works. Get rid of those. See some different maps here for our second series of the day. Lovely. I was wondering why that 4th Immortal went. Yeah, he was just on an adventure, man. There was a couple of times where Classic just had units on Mana's expansion. I was like, I'm not really sure how they got there, but they are there, so interesting stuff. Tourmaline going to be our opening map of series number 2. Let's start off. White Rabbit will be map 2 as well, guys, so we will see that as our second. I'll not tell you guys what the third map will be unless we get there. Alright, Bunny Mana up in a second, as they are pretty quick to get things started here. Just missing Mana, missing other casters. Get in here, please, guys. These guys are going to start readying up and being set to go in a moment. Alright, ready, GLHF. And invite one of the casters one more time, guys, and we will go. Not happening. Players are ready. And we just start. Alright. Tourmaline for map number 2, map number 1 of our second series. Today's one of those days where maps and series are getting confused in my head. Like the number, series 2 is becoming map 2, and today's not a good day to listen to me in terms of any numbers. If I say a number, triple check what I mean, because I probably haven't. Is the is the reality. I'm catching myself so far, but I can already feel I'm going to say something wrong later with with regards to numbers of this or that. We dive into our second series of the day. In the bottom left-hand corner, we're going to start things off with the blue Protoss player representing Team Liquid. This is Mana, and he opens his second matchup then, looking for a win after a loss to Classic. Not the start he's looking for, obviously, but Classic is arguably the... I mean, him and Rainor are going to be argued over as the strongest players in this group. So there's no shame in losing to Classic, but obviously got to get matches like this won then, because, you know, if we assume Rainor and Classic are the favorites, that leaves Lambo, Bunny, and Mana as the big kind of underdogs and the big scrappers for third place. So games like this one with Mana in the bottom left and Bunny in the upper right become very important, especially if you're not causing the upsets elsewhere. Jump on that indie camera, and I love these Monster Energy logos on the ramps, by the way. I feel like we never actually see the logos on the ramps, but there's a couple of maps that have the logos slap bang on a ramp lately, so kind of enjoying that as that probe takes a moment to journey to the upper right-hand side and to see what's going on. And obviously just get some early scouting, confirms the barracks is here, which is not bad information. You can kind of already see with the probe scout, just natural over to natural, just pretty direct pathway. Like, this probe basically walks in a direct straight line and just gets one side of the map to the other. And if the probe can do that, obviously other units can do that as well. So that immediately kind of makes me think this map, you know, you're going to see some aggression. It's an easy path to run across. There's no low ground to high ground on that pathway either. So natural to natural, I actually think this is a very, if you just look natural to natural, this is a very basic map. Obviously, if you do get through to the later stages, that's when things will get a bit more interesting. That's when you see other bases available. That's when you're going to see some more of the map being played around, and then the high ground, low ground positions come in, the other pathways open up. That bottom right of the map looks so interesting. I think my big question is just, are we going to ever see enough of that bottom right of the map? Because like I said, I think a lot of these games may just go like natural to natural, and guys just kind of stand on that pathway and stare each other down until they decide to commit into a fight. So we shall see. Maybe does get the probe, so clean up here. Make sure that probe is up to is not up to no good. Get that cleaned out as the Reaper pulls back into the natural, and the bunk coming up on the natural as well as the factory coming through about halfway done. CC finishing shortly. Fire Council is going to start. Who is casting Rainor Classic? Any match that's the second match of a pair in the video will be casted later on. Everything will be streamed right here on the channel. We are the only English stream. Nothing will be shown elsewhere. A couple of players like Lambo is streaming, so if you're super interested in Lambo's games and you want to watch from his point of view, you can do so. He is streaming on his channel. But I will warn you that if you watch a game on Lambo's channel, you come here and tell us the result, you will just be perma-banned. No questions asked, no unban. That's straight up and simple, so yeah. I don't think anyone will be in the Rainor Classic game when it happens, so yeah. Mean streamer? I don't mean streamer, just, you know, if you wanna play stupid games, you get you get rewarded with a ban. Like, we don't mess around with spoilers, you know. It should just be common sense. It shouldn't be something you need explaining. So yeah, we don't mess around in that regard. Next is coming down from Mana. So we are going to see at least a little bit of free base action here, because Bunny's getting a third going as well. Remember that this is obviously you know, a recently hotfix Storm as well. This is not day 1 of the hotfix, it's day 2. So we'll see kind of if Mana wants to play into Storm at all. Obviously Storm is generally seen as being a bit weaker now. Makes this PvT matchup definitely a little bit less tilted in that Protoss favor, which it has kind of felt like it's been for a little while now. I would say that like last week I would have maybe preferred Mana in this matchup over Bunny even. Bunny can be scary, and I wouldn't say it would have been a big kind of edge. Now I would kind of give Bunny kind of the similar edge the other direction because of the storm change. I think Bunny kind of becomes my favorite in that sort of scenario now. Widowmine's going to drop off, force the probes back and away. Back away from that mineral line. A couple Stalkers are going to get after the Widowmine. Medevac coming up. Blink, like I say, about to be done. A couple more Stalkers warping in. As the command center will finish in just a couple of moments, and Siege Tank and Marines will be on the way out. We had the barracks, we had the engineering bay. And a couple of Marines just jumping into that bunker. We get the extra gates coming up as well, and those few Stalkers are going to go sit on the front. Obviously, I mean, they could maybe look for a jump into the main base as well. I don't imagine there's going to be much opportunity here. These are not quick Stalkers. There's been a lot of preparation time defensively for Bunny, so Hallucination will look to see if there's any option, but there's a tank there, there's Marines there, there's a bunker on the low ground. Like I say, I don't think we're really seeing these Stalkers doing much of anything. What they can do is obviously hold back units if they try and come across the map, as Mana adds on the charge, adds on the extra gateways, and there is the Templar Archives, so we will see Templar Archives invested into here from Mana. He will move towards the Storm to kind of accompany him through this early stage of the game and play that Zealot Stalker Storm composition, rather than playing some of the robo facility stuff, which we have seen from others recently. That's a beautiful blink, and Bunny just leaves the main base undefended. As Mana goes for the stim, but he doesn't actually have enough Stalkers here, so he's now going to have to go after SCVs. It was a great start from Mana. I actually loved the move, and it really looked like he took advantage of what Bunny was doing. He just didn't have enough Stalkers to out-DPS the SCVs, and hence stim does not go down. Missed opportunity maybe, still gets some workers, still forces workers off the line. So it's not a completely kind of lost option from Mana, as our Observer just about survives as well. We've got the Raven that's poised on the other side of the map, waiting for the chance to strike a mineral line. That's still going to be a little bit of time waiting for its opportunity. That's one we will kind of keep an eye on as well. Combat shield +1. Coming up, a little bit of bio going to stim there. The Stalkers get pushed the other way. Storm and the Immortal coming about as a couple of auto turrets go down. 2-3 probes will go down already. There's 2 auto turrets though, so it's not going to be... Sometimes you get the benefit if you auto turret, then you auto turret again afterward. It's more time where the probes aren't mining. Whereas this was double auto turret trying to, guarantee some kills ASAP. We're going to get up to 4 workers killed here as the tank siege continues. Working our way around the bottom side. I mean, you can actually work your way from third base to third base without going up or down a ramp as well. Kind of takes you a little bit of an indirect route. Obviously, you can also just go up and down the ramp in the center and kind of work with that. Plus, you have the Ghost Academy coming online from Bunny, so bringing that straight through into play. Stalkers play a bit of cleanup on some of the Widow Mines here. And that Nexus continuing to come online for the next few moments as the army pushes into the center of the map. So, the Stalkers, those Zealots, High Templars available, dropping those forwards. Not going to see as much ability to kind of just grab good damage with, offensive storms as much anymore now that storm DPS is reduced. But obviously you get a forward storm and that can kind of zone the Terran in a very forward position is very nice for you, so a lot you can do there. As you do get a few more High Templar warped in, add a couple of Zealots on with that as well. A couple of additional Archons coming online. See the Zealots are still moving forward, looking to try and get in toward this mineral line here, trying to get towards this base. Those are good storms kind of going behind the tanks, stopping the bio from just sitting behind the tanks and working on that position. Storms coming down, those Widow Mines caught in the storm, and you will see Widow Mines will just die in that storm unless they unburrow and retreat. As Mana pushes through with some ferocity and is able to kind of keep pushing his way in, and Bunny is not finding a defense. A couple of Archons low shields starting to, beginning to go down a little bit now. Just don't think it's going to be enough overall as you see the 20 SCVs lost. Bunny is not going to hang on into this game one. It is looking as though Mana is going to take the opening game of this best of 3. You load up a bunker, it's not going to change much either. Fun attack from Mana. Obviously he needed to do some work here. He didn't have upgrades on the way yet, so he's behind on upgrades if this goes on. You know, there are definite disadvantages for Mana if this game does not, you know, go super well for him in this moment. But he made this timing work, and hey, look. Some people told me Nerf Storm would never be able to do anything. But here we are on day 2. Nerf Storm is still killing things. It's going to take a little bit of adjusting to, because obviously you also have the, you also kind of have that factor of, you also have that kind of factor of, they stick around for so long as well, right? So it gives chances for mistakes to be made, for them to, you know, to just do more damage overall. Like one storm, even if it doesn't do as much right away, it does really keep that area controlled for a while. So Bunny drops down by 1 as we ready up for game 2 in a second. What's the case with the ghost skin in my tournaments? I just told Bunny to turn the ghost skin off. It's as simple as that. Like, I mean, these guys aren't looking to play, you know, unfair games of StarCraft 2. It's a super easy fix. They don't have the ghost skin turned on. It's not going to be an issue, you know? So, super easy fix, super easy to sort. Really not a problem. And, yeah, I mean, it's one of those bugs that are... It's one of those bugs that are actually manageable, because it's just in the control of, like, a certain skin. So at least it's not all ghosts are, like, breaking the game, essentially. So in that regard, it's kind of an okay-ish bug to have, I suppose. Are there replays available anywhere? These replays will go up to the usual position on Discord for subscribers, YouTube members, Patreon pledges, etc. So they'll be available to those selection of people. Or they'll be available for purchase on Patreon as well in our next replay pack, which probably is just going to be like next week. So yeah, it should just be, because this is our big tournament right now. So yeah. So yes, TLDR, the replays will be available on basically the usual places for the usual support. Need more info? Feel free to ask away. In the bottom left-hand side, down a game. Our blue Terran player is going to be Bunny, as we get into game number 2 of our BO3. What's up, Ivy? Thank you so much for the 31-month resub. Appreciate it. Hope you're doing well. Thank you so much for the 31 months. In the top right, Mana leads this series. Let's just throw you on the indie cam quickly while I just sort something on the other screen for a second. Yeah, on White Rabbit, which is the map we've seen a little bit of. It's been pretty fun. I kind of like this map. I feel like this map has not been like super standard, like, oh my god, like this map's giving us crazy games, but I don't think this map's giving us bad games. And a lot of the times I think the best maps are truly the maps which are just like they're quietly good, you know? Because if you just get a lot of standard games on maps, a lot of the time it's like, okay, the map just gave us a good standard playing field to start off on and to continue through on, etc, etc. Catcher on the way from Bunny, wondering if he changes a little bit of his approach on this. Yeah, I wonder if he changes a little bit of his approach on this map after it. It definitely went wrong in that previous one. Can't really deny that. just need a little bit extra to be ready for that first shove. And if you do defend against that first push and the shove, it does a lot for you. Because, you know, mana was pretty committed, like we said. It really did do a lot for you there, so... Stargate Depth coming by for the moment, get that settled. Peaceful opening. And we had so many crazy games yesterday. I had to really shout and scream and get a little bit crazy with the whole thing. But I feel like today's games, we're starting off a little bit more chill, you know? Not getting as hectic, not getting as wild. I do think we've got a very good group ahead of us, though. We're going to watch all the Bunny games pretty much back-to-back here, but then obviously that means we're going to see Bunny Rainor soon. Later today, we've got Classic versus Rainor. I think it's going to be a banger. We've got some good matches coming up as the TLDR. It's going to be a good day of SC2, no doubt. So, going to be a fun one. Group D is going to deliver. At least I really hope so. Group C yesterday was great as well. We actually had loads of great games in Group C. Actually, just been I think it's been a very solid tournament. I think every day has been pretty enjoyable with some very good matches kind of mixed in there. So, if you've not been able to keep track of the games and not caught up on the other groups already, I do recommend if you're looking for some more StarCraft to go catch up. There's been some great matches. Obviously, YouTube has all the VODs available. Twitch has the VODs available too if you fancy that. YouTube now has all the VODs as live streams as well, so you can kind of go back and watch whatever you want to if you want to play catch up and catch back up with the groups later on. An Oracle currently moving up through the middle of the map is just going to take us on a little bit of a journey. The triple Widow Mine in the medevac there is settled, and that's going to be our first real bit of danger in this game. Nothing lost so far, so our first blood is probably going to come from that mine drop, unless Mr. Oracle strikes sometime soon. Double Phoenix out already. That gives Mana a really good defensive setup against the Widow Mine drop, because it means you've got Phoenix that can lift mines, and Phoenix that can chase down the medevac as well. Unfortunately, it's a horrible first split, and bang bang for the double shot. Both big, 11 probes. Considering you open Phoenix, that is a little bit disastrous, because Phoenix are meant to be... Yeah, Phoenix are meant to be this unit which are meant to be very safe. I'm not sure why I recall the Oracle either. Felt as though he could have just... Because it's... because it's Drilling Claws, and that's... Yeah, okay, sorry. My brain's just off because I was sorting the match on the other screen out. Because it's Drilling Claws, they A, burrow more quickly, and B, you need the detection, which means if the Oracle dies, it's a disaster. And that is an extremely effective use of the Drilling Claws. Drilling Claws has been updated in the patch as well. Sorry, guys, my brain just completely off. Yeah, but that obviously is a pretty huge play. And that's why Mana struggles, because he's not expecting the mines to be so quick burrowing. Has to recall the Oracle for the Revelation. It didn't have energy because it activated on the other side already. And then the Oracle dies to the Widow Mine. I mean, what a disastrous set of events. And now another medevac already setting up. So this Oracle pops and goes after this mine, which just killed off 5 more probes. Then we're going to have 2 more Widow Mines that are going to come in. And like I say, especially when you're playing the Phoenix, you're expecting these Phoenix to provide you a very good defensive game. That is not happening right now. This is becoming a disaster in, in retrospect. So this is not it at all. Bunny is going to have a ton of units, and as he finishes Stim in combat, I mean, he's looking to fight. He didn't even drop the next 2 Widow Mines in, by the way. He just left them on the map in case they catch something. He's very happy just to wait for the big army. He already knows what he's achieved in these early stages. Even just having to rebuild an Oracle is something Mana could not really afford after already taking so much damage. And, yeah, that does mean that pretty much we're just going to have Bunny. I can't imagine a world he isn't just going to steamroll into this. The Robo Bay is a mile away from being done. I don't imagine a world where you survive this as Mana right now. So much of his army supply is in Phoenix. With this amount of Marines upgraded already, the Phoenix are just ineffective. I mean, Mana is not trying to defend, which is something. I mean, that's just a sign that he also knows that this is obviously a very ugly position for him right now. And he's going to trade. The Phoenix do get some lifts on the mines, which is nice and all, but there's no damage output here. That's going to be GG. Bunny takes game 2, ties us up 1-1. Yeah, sorry guys, I I did this caster thing where, you know, because I'm trying to set up the match on the other screen, I'm doing a little bit of the multitasking early on, and usually it's fine, especially here, because it's like, okay, well, we're at the start of the game, so I'm being pretty lax about what I'm looking at on the screen. I'm like, oh, he's just doing a Widowmine drop. It's like, okay, make sure these guys are in game, answer that question. No, you can't veto the map that's not in the map pool, blah, blah, blah. And then I'm like, I look back, I'm like, yeah, Widowmine drop. I'm like, oh, man, that really went badly for you. I'm like, wait, that really went... Oh, I'm like, oh, why is he recalling the... Oh, yeah, I see all the things now. So, my apologies, guys. I was definitely a little bit distracted on that one, and did not quite see the Widowmine drop coming. Did not quite see. I mean, neither did Mana, to be fair, but we're meant to have all the visions, so... Yeah, just, apologies on some Taka stuff. How you doing? Thank you for the bits. I'll just throw a couple people together. Here we get ready for game 3. First they're missing Mana, but Mana's here, so who are we missing? Nobody apparently. Ready GLHF means we can just go in game. Beautiful stuff. Love to see it. Let's get into it. Bunny versus Mana on Throne of the Dunes. Second stuff, thank you so much. Going all the way up to 64. Incredible. 64. 96. 12. 120. 6 bits. Thank you so much. Appreciate the support. Thank you so much. We're going Throne of the Dunes for this next map. I don't think we saw Throne of the Dunes yesterday. If I'm not mistaken, this was a map which was... Yeah, this was a map yesterday, which I just don't think it made it into a lot of series. It probably wasn't up for it to be played as much. I think we saw it in the first series of the day, and then that was about it. So, a little check-in here on Throne of the Dunes for map 3 of this TVP as we get underway. In the top right-hand side, it is going to be the red Protoss player. It is Team Liquid's Mana. Bottom left, our blue Terran is Bunny. Alright, full attention on what we do this time around. See if Bunny has any more tricks up his sleeve. I was going to say, you know, honestly, we haven't seen that many Drilling Claws builds, and Drilling Claws did get a little bit buffed up, so it's not too surprising to see it, you know, doing well and actually being used, so would not be surprised to see more of it as time kind of passes through. SCVs will go nibbling, probe taking some damage. That SCV nibbled at the rocks for a second. Maybe could have had the kill otherwise. See the command center starting up here. Spring gets across, probe will go down. So we get that grab factory coming up. Early bunker from Bunny as he takes a little bit of precaution early. He doesn't want to die to anything super quickly. Factory will finish very soon. CC still on the way by as we get settled in. Hellions is going to pop out, so it's going to be quite a few Hellions early. No proxied Starport. Starport going to be just coming up in the main.
Game paused.
As Mana will need a pause. Hopefully nothing too serious. Sometimes Mana has to go answer the door or something. It takes like 20 seconds. A couple times Mana's like, hey, can we not start the game? My parcel is a minute away. And then after like 2 or 3 minutes, he's like, I don't know where it is. Let's just go. And then 30 seconds in game, he's like, wait, it's here. That happens a couple of times, but hasn't happened in a while, but it does happen, funnily enough. Hopefully, like I say, nothing too serious here. Hopefully, it should just be a few moments when we get back on track in this second series of the day. We've got 10 best of 3s to get through, so loads of StarCraft. We're still on the first hour of the day. These have been kind of, more sick, 5 to 7 hours stream. Yesterday, we did like 7 hours. We've been having like towards 6 hours in these streams, which I've really been enjoying. It's been nice to get back and do some do some longer streams. In general, we want to try and do some more longer streams again. It's just a matter of having enough games to cast to make the streams longer. So I'm gonna try and work on guaranteeing us some replays from some other events and just try and find ways to stream a little bit longer each day instead of just kind of wrapping up a 3-hour tourney and just being done. So that's gonna start being our goals. Like I say, the next few months we're gonna grind on this stream. We're gonna put the work in. We're gonna get some numbers going. Try to get some money funded for some extra tournaments is the goal. Hellion's coming over. The Sentry and the Warlock. I'm gonna pull back a second. Good force field traps a couple of Hellions in. So 2 Hellions go down. Stalker's still taking some hits. As we do have cleanups continuing, we actually do get a Stalker kill. That was such an interesting moment. 3 Hellions go down, we kill a Stalker, which is obviously not what you're looking for, as we obviously now have the medevac that could have maybe took the Hellion somewhere interesting too. Instead, this is just going to be 2 Widow Mines into the main mineral line, try and get some damage done with that, and then the other Hellion is still poking around on the map as a little bit of map control. And we go. Boosting forward, just going to see the double Widow Mine drop, obviously this time around. We're not talking Drilling Claws, it is just a more normal Widow Mine drop. And that is pretty darn well dealt with, so it doesn't actually lose anything serious at all. Very nicely done. As this one Hellion will just go take into the main base, because why not? May as well run out of the mineral line and see if we can get some probes. Better than anything else, because right now Mana actually starts running across the map, so there's a chance this Hellion can succeed. Microsoft back nicely, going to find one probe, is easily going to find another. Yeah, I mean, you can't complain at this, right? Hellion actually getting some damage in the end. Just one Hellion. Because Mana is ready to go across the map and, jump on the fact that we've been, losing units early here as Bunny. But yeah, there you go. Stalker's thinking about a jump in. Might have been nice. The tank just spawned. Unfortunately, high ground vision is lacking behind. It's the Prism that shows up, but like I say, it just takes a little while to join the rest of the party, unfortunately. Stim and Combat Shield coming online. We had that +1 attack upgrade on as well. Let's continue to bring that through. The Stalkers will go in after the bunker. Medevac, unload a few units. Oh, the tank instantly gets demolished. Big jump in right now as Mana with the army supply advantage is getting some work done. Getting rid of the tank so comfortably is a huge deal. We get rid of the Prison though. That's also big because that removes the high ground vision. So now you can't blink to the high ground or the main base. What I don't love is I do not see another tank on the way. So what, we're just going to be pure bio units and reproduction to deal with this? It's a very good thing we got rid of the Prism. Obviously, Blink Stalkers are still finding a lot of value here, and Bunny does end up down about 13 army supply. So Bunny down in army supply. Oh, Mana's showing up with so many units. Can Bunny actually survive this? Like, don't get me wrong, like, Stim good, Combat Shield coming up good, +1 good, but not ready yet. That's just a lot of Stalkers. We blink straight in. SCVs will pull. Marauders do not go down too quickly at first. Now we're going to start microing the Marauders. Bunny is desperate to try and find a defense here, and I think he might have it. Because the blink in is an expensive ordeal. Obviously his medevac going down is a little sad. We see the Stalkers trying to target down the Marauders. Oh, I thought he was a little bit close to actually defending this, but not happening. Again, just the factory doing absolutely nothing right now. 300 gas banked. I know the tank would have helped a lot. Anything would have helped a lot realistically. As Bunny again pulls the SCVs just to try and chase this away. He's 14 workers down. He's scanning the third base. He wants an idea of how committed Mana is, and he is fairly committed. The third base is not well saturated. It's only 49 probes. We're starting to add more now, which kind of allows Bunny to stay in this game. If that third base was fully saturated, that might just be a get out the game moment. As such, Bunny will try and hang on in here. He's going to have to give us some more SCVs. The Stalkers blink, and now the Marauders are in reach to maybe grab 1 or 2 more, but good Prism Micro will say no to the majority of that opportunity. We jump into the main base. Extra Stalkers warp in again. A little bit of Marine Marauder still coming through. There's a Widow Mine there that might connect. I mean, honestly, Bunny's numbers are getting better than they were. It's just I'm still scared about the efficiency you can find with the Blink. And obviously the Marauders is still in low numbers and also low HP. Medivacs, I was going to say maybe they need to try and micro, but it's still just genuinely kind of close here as Mana blinks deeper into the base. Marauders will chase, SCVs will pull again. I love the Zealots. I think the Zealots are going to be really difficult to deal with because we're Marauder heavy. So against the Stalkers it was great. Against the Zealots it's terrible. Mana 2, Bunny 1 in what was a very aggressive TVP here in the end. A very, very aggressive TVP playing out at the end of all that. So yeah, that was kind of a crazy little TVP series, and Mana does get the win. Again, talk about importance. That is important because that's the sort of win that does so much for you here between these players who are expected to scrap out for the final playoff spot if we are talking favorites still. Crazy business. All right, well, we get toward a third series of the day. We are able to keep moving smoothly along, guys. No delays. Everyone's around, and we are able to go straight into Bunny versus Lambo for our next matchup here. So we'll get Bunny Lambo ready to go. Let's see what the videos are going to be. Bunny going to take out one map. Waiting for the map video from Lambo. Bam, bam. These guys are not messing around today. Bam, bam. Video's done. First map picked. You guys want to play StarCraft? Jeez, slow down. I'm not even ready. Maps are all set. Oh, yeah. Give it a second. Crazy people. Was this the Korean bunny or the German liquid bunny? Well, the liquid bunny was not German. He was Danish. And he's also not played the game in about 10 years. Yeah, this is the Korean bunny. Korean bunny. Alright, let's get everyone into our lobby. And we'll be good to go in just a few, guys. Just waiting for Lambo to join us in here as well, and a couple more casters, and we are good. Perfect. Just double check we got all the casters. Just gonna give it 15 seconds or so because these guys have it so fast. I do still have ads going on, so gotta give it a moment in that regard, but otherwise should just be able to kick this off. Into Bunny versus Lambo. So first time we're gonna get a little bit of an eye on Lambo today. Again, the order of our matches here will be Bunny Lambo, Bunny Classic, Bunny Rainor. And from there, we're going to continue in with another couple of the Rainor matches as well. We might shift the order in the second half of the day a little bit, guys. Again, if it makes more sense, if the group is heading a certain way and certain matches are maybe more important, we might put that to the end. Just to let you guys know, but we will generally try and keep the order unless it makes sense to switch things around easily. Alright, let's go into Missing You Today. The 6th time we're going to see this one in the tournament. All the maps again played a fairly similar amount, 4 to 7 times, apart from Talisman, which we've already addressed. We know players are vetoing this because they're very familiar with it already. We will probably just put that as map 1 of the round of 12s to get the numbers up. But all the other maps again played pretty evenly. I wouldn't say there's not really been one map in particular that's been like a heavy veto, you know. Celestial Enclave maybe has been vetoed a good amount as well, another little bit of a weirder map, but that's the only one that's maybe stood out as like, oh, this one got vetoed a fair amount. It's been a pretty solid map pool in that regard. Everyone's pretty happy to play on the majority of these creations, so it's always good to see. Like I say, I wouldn't even say Talisman's veto problems have been linked to the map itself as much as it's just linked to the fact that people have played it and people know about it, so. In the bottom right-hand side, opening up our third series of the day, our red Zerg player is going to be Lambo. In the top left, our blue Terran player is Bunny. In one of our series. Bunny coming off that loss against Mana is going to be eager to hop back into this group. Beat Lambo here, you get to 1-1, and then you've got the tough guys to play against, right? But the reality is, if you lose this right now to Lambo, and then you're 0-2 with Classic and Rainor to play against, that does not feel good. You know, that immediately feels as though it's like, well, now I've got to cause upsets, and maybe even 2 upsets back-to-back. So, it's early stages, but we're already talking about what probably to Bunny feels like something like a must-win right now. Because, like I say, you don't win this, it's only getting more difficult as the games go by. This group does not get any easier. This group does not get any easier at all. People will come across the map. As we just have a moment of early game calm, guys, just a quick mention. Of course, as usual, don't forget if you're watching on Twitch to hit the follow button today and see when we're live in the future. For more StarCraft 2 action, looking to keep on providing daily SC2. Over the next few months, we really are back on the grind. There's only a couple of weekends I'm away, and other than that, it's StarCraft. And if you're on Twitch, if you're not on Twitch, if you're watching on YouTube, again, do not forget, give it a moment to just quickly pop a like on the video. You can do that every single day you watch. I know it's a repetitive ask, but it really does help out. And if you're not already subscribed while you're down there giving the stream a little like, consider hitting that sub button as well on the YouTube. I'm saying this a lot lately. It is working. I'm going to keep saying it, but it is working. I've been noting that there's only about 50% of people watching are subscribed. And subscriptions really do a lot. Like, the YouTube channel getting subs naturally raises its viewership because YouTube sees it as like an alive channel that's growing. And if they see a channel growing, it's like it's this big beacon of light for YouTube. They're like, oh my god, this channel's growing. So then they throw it to way more people. So if you want to help us out on YouTube, super simple, hit that sub button. Takes a second. A lot of people are not subbed that are watching every day. We have a lot of new people watching the YouTube every day as well. If that's you, then hello and welcome. Great to see you. Hope you enjoy the games as well. With that said, let's focus a bit more on the game. We nearly lost the Reaper. It went low a couple of times as it does eventually get away unscathed. One single Zergling going down for Lambo, and our third hatchery now in position already as well. Banshee on the way from Bunny will keep him very safe through the early stages, and of course provides a lot of good harassing opportunities. I'm actually interested to see ZVT on this map, because I do think this map's very choky. There's a lot of single path avenues on it, which I think is going to be great for run-bys. It's not going to be great for like taking big kind of surrounding fights, which the Zerg usually looks for. So that's my concern for Lambo here. How does he take the fights, especially as this game goes later and the game generally gets bigger and there's more units available for each fight, and it's even more important that you're not running through one choke or one avenue into that Terran army and all of the Terran splash and the efficiency that the Terran player loves to find. That's going to be, I think, the big challenge here today for Lambo in this opening game at least. Because it's been something we've been talking about on this map for, a good amount over the last couple of days, so it'll be interesting here as well for sure. A couple of Marines going to take their shot at the Overlord, get some nibbles in, and play clean up. That Overlord will go down, so Overlord falls. Blair still coming up, additional Zerglings and the Queen on the way out. Cloaking is building for the Banshees. We have seen some players playing the Speed Banshees, more so in TVP. But I still think can be very viable in TVZ as well. In a matchup where spores are already going to be there a lot of the time. How much does Cloak provide for you? Yeah, it's still useful, but I actually think overall I might prefer the speed. Obviously that is a more affordable upgrade now, finishes more in line with the Banshees being out, and just provides, you know, the changes to that upgrade really allow you to play Banshee speed as a little bit more of an opening rather than a, if I'm building this, I'm going to build more Banshees and commit into Battle Mech or so. Especially now that Battle Mech might be dead because of the Cyclone change, so not against giving speed Banshees away. It's actually kind of neat that Banshees can have two different routes to take, because it's been cloak Banshees for years, right? So now that you can still do these harassing Banshees and maybe have them with speed instead of cloak, I mean, nightmare for everybody else, because it's one more thing. Another thing you've got to, you know, potentially deal with from the Terran players earlier, right? Another Terran builder we've got to think about, consider, and respond to. For a viewer, I like the extra choice of, you know, another option or two to kind of keep mixing up what is still kind of the standard as well. So, you know, it keeps it standard, but it kind of gives it a new kind of little bit of flavor. Yeah, I'm into it. A little bit of harass there, nets 2 drones of kills, nothing too crazy. As you just see, the Hellions are going to retreat away here from Bunny back home, and melee upgrades start from Lambo. To get him a little bit more settled in just for a moment. More upgrades, combat shield, continuing by. We got those melee upgrades coming from Lambo as well, so keep bringing that up as on top of everything else. Marines in that Reaper just going to come through the center. The few Marines going to get underneath and go after the Overlord. That's a kill. Little freebie as Bunny steps onto the map here, and interested to see what positions we can try and take advantage of here as Bunny. Obviously, you know, maybe able to siege up from the low ground, able to hit the high ground a little bit from here. Those kind of scenarios always look pretty fun. Once you get the Marines coming through, they're going to knock down a couple of troop teamers as we go as well. That Spore Crawler will also be taken out already. As the Queens take a chance to step up. Hellions on the low ground going to protect. Overlord going down. The few Zerglings going to get jumped on. Well, Siege Tank Fire gets that group of Zerglings damaged as well. Queen's really trying to step through, and a couple of those Queens going down very swiftly, but now everything else shows up. Lambo looking for the cleanup here. I don't love how many Queens we've lost, but I do love that everything goes down on that low ground. Didn't seem too bad at the end of it. And more Marine Tank Banshee coming back over. As we head over that other side. And just going to sit overhead and get a couple shots off. Still nice to have. Bunny reinforcing same position. This time we're not going to really have the Queens to help push that back. Love the run by. Counterattack is the sort of thing that are going to keep some of Bunny's units back. A few SCVs will begin to go down as well. One thing that I think is going to be good. Oh, that mine does so much to clean up. Well, I was going to say the one thing I think is going to be good is that it is only one tank here, right? There's not a lot of splash available on this aggressive position from Bunny. Lambo, I mean, there is a scenario where you could maybe give up this base as well. Like, that is an option. Because he has bases off to the right side, I don't think he loves doing that. He's given up a lot to try and keep this base going, so I think he'd rather just clean this army up one more time. He is just this cleanup away, and there's nothing else moving across the map just yet from Bunny, so we're not far away from success here as Lambo. We're really sitting right on the edge of possibility. It's just that one siege tank, very well placed. These kind of low ground into high ground bases are always such a nuisance when the Terrans find a corner, and obviously Refinery right up against it. The tank position is great. Good identification of Bunny of a position you can utilize well on this push, and it's kept a push that, you know, oftentimes could be cleaned up very quickly. It's kept it going for a good amount of time, and like I say, we lost a lot of Queens during this. 10 Queens have died in this game. Then he runs into the 5th base on the right side. I actually think this is manageable for Lambo, because it's not that Lambo doesn't have the unit number. It's more so being the position that's been the issue. He has the number of units, and this one obviously on creep in a more open space. He will start to expand bottom left as well, by the way, so just going to keep the expansions dropping. And he is going to not just add on Infestors, but he's going to go Microbial Shroud as the upgrade. So we're going to see Lambo prioritizing Microbial, and that's something which has obviously had a lot of, you know, discussion in the community. Is that going to be good? Is that going to be something that actually works? Well, we're going to get to see a little bit of it right now, see if Lambo can make use of it. We saw Rogue try and do this a little bit, didn't really show us too much. But I do love that Lambo is, you know, he's such a creative player, he's such an intelligent player. You know, whenever you hear Lambo talk about the game, like, man is smart, you know, like he never disappoints in that regard. And for him to be going microbial really makes me believe, like, that this is a thing, you know. Let's see how it goes when we step forward. The thing about this is, as well, is that the Infestor's Microbial Shroud does affect your opponent's units too, but you're playing Ling Bane, so you're playing melee units, so Microbial Shroud then doesn't affect, because now it does reduce damage to any range attacks to units that are in the Shroud. So unfortunately, that Infestor's going to get taken down by the Banshee. It's a little bit of a sad loss. It's just unnecessary. Every Infestor is expensive. Going to go for the Ultras as the next step of this as well, so we'll get those on the way. Like I say, just sad to lose an Infestor, and it's so savable as well, right? Because, yeah, they're not cheap. And we don't want to be giving the Terran any value they don't need to be given at the end of the day. A couple of Banes here keeping track of things. Lambo holding on nicely around that right-hand side. Should Lambo have let Bunny get into that position again so easily? I think the problem is, this was obviously a couple minutes ago, but just quickly touching it, I think he was just, Lambo was reeling. He didn't have that many units after. Like, he used a lot to clean it up at first. So you could argue yes, but it's more easily said than done. This is a big commitment onto the Planetary Fortress. He gets it, he'll run back. I mean, knocking down the fourth is a big deal, especially right now, because this is not the stage of the game where the Terran just has base after base ready to replace the command centers if they get taken down, so that fourth base does get denied, and that is a pretty serious denial right there. We see 7 additional Banelings coming up, the Ultra Cavern coming through, additional Lings coming by. Melee upgrades, chitinous and adrenal glands coming through as well. A couple of Banes just going to jump in toward the center there. The Bayouns are still pressing across that right-hand side. Army of Lambo retreats down to the bottom right. Ultra Cavern is, well, Ultras are still being produced. She's got 3 melee upgrades, adrenal glands and all the rest coming over as well. Bio will press forward. A little bit of the Ling Bane trying to step through also now. Zerglings on the counterattack, going to find a couple of Marauders already, so just going to go straight after those. Bio here still connecting and getting a couple of the Queens. So a couple of the Queens going to get jumped on. Zergling's going to run forward. Microbial Shroud will go down. That gives you an area to kind of sit in with these Queens. They're going to take way less damage. Holy, the Queens, the tanks, and now the Banelings are going to get a chance. The fungal growth lands onto the Bio. We keep on pushing through. There's a lot of units getting chased down, shut down, and cleaned on up. Big push from Lambo, as he's also going to cancel the fourth base rebuild that was building on location. Yeah, beautiful game from Lambo. Defense, holding. Couple of strikes across the map, and then boom. Suddenly unleashes a flurry of strikes that Bunny cannot parry off and has to just eat them full force, full brunt. Lambo takes the 1-0 lead in this best of 3, and actually just played a very solid game there. Just, like I say, was patient when he needed to be patient, held back when he had to hold back. I actually think just played a very good game of SC2. Very solid. We're going to go White Rabbit again for this next one. White Rabbit has the potential of being in a couple matches in a row here. Again, overall, maps will end up being played the same amount for the most part, so keep that in mind. You're wondering why a map is getting played multiple times. It's just the way that the numbers are working out and the order of the series are being played is all. Alright, we're going to get a second game here of Lambo Bunny. Now, Lambo lost so many Queens, but he actually replaced those Queens as well. He had so many more on the way up, so he was replacing them straight away. Never ran into inject issues. The things that usually... I was really worried when the second wave hit, and I was like, oh, but now he doesn't have Queens. But he actually still did have Queens, you know? He still had that access point. He still had that availability for himself, and that makes such a big difference at the end of the day. Crazy business. Readies. Let's get ready to go into game number 2. White Rabbit is our map. Excuse the little yawn, guys. They got bullied out of bed by Ellie last night. So I'm a little less well rested than I want to be. As we have in the bottom left-hand corner. Really needs to win this because, like I say, I feel like this group stage is heading into disaster spirals if you don't start winning games right now. It is Bunny in the bottom left, taking on the Red Zerg in the top right Lambo. Game 2 of this BO3. Yeah, right, Rabbit. I'd actually like to see TVZ on this one. I think it has had a couple of interesting base layouts, and if we get toward 4 base, we'd love to see how some of the run-bys look and how some of the army movement from the Terran looks here on this map that, like I say, has been a map of intrigue so far in the TLMC event. Natural gas spawning pool coming up, the Reaper in the orbital command on the way from Bunny. Getting that into play, Overlord taking a journey to the bottom left, early game scouting and setting up. No real surprises for the first few moments. Reaper makes its way toward that upper right hand side, so it is heading to the top. Couple queens coming through, and yeah, nothing really too, like I say, out of the ordinary early. We're not really expecting anything out of the ordinary. TVZ especially is truly a matchup that plays in a very standard way for the early stages, right? Does not really have a lot shifting or changing about it for, you know, a lot of the early stages. As that Reaper goes super low, 1 HP, but it gets out alive. I'll stick around as Bunny plays the triple command center, so very economic focus from him. A very standard economic focus as well. It's not uncommon to see CC, of course. Does this mean these maps could become part of the ladder maps? These maps will become ladder maps, yes. Not all of them, because obviously there's 16 finalists. But I'd say roughly 50% of all maps from TLMCs become ladder maps eventually. And nowadays, the guys that are in charge of the TLMC are also in charge of ladder map pool updates. So this tournament phase kind of wraps up the TLMC. There's a voting phase as well. You guys can vote for your favorites, and you should vote for your favorites, by the way. The public vote is a major part of which maps will go to the ladder. So do check that out. Some of the maps will guaranteed be added to the ladder based on the public vote. So when that's available on TL.net, make sure you vote for your favorite maps that you want to play. And, yeah, these maps will end up on the ladder in a couple of months or so. Give or take. Give or take. Hellions trying to run by, a couple Lings are going to step up, Queens are going to get there, and these Hellions will take a few shots of damage as we step by into this natural. A couple of Queens are going to be there, Hellions taking some shots, and the Liberator, Hellions, and Marine continue to come up and online for a moment, so just going to be seeing the Liberator as well, especially going to be a fun little harassing option for Bunny that we don't always see as an option either, so fun to see how that turns out. Hellions in position, Zerglin going down, and the Liberator just heads around that right-hand side. It is going to be more barracks, more engineering bays, all that bio setup coming into play. No surprises about that at all. Up to the top, going to hit that main base in a moment or two. We get the Queens in position to fight these Hellions that are trying to run up that right side. This right side is very far to the right. I don't know why, but it sort of surprises me just how far over it is. The Lib going to try and re-siege on the Queen. Queen does a good job of moving out the way, I thought, but apparently not. It goes down. That is a little bit of a surprise one. Ling just checking across the map, may find an SCV as the Hellions make a dive in, but the Lings get a good surround. We're going to lose some drones, but it should be fairly minimal overall. 6 workers going down. That Liberator will fall. And we just see the 1-1 upgrades and that stim pack still building through as well. So bringing all of that up as the tank and the Marines and the barracks coming into play as well. 1-1 upgrades, combat shield building. Just going to be seeing those Lings still trying to run through on the other side. Actually going to hit this mineral line. A couple of SCVs take some nibbles. A few Marines come over. I see the couple tanks spreading out defensively. See when Bunny, or if Bunny wants to get across the map at all. Obviously, last game really felt like he did a great job of abusing one of the positions that was available to him on Missing You today. I'm not sure if a similar position is available on White Rabbit. I was thinking maybe over here. Siege, kind of cover this kind of area, cover this area if you kind of just pull back there. It's not as good as the last map, but it is maybe the sort of position you want to go with if you have like 2 to 3 tanks early. If you're looking for something that isn't quite just a straight up push and just kind of sieging up wherever you can. We'll see what Bunny thinks himself, because he is starting to move across the map already and making some moves. Valley upgrades coming up, Ling's on the way. Overlord's coming by as well. Just going to see the Ling Bane Queen getting ready to run through now. Coming straight across. And a couple of Crypt Tumors are going to go down in the process as well. So a few more shots just coming about right there. That's up to go for the moment. A few of those Marines getting caught. Obviously, Medevac low took a second to think about coming over to save those Marines, and then it was too late. Disaster strikes. Marine's going to move back up the ramp. A couple of creature is in some immediate trouble. Just got ourselves another couple of Lings stepping forward. The Marines will be there, picking off some of those already. As again, 1-1 upgrades coming about. Bane's morphing in. Lings on the way in production. Infestation pit's halfway done. Just going to see the Lings coming back over. Is going to try and get a wraparound onto these siege tanks here. Medevac's load up. We back up already. Step by, again the tank's getting settled. Just going to be having the Lings still moving about as well. Still looking for entry points, but Bunny's pretty good defensively here, so not letting Lambo do too much. I don't know if Lambo's got enough to really jump onto this army right now either, to be honest. I don't think there's much opportunity to do anything on that, if I'm going to be frank with you. And he's going to come in from two sides. Okay, this looks a lot better. Bring the units back from the other side of the map. And that's always such a nice play, right? You're essentially threatening the other side with a group of units. It stops reinforcements from coming across. Then you bring your units back to stop the threat. Your opponent hasn't reinforced. You jump on everything, play cleanup. Now it's just a question about being ready for the next wave of this. I think we're lacking Banelings more than anything else right now. From what I can see, Banelings are just kind of the thing that's kind of low and not really here at the moment. It's coming over, just going to be seeing the Lings going by as well. Just going to be seeing the 2-2 upgrades still coming up on both sides. It is going to be much further ahead for Bunny, so he will have some better fights available for himself in that regard. So that's going to be one of the things that we have to keep in mind. But there's a nice run by Lambo on the other side, going to potentially get some damage done. He's close to having Hive Tech as well, which will only improve his situation. Lambo does have that bottom right 5th base up as well, so if you do have to evacuate the 12 o'clock, you do at least have something to pull back to at the moment as well, which is nice. Definitely another bonus mixed into everything else this stage. Marines push through. Hatcher taking damage. Ling Bane ready to kind of, again, perhaps run down and make something of this here. But not going to if he's just giving up the hatchery. Yeah, continue to expand bottom right, even taking a very far bottom right base, so it's going to be a factor. Some units running over here already. Ling Bane taking the chance to get on some units. He got a tank, he got some Marines. I don't hate it, but I do not like where the supply numbers are going to. It doesn't seem to be great overall. Definitely feels like we're heading into a game 3 perhaps, because Bunny is getting more and more well set up on this side of the map. His position is good. His army is getting just strong right now as well. That said, like I said, the adrenal glands is coming through. Can that make a difference? I'd feel better about this if we were like on the verge of seeing some kind of like tech kicking in for Lambo, like outside of Adrenaline, like if we had maybe even Ultras just popping up. I'd feel a little bit better about this, but I just don't think we're there right now. as GG gets called. Another counterattack is just not going to do enough. We can see that. And that is going to be GG's as we have Bunny taking game 2. And we get tied up 1-1. And hence we go to a final map of this series. A few game 3s today already, which I'd love to see. I had a few game 3s yesterday as well. We really have been blessed with some fun series in this tournament so far. I'm very concerned because usually when we get blessed with fun series, what happens is that we end up... what happens is we end up playing... we end up playing the playoffs and all the playoffs just suck. This really is a thing that happens a lot of the time. So, hoping that the good group stages don't mean the playoffs are going to suck. But, I mean, fingers crossed, we'll stay positive. We'll just have to take it as it comes as we get ready for this next one. Move up Lambo. I think we're just missing Bunny. Go GLHF, just waiting for Bunny to join the lobby, and that will be us good to go. Perfect. Ready. Do it. And we're waiting around straight to game 3. In Series 3. Third series of the day. Second time going to game 3. After this, we'll continue with the Bunny games, guys. No, all the Terran games front-loaded today, but Bunny Classic, Bunny Rainor are going to be Series 4 and 5 for us. Then we'll jump into the second half of the day from there, see where we're at, see how things are moving. I'm gonna say, I was just about to say, I am hearing the beep not stopping, which is not a good sign that maybe I've disconnected from this game early. Oh, it stopped. Are we loading? We're loading. Maybe just bugged out a little bit. Players loading. Everyone loaded, so just... Okay, just took a little while. Is everyone okay? We're building workers. Yes, we are. We are good. All right. I thought we were going to have a little bit of a regame or something here, but we are okay. Bottom right, blue Terran, Bunny. Top left, red Zerg, Lambo. Prison memory. Game 3 of our series. Get this underway. Cracks in the gas coming up. Not expecting anything super cheesy from these guys. Maybe if Bunny like multi-proxy racks or something would be the most aggressive, I'd imagine these two get it with each other, but I'm not really expecting that in the slightest either. Maybe Bunny could crank out like a 2 base, but I don't really count that in the same sort of vein. Especially in these early stages, not surprised to see us just having a couple minutes of setting up and getting ready, which is exactly what we get for now. Gives me a little moment. Oh, you guys know what time it is, don't you? It's sellout time! Should I just press the sellout button? I feel like I'm just going to press the sellout. Instead of me doing the sellout, guys, I'm going to let previous past Wardy sell out for me. Have you heard of Twitch Prime? You can support the stream right now with Twitch Prime. Don't forget to also follow the stream, subscribe to me on YouTube, give me money on Patreon, donate directly, and cheer in the chat. And don't forget to gift all those subs so we can hit that level 5 hype train. It's slick, it's concise, it gets the point across. It gives me a moment to take a drink. Beautiful. Alright, game 3 here. Bunny and Lambo on operation. Go for Risen Memory. Sounds been interesting. It's a fairly sizable map, I feel like. That middle of the map is pretty hefty as well. Big high ground to play around as well. Just see a grenade going down, a couple of drones. Getting ready to go. Take some moments. The volume on the sellout is very soft. Well, you don't want to be screaming about selling out, you know. I'm trying to get into that backward, you know, the back inner conscience of your head where it's just like you're just like, was I meant to give Wardy money? You know, like it's not screamed in your face, it's just that like undertone, and then eventually like I should use my Prime sub on this channel. I should click that button. You know? It's got that vibe to it. You know, it's by design. Definitely not a fault of the hardware that I can't fix. Yeah. What's up, English Spring? Thank you so much for the Prime sub. Fresh and new. Appreciate you. Thank you so much. Thank you so much indeed. Some nibbles. Obviously, with just a single Reaper and nothing really else going on. We lost a drone, but overall, pretty regulated early stage of the game. A couple of Hellions and a Viking coming through, add on a Marauder. Obviously, that's the sign of aggression because of shells as well. And that is going to be, yeah, maybe more of an aggressive stance than I thought. I didn't think we'd see a Hellbat attack in this game, but there's the Armory as well. And this is pretty much one of the most committed Hellbat attacks you can do. Because you invest into Marauders, which are actually very expensive, 100 minerals, 25 gas is not cheap in this stage of the game. You're building into the concussive shells to make those Marauders better too. Like, you better hope you do damage with this. There's a lot of Hellbat attacks where people are like, wow, Hellbats suck because they show up, they don't do much, but actually they do a lot given the cost of them. But this is more committed. This needs to kill some drones. This needs to wipe out the queens. And right now, Lambo's not prepped for it. Baneling Nest on the way. He's going to have a little bit of time to get closer to Banelings because the Armory's not done just yet either. I'm not sure if he's going to have enough time, though. And he needs to really not build drones at this point. He needs to build units. He needs Zerglings. He needs, obviously, the Queen's going to be a big part of this defense as well. The Viking can be sometimes a sign of this. He adds a few more Lings now as this Viking is going to get an Overlord. That's a supply block waiting to happen for Lambo. Let's see the Queen stepping forward. Actually going to get some damage done. I was going to say, preemptive shots on the medevac would have been nice. The only issue here is obviously the Marauders do slow the Queens. This is a great start. The Hellbats only just morph in now, so we actually got rid of 2 Marauders and the medevac before the Hellbats were even ready to play. That's, that was Bunny kind of leaping on the opportunity. Those Banes morph in a little bit too far forward. 30 Lings on the way. It's only Hellbats left. Run the drones. I honestly think we're going to end up in an okay position here as Lambo. As, yeah, Bunny, you can't have your units fighting separated like this from the start. There's no healing on these Hellbats. That's one of the things which honestly the medevac can do so much with as well. That healing provision does so much for you. Yeah, this is not it, and the Hellbats going down. Even the reinforced Hellions have been caught a little bit as well. And that is going to be Bunny getting shut down, pushed back, and Lambo on the defense. Looking good to start off this game 3 in all of the right ways so far. We have a few units still coming up then from Bunny, specifically still building Marauders. And we're going to see that be a situation where, I mean, those are still expensive to be building. I mean, it honestly feels like, yeah, he's going to go for kind of a round 2 of this. He's also still building Hellions. Considering we're already 8 Hellbats, 2 Hellions down, there's 6 Hellions out. Like, this is a ton of mineral investment early in this game. Lambo does not need to worry about cancelling a hatchery. That's absolutely okay for the moment, as the medevac is going to boost around the top. Why am I saying we, referring to Lambo? Am I biased against Terran or just Bunny? I'm not biased at all. It's just a manner of speaking. It's just how I talk about things. It's not biased. I'm pretty sure I just said we when we talked about Bunny's units as well. It's just a word I use. It's just the way I talk about the game. I'm putting us into the game as though we're experiencing the units being made and shot at and killed off. Yeah, there's no bias. You know. Okay, maybe there is some minute bias, but I'm not going to admit. No, actually, this is kind of a sad series for me because I want both these guys to do well, but I think the reality is this is the sort of matchup that defines the group and the future of this tournament for these players, and I feel really bad because I want Lambo to do well, especially because he's a Zerg, actually. I also really love Bunny, and him starting the group 0-2 with Classic and Rainor left to play feels absolutely brutal for him as well, so I'm actually just sad throughout in this series. I want them both to win. It's not fair. Why do I make these tournaments where players lose? I should make winners-only tournaments. I'm impressed that Bunny is still going with Marauders. I mean, I guess it makes sense, right? He's kept on making them. It's an investment. He's been on 2 bases pretty heavily. He's still only 43 SCVs. All that is fine. Lambo just needs to make sure he has enough units to fight this. Maybe come in from a surround. It's a little awkward because the Marauder Hellbat combo is... It's not really good, or you would see it more, right? But it does kind of make it weird because like you don't want to run in with the Banes too soon because the Marauders will slow them down. The Lings don't really want to jump on the Hellbats because then the splash damage gets to you as well. So there's a lot of kind of back and forth and figuring out in that scenario. See those Zerglings looking to dive through, the Hellbats getting caught, and that's all you need. Bunny's going to GG. He was very committed to this. Third CC is there, but it's just not really being utilized. This was all about winning this game, and it is not enough. GG's. Lambo is going to take it down, and Lambo will come through to be the victor on that ZVT. Big start to the group for Lambo, then. That's a massive win for him. Like I say, it's going to be fun to see how the rest of his matches play out. I imagine there's going to be a lot of interesting ones there. Alright, we're going to hop on over to the Korean server. Like I say, we're going to keep on following Bunny, and unfortunately, it's, unfortunately, it's not really looking good for Bunny, because his next opponent is Classic. I mean, we'll see what Bunny can crank out. Now he is in a must-win situation. You drop to 0-3, and your chances of advancing through this group are 9-0. Especially because, yeah... It's just extremely unlikely, because the way that the tiebreakers would have to come around would mean that one of our favorites would probably also have to end up 1-3. Like, it just doesn't happen. So yeah, this is already going to be do or die for Bunny as we get his third series coming up in just a moment. Give me a second, guys. We'll try and get that going. This was Euthermal's Penguin Brothers build. Isn't the Penguin Bros with the reacted Vikings though? I felt like this was more just Marauder Hellbat all into oh shit, I've lost. What can I do to potentially still win? More than anything else. Just sorting things out for a sec. Alright, first video down, one more video and some map picks, and we will get to hosting. For Bunny versus Classic. Actually moving along kind of quickly today. Relative to how the rest of the groups have gone. Currently on track for this to be a 5-hour group instead of a 6-hour group. But I do think some of the longer games like a like a Classic Rainor, maybe even Bunny Rainor to some extent, could maybe go a bit longer depending on how you play it. Potential for some interesting stuff there. A couple maps vetoed. The way the vetoes are going right now is going to give us some similar maps to what we've already seen, guys. So you've seen some of the maps a couple times back to back. Again, overall, over the course of the tournament, the maps will even out. Some of the reasons you'll see them back to back is just the way that the map pools get made, and especially because we're starting to try and, we try and focus on maps that have been less used. So if a map was less used by a couple of times, it's probably going to get a couple more plays in a row before the other maps start being seen again, basically. So we are going to go to Risen Memory again, which, to be fair, was actually kind of not very heavily used map before today, but now we're seeing it in a lot of the series, so get that going. We'll host up into Bunny versus Classic. Hopefully my connection to Korea is okay, because it was not liking my other internet connection on the second PC earlier, so hoping that this is going to be a fairly smooth situation. Do I have a favorite plushie from my background? A great question. I actually have a couple of donations shout as well. Favorite plushie? I really like the big Carbot Zergling. He's right in the corner here. He's like a huge Zergling. Below the Derp Festa, he's also pretty great, to be honest. So yeah. Anything kind of big, Carbot related, squishy, all very good. Hey, Suit Me, thank you so much for the 2 CHF. Great, we are back. Let's see some great games. Hell yeah, we are back. And we also, so thank you so much for the super chat. We also had a donation coming in directly. I just need to open up my feed to double check on that one. And that was from Primate. Thank you so much for the £8 donation. No message attached, just the donation. Thank you so much, and I appreciate you. Thank you so much for supporting. Thanks so much for being here, guys. We have got more games coming your way. Bunny versus Classic. And then after this, we head into Bunny versus Rainor before we move into more matches in the second half of the show today. We'll get through the Bunny games, and once the Bunny games are done, we'll kind of have a recap of where the group is at. At this rate, like I say, unless Bunny turns it around now, we might, in an hour or so, be talking about how Bunny has been eliminated, or is very likely to be eliminated. We shall see. We shall see as we get into game number 1. As in the top left-hand corner of the map, we have seen already him at the start of the day, so we know Classic is 1-0. He took down Mana to open the day off, and he is now going to play his second series, taking on, in the bottom right, Bunny, the red Terran player, who, like I say, is 0-2 and is now in a must-win position. We want Rainor Classic. It's coming. Fear not, it will happen. That's part of this whole thing, is that you get to see everything, you know? You get to see everything. Yeah, just straight away, guys, I think there is a little bit of lag going on the Korean server. I'm pretty sure this is the lag where it's like we feel the lag, but the players don't. So if you do see it stuttering a little bit, I apologize. This is one of those things where I just have no control over it. It's just that connection to Korea. It's not affecting the players, so we can still stay in the game. There's not really a good way to fix this. It just happens sometimes. And unfortunately, like I say, there's not really a good way to fix it at all. So, yeah. Is Rainor Classic going to be live? No, it's going to be one of the replay series. It's always a bit awkward because, like, it's this kind of weird, try and talk. It's this weird matchup of what do you want to do. Do you want to put all the best matches as, like, the live series? But that also means, like, all the best matches happen first. You know? So it's like this... It's kind of like, oh, you can have the best matches live, or you can have the best matches later on when there's more people watching and so on. That's my preference, especially because them being played a little earlier and us casting a couple of replays does not really, to me, you know, make it any worse of a series. It's still a good match. It's still the same match we're going to watch anyway, so... Otherwise, we start the day with Rainor Classic when 200 people are here, and, you know, then it's kind of a waste, you know. So, yeah. There's no winning. People will be upset either way. Let's just have Hyper moving through. The Adept going to Chrono Boost on the Gateway. We'll just have our Warp Gate Stalker all coming about. Nexus is coming online. We get that ready to rumble. And yeah, nothing really too out the ordinary just yet. Just see the factory coming about, the command center coming over. The Adept is going to take a little bit of a shade. And yeah, the Twilight Council as the opening choice here from Classic is not a surprise for the PVT. Honestly, I mean, every PVT right now is super interesting to me. I'm excited to see if the Protoss players are going to keep on trying to play Storm. I'm excited if they're going to try and bring out other styles. There's definitely been a factor of kind of, you know, so far I would say we've not really seen the, look, what I'm really interested in is, I guess is a better way to say it, is that, say Storm is not as usable anymore, right? Whether it is or isn't, it doesn't matter. Say it isn't, right? I wonder if Protoss still have a lot of the advantages they had in the TVP matchup anyway. And Storm was just the best option on how to kind of make things happen. Because before Storm became super popular, Protoss were still having a great time taking an early lead on the game, expanding a whole bunch, taking map control with their first Colossus or two, and just making it tough for the Terran to play. So I wonder how the game looks like at this point in time, with some of the changes, if Storm is usable or not. I think this matchup has so much to be discovered with the changes that we've been seeing, especially because we keep changing the numbers, so we're still yet to see anything truly settle down and be truly figured out just yet. So, yeah, still a lot to learn. Still a lot to learn. The medevac is going to step across. The Cyclone and a couple of Marines will be on the way through. Stimpack coming through, a couple of Marines and the Siege Tank on the way out. Barracks, SCVs coming up as well. For the moment. Cyclone and the Marines are ready to take a chance into the main base, so first a little drop in from Bunny. Try and find some damage here as the extra Marines come up. The Stimpack is on the way through. Stalker is just going to get underneath, and that medevac takes quite a few shots. The medevac hurt and getting pushed away to that side. Blink is about to complete, and that Stimpack is still just coming online as well. So just getting that stim into place. Medevac, tank, marine, all coming online here. And yeah, Hallucination keeping a good eye on things just overhead, keeping an eye on what's happening, making sure we're pretty okay with everything taking place for the moment. Stalk's come across. Classic will take his first chance to maybe be kind of present on the map and perhaps get something done. There's a few probes. Bunny gets home with everything, and he will try and move forward here. That's exactly what the Stalkers want to be here for, this exact moment of just starting to push things back. That Cyclone loaded up quickly. Now the medevac taking damage, as we obviously trying to avoid some Stalker shots. Trying to get the tanks in the front is always an interesting part of this. You know, you get the tanks in the front, and they have the range to kind of really reach the Stalkers, which is lovely. But then on the other side, you're then taking damage on the tanks, which you kind of want to have healthy for, arriving to the other side of the map. So what you need to do right now, especially as we're pulling SCVs here as Bunny, is not lose too much. He actually gets a couple Stalker kills, so Classic taking a couple of losses. Now coming in from the other side. Each stim is costing a lot of HP on Bunny's units, but there are medevacs to do some healing. So for now, it's okay. Cyclone Lock-on is good for a Stalker kill, and I will say, I think Classic has bled out a lot, but he's also bought a lot of time. Resource loss is in Bunny's favor, but like I say, time has been in Classic's favor, and now Charge is about to finish. The Immortal production is coming through. We've already got 1 out a second in production. Tank Siege here, and the first few Zells don't have Charge just yet, so we've not bought that much time. You see the few Stalkers still in the back, trying their best to slow down reinforcements. The tank will even siege over there. And as Bunny moves up, where do you put the tanks? Try and keep them somewhere safe if possible. This tank over here trying to fight Stalkers. It's busy. We're going to charge on through. The Zells are going to get their way with those siege tanks. Are the Marines good enough after? I just don't think they are. I have to back away here. Bunny will need a few more reinforcements. And of course, so many of his reinforcements have been held up by those other Stalkers. And that's just going to be GG right there as Classic takes game number 1. And Bunny will fall to the wayside down a map in this BO3. Cool attempt. Seen a lot of the middle of the map usage being made there. The Stalkers utilizing the high grounds and running off to the side and showing all the space that they had to kind of work with as well. To help him to deal with that push from Bunny, which is going to be not successful at the end of it all. Throne of the Dunes coming up in a second as we get a game number 2 posted between Classic and Bunny then. So we'll get that started and ready to rumble. Great job with those few Stalkers in the back. It was so dangerous because those tanks got so close to denying so many of those Stalkers in the end as well. But yeah, keeping the Stalkers alive, keeping them there, doing what they needed to. And now Classic and Bunny head us into a second game. Let me just throw the lobby link down, give people a moment or two to join. And we should be able to get right back into it. And 4th series out of 10 best of 3s a day. I do love these 10 best of 3 days. They do sometimes go on a bit long, but sometimes it's just so nice to sit down and be like, wow, we got so many games to get through, so much StarCraft to sink our teeth into. I kind of love it. It's such a difference. We've been doing like 6 best of 3 groups for so long now. It's so nice to get back into some 5-player groups. This is, I mean, if you guys watch the stream a lot, you probably know this is pretty much my preferred form of, form of tournament, like 5-player groups into, big bracket. But this is really why, because it just feels so good to have like a good chunky group stage day. So many games, so much content. so many chances for cool games. Obviously, great in a map contest where we're trying to test out the maps as well. So yeah, love it. Love it as we jump into the upper right-hand side with the Blue Protoss player. We're going to start this series off with our Blue Protoss, who leads 1-0 in the BO3. It is Classic. He's looking to go 2-0 in this group and have a very solid start. Would have the Zergs left to play against. That could be some good fun as well. That's Classic in the upper right, Bunny in the bottom left. Game 2 is here. Thanks for the content. All those games will make the workday fly by. No worries. Always happy to be here. Already kind of trying to plan out next week and make sure we got some good stuff coming on. Obviously, we've got WardiTV Mondays. Next week's actually pretty well planned out. So it's going to be WardiTV Mondays on Monday. And then the Liu Cup is going to be taking on a new format. So I believe Tuesday and Wednesday will be Liu Cup. And then Thursday, I'm going to be running a qualifier for WardiTV tournament. And then Friday, we're going to have another WardiTV Mondays. Because I have, next weekend is another weekend I'm away, just for the weekend, just for 2 or 3 days. But I will miss the Monday again. So we're going to bring the Monday Cup forward one more time. And that's the last Monday Cup we should be moving for the rest of this year. The rest of the Monday Cup should be on Mondays. So, yeah, next week is pretty well set up in terms of what we're doing. Like I say, we'll be live every single day until Saturday next week. So we have a full week of StarCraft still coming up for you guys. And like I say, then I'm off for 3 days and then I'm back for another 2 weeks straight. So we love WardiTV Mondays, brackets Fridays. Look, it's the second time and it's the only other time this year, okay? No. Screw me for still making the tournament. I should have just took the money and ran, The winner of this WardiTV Monday is me, because we didn't have one. 400 euros in my pocket instead. Love it. Yes, that should have been the plan. Congratulations, everyone. Wardy was not here, and hence none of you get paid. Move it to the upper right side as we meme through a couple of minutes of this game, but it is just the Reaper. It is an expansion from both players. Both Classic and Bunny look at this and say, hey, we're pretty okay with this so far. Comfortable position, happy place to be right now. Nothing too out of the ordinary just yet. As you see the Warp Gate coming along, Twilight Council building up at that Nexus, into play also. And the Reaper looking to get down to the bottom left side. The Adept is going to go for a little bit of a shade. Starport builds on the side of Bunny. Again, the Orbital Command coming up, the Hellion on the way through as well. Continue to bring a lot of that into play. Bunker is filled, couple of units on the way by. And again, the Stalker coming up, the Blink on the way through, at that Warp Gate on as well right now. Grenade goes down, Reaper jumps, and the Marines will be there to play cleanup on the Adept. Should just rename it to the WardiTV Cup. Oh, it's so boring though, So boring. It like 95% of the time it's on the Monday, This is going to be the third time it's not on a Monday in 55 editions. That's literally like just about 1 in 20. It's actually like 95% of the time it's a Monday Cup. I think we can call it the Mondays. And you know what? For all the people that get upset otherwise, we just take it as free advertisement, All them people who are on StarCraft, wow, he's done it again. He's moved the Monday Cup to Friday. Boom, free clicks, Free clicks. A couple of probies go down, another Stalker warps in. Medevac boosting overhead. As we do have our... just kind of early trades are a bit back and forth. A couple probes, a couple early units from Bunny going down. A blink about a finish from Classic. Bunny adding on more barracks, adding on the Raven, the tank. Does not look as aggressive this time around. As the Engineering Bay will continue to produce on through. I should sell merch and call it the WardiTV Cup. Oh my god. we should just have it say Monday. And it could be the Monday Cup. You could be the proud owner of the Monday Cup. People think they're going to buy into this sick tournament series and they actually just end up with a cup. Oh my god, we could make tens upon tens of pounds over this one. Crazy. I like it. Beautiful. This map gives you CSGO vibes. What, you think you're playing on like the Dust 2 or something? Oh, we needed some double doors in mid. You would get a Monday cup? Is that all we need? We just need to write Mondays on a cup. Boom. We're sorted. At some point, I'm sure I'll do another inspiration kind of funded merch push, but I don't have the inspiration to try and put some merch together right now. Maybe we should ahead of the holiday period. Maybe people are truly waiting on the ability to buy a you know, some WardiTV merch for Christmas. Who am I to say they're not? A couple of probies going down then over there as we have our Storm and the Charge all coming online here from Classic. Again, all the upgrades from Bunny coming through too. So we are going to see Storm. We are going to see a very standard set of upgrades, obviously, on the other side as well. It's going to be seeing our Storm done in a couple moments. Get set to go. Fire will be coming across the map from Bunny. So a bit of a move out. Does he have any third base or anything? Not yet. Just wondering, I mean, he's not pulling SEVs. And he's not really set up to be all in. This is the time if you're going to throw a third base down to throw it down. Usually, you know, you throw it down as you move out. So kind of expecting that to be the case here. As the bio gets there, a couple Stalkers take some damage. Concussive shells still on the way through. As Marine Marauder, Medevac all coming up. Add a couple mines in there for good measure. And this army of Classic settles around the right side. Big snipe on a Medevac right there. Stalkers get in. First Storm only hits some Marauders. Doesn't do too much, but it does stop the Marines chasing into this area. Right? It stops the rest of the Marines still pushing forward down that ramp, and that's what Storm's going to be very good for now. You drop a Storm and you give yourself a serious amount of time to position and work yourself into a place where you feel like you can make it work a little bit. So, things to watch for. Ooh, dropping the main base is going to be a problem for Classic. He's not prepped for that at all. He's on his way back. How many probes are we going to get? So far, only 5. That's a travesty if he only finds 5 workers from this and loses a full medevac. God damn it. That felt like a perfect move from Bunny, and Classic was a little step further ahead on it than I thought. I think what Bunny should have done is he just needed to step closer to the mineral line sooner. Then the units from the bottom side take longer to catch up. He's stepping into the warp in, but then at least you can either target the warp in or you can hit down some probes at least. I felt like there was opportunity there. I think there should have been opportunity there, and we kind of missed out on the chance. You like how Storm does nothing, and I pretend it does? Yes, Storm does nothing. That's why Classic is walking around the map with 7 High Templar. Because Storm does nothing. Classic saw Storm and was like, this does nothing. Better build a bunch of High Templars so they can do nothing. Ay. You know what my favorite part of the Storm... let's watch this fight first, but I've got a really fun point of view on all these Storm changes. Nice anti-armor missile actually just hit a good portion of that army. If we can get towards it, Zelda going to start charging through. And we're just going to have the Templar looking for the Storms. There's a couple of warning Storms down. And Bio actually stepping into it as well. Going to refresh that one in the background. This Classic is going to come through, clean out House, and that is going to be GG for Classic to go 2-0 over Bunny. So what I've noticed with the Storm changes, right, guys, is it's one of two things. So Storm as it was very good, right? So Storm as it was very good, but apparently Protoss players don't agree with that it was good, right? Because the moment Storm got changed any amount, Storm was unusable. They said Storm was unusable when the initial DPS change was like to 23 instead of like 28, right? And so the moment we nerf Storm slightly, it's unusable. The moment we put Storm back, you can't play against it. Like, where is the in-between where Storm is just okay? Like, it just doesn't exist. Like, nobody is happy with Storm at all. Nobody is happy with Storm in the slightest. When it's removed, like, you just can't win. Like, it's either unplayable against or it's unusable. Like, there's just no in between. No one's like, yeah, Storm's a fair spell. Old Storm? No, but which was fine for 15 years. I mean, so we bring back Old Storm. Then what do we do about PvT? No? I just like, I honestly like, people actually DM'd me yesterday saying they were upset and they were not supporting me anymore because I supported the Storm change. And I'm like, I haven't even seen the Storm. I'm just trying to be excited about a change, which I actually think is a good idea. Meanwhile, this part's fun as well. Meanwhile, Storm is still killing Terrans, by the way, but it's unusable. Just to keep that in mind. It's unusable right now, but it's killed 2 Terrans today so far. Honestly, like, it's just crazy. I think we all just need to step back and chill out and just watch the changes and just, like, let's let it play out a bit. Like, I'm sorry that I'm a caster. I actually have to have an opinion because I can't just watch the game. I can't just watch the game and be like, yep, that's the ability. Like, it's my job to talk about it, so I'm sorry. Like, I do have to talk about it. I think the rest of us could probably do with taking a step back and just watching the game instead of deciding something is unusable, unplayable, or whatever, based off of no information. And also, like, let's use some critical thinking. Storm does 35% DPS less. Yes, it's almost like they changed Storm to do different things than it used to. It also lasts twice as long, and it's bigger. Do you know how many times we've seen Terran units walk back into Storms that wouldn't have been there before because it lasts longer? How long it's actually keeping Terran units away from fights? No, because you've got no critical thinking, because you just want to bitch about the fact the damage is less. If you're going to be so dumb and so short-sighted, don't watch StarCraft. It's too complex of a game for you. Okay, cool. Right, round over. We're going to wait a couple of moments here, guys. It's Bunny Rainor coming up, but we are a little bit kind of broken waiting on some other matches coming through. So we're just a little off schedule, waiting for a little bit of time and get going again. What did you just hear? I mean, like, I mean, am I wrong though? Like, people are just getting mad and like they throw one half of what's happened out there without using the other half that changed as well. No? Helen's loving it. Helen just gave me some claps. Who sent the DMs? Oh, I don't know. I blocked them. And when you block them, they get deleted. I was just like, I just can't be bothered reading with this nonsense anymore, man. Ay. People that disagree are dumb and don't have critical thinking. No, you can disagree, but you're not disagreeing. You're saying that it's just unusable. Like, everything you've said is basically being that Storm is unusable. Without taking into any account the fact that they did change Storm to work in other ways. But that's the problem, is that this isn't a discussion of being like, do we not think the DPS is too low? Even if it's doing this. It's just, it does nothing, which is just not true. You know? It's the way we say things, you know? I know it's Twitch chat, we're not meant to, you know, not everything we say is meant to be amazing. And also, this was not, you know, completely directed at you. This is other people that have said things in other ways as well. I don't even think what you said was that bad, but it still is just saying that the damage is down and that, you know, you don't account for any other of the changes that happened. I mean, you did start off by insulting me, so maybe it was kind of bad, but, like, you know, I'll get past that. Like, we're good. But yeah, I don't know. Do you miss the drama? There's no drama. I just don't want to chat, you know? Like, sometimes it just has to be said. Ay. I mean, it's literally day 2. People don't even know how to dodge it properly yet. Maybe Terrans stop walking back into Storm and it's not good enough. Like, maybe it's not playable, right? In which case, maybe we fix the numbers again. But maybe we should actually wait a little bit and actually give, like, the numbers a chance to play out a little. Before we just kind of decide all of these things. Which is why I feel like my approach, like I say, I'm a caster, I have to say these things. I don't think it's so controversial that I'm pointing out what the Storm is doing. Which is that it's on the ground for longer, and it is in fact zoning the Terran units out. Like, I don't see why that should be controversial. I don't see why that's on me, you know? Like, I'm literally just telling you guys, like, I'm actually doing what people hate me doing, which is saying what's happening in the game. I'm not even trying to tell you that the Storm is good. I'm just telling you that it's zoning the Terran out. Like, like, I think the reality is that Storm is probably going to work differently than it did before. But, like, none of us really know how differently that is because we haven't watched hundreds of games of StarCraft 2 yet, you know? Crazy. You're not used to the emotional Wardy voice. But I just think it's like... I mean, it's not really emotional. It's just like... Sometimes we just get passionate, I guess. You just don't like the Storm change? And that's fine. Like, not everyone's going to like every change. But I think it just depends how you kind of approach it, too. At the end of the day, like I say, like, in a month, Storm might really suck. But I actually think even if Storm sucks in PV... Well, I actually, first of all, think it'll probably be okay for most of PvZ. And like I say, it might change a bit of how you have to approach it. Thinking of it from PvT, even if Storm sucks, I actually don't think Protoss are in a bad spot playing macro games without Storm as their primary splash. Storm was just so good with energy recharge that it was like we had to go Storm. Like, it made no sense not to go Storm before, right? And if Storm never gets used again, we should probably put some numbers on it to make it better again. Yeah. They've just leaned more into, like, Storm being a timing-based zoning attack rather than, like, a disruptor which, like, zones for, like, 1 second, bang, you know? So, I mean, the only reason we talk like this is because we care about the game. We want to talk about it, right? So, anyways, like I say, good topic to rant on because we're just waiting for... We're just waiting for Rainor to finish, like, his current game, and when he's done, we will jump into Rainor versus Bunny, so it'll be a little bit of downtime. Then we can go and resume again. Hang on, I can update a couple of accounts as well, just while we have some downtime, guys. So it's just going to be a couple moments here. Hopefully not super long. I'm not sure. I'm not psychic. I can't tell how long a game is going to take, but yeah, shouldn't be too long. Helen with the 82-month resub, boo, wanted to fight people. Crazy. Do I think or expect more hotfixes? I think they will still change the numbers if it doesn't make sense, or if it clearly isn't working. The thing is that I definitely expected the previous hotfix, because I think it was very clear that the Terrans just thought Storm was still unplayable against. And to be fair, I think it's also crazy that, like, they did nerf energy overcharge, yes, but at the end of the day, I don't think that was enough to stop Storm being as oppressive as it was, right? So I think it made sense that they were going to put change the numbers to make Storm different rather than just better, because it was basically doing the same DPS. It was like 10% less. It was still doing 10% less DPS, but it was in a larger area and lasting twice as long and doing ridiculously more damage on, like, tanks, lurkers, things that can't move. So I was expecting this last one because I think it needed to kind of shift it the way they wanted it to shift in the first place, and they missed the mark. I would hope that if the numbers aren't there, there will be another one. But I wouldn't be saying... I'm not expecting it next week, because I think now it's in a place where it's more likely we sit and watch it play out and see what happens, than just it clearly not being correct from the first one they implemented, you know? And like I say, I'm not saying it's correct, I'm just saying I think what they were trying to do clearly wasn't there with the first set of changes. Like, it changed basically nothing. It was just a straight buff. So, like I say, I mean, I'm an optimist when it comes to StarCraft, so I'm hopeful that they will just change it if need to. You know, it doesn't have to be tons of changes. We can just see like a change here or a change there. Like, even if it's 2 or 3 months from now, that still gives us time for metas to settle, things to change. And then if they change some numbers again, I'd be fine with it. So, yeah, but just trying to stay positive, you know. Just trying to stay positive. What's up, Soulman? Thank you so much for the 500 bits. Thank you for all you doing. Keep up the good work. Thank you so much. Appreciate the 500 bits. Yeah, we are going to be ready soon, guys. I'm going to go into veto mode in a second. It's been so long since you tuned in and seen Angry Rorty. I know we've not shouted at chat in a long time. I know it's been a little while. It's been a hot second since we've had like drama and spices because we've not had anything that's changed in the game to get like this is what it is. It always comes with the balance updates, you know. We're waiting for Rainor. Not any. I mean, yes, but not anymore. We're gonna be good here in a second. So we're just waiting for vetoes. Just waiting for vetoes. Bunny Rainor coming up as soon as Rainor is with us on the Korean server. He's just hopping servers, as far as I'm aware. I started yesterday with the Stones. I mean, it's so unfair being a caster because it's like I don't get to avoid this, you know? Like, the last thing I want is to actually sit here and discuss balance and stuff. Like, but at the end of the day, like, TVP was unwatchable for the last 2 months. Like, it's genuinely not been fun to cast because every time I cast a TVP, I think I'm casting the game wrong because I don't think the game should be going the way it is, but, you know, it went the Protost's way so often. So it wasn't fun, and, like, you know, when the game feels wrong, it's not fun. So, like, it's so sad because, like, I get excited about the changes, and then every time I try and comment on a change, it's like, everyone's ready to, like, fight me and, you know, engage and all the rest. So, yeah. Right, Reynor's here, but he just needs a couple of minutes, guys, so we just have a little bit more downtime. No worries, we'll take another couple of minutes, we'll get back to going again. And, yeah, just unlucky. I mean, he just came out of another series, so, like I said, he's entitled to a couple of minutes if he needs it. It'll be Bunny versus Rainor for us when we do get going here soon. And we'll get that ready to rumble. Thank you again for your patience, and sticking through us while we're just ranting. Appreciate you guys. A little opportunity for us to say, of course, if you are enjoying, if you like Feisty Wardy, don't forget to follow, like, and subscribe for the rare occurrence it happens again. But also, just in general, if you are enjoying the stream, do support the channel. Again, obviously, this tournament is sponsored by Monster Energy. Just thank you so much, Monster, for sponsoring the Team Liquid map contest in general. We appreciate you so much. But obviously, if you guys are enjoying and you want to see more of me casting, you want to see more WardiTV tournaments, do consider supporting. Every time you guys subscribe, anytime you guys donate, it goes a long way towards us being able to put on more tournaments, more events, and all of that good stuff. So do check that out. There's also the Patreon page at patreon.com/WardiTV. 100% of anything you pledge on Patreon goes directly into StarCraft 2 tournament prize pools. So you can check out that. Again, patreon.com/WardiTV if you specifically want to help us support our tournament prize pools. We even cover the transaction fees. So, again, 100% of anything you put on the Patreon will end up in the pockets of players. Someone yesterday called me out. They were like, the players have to pay taxes. I can't help taxes, okay, guys? I can't cover their taxes because then they would have to pay tax on what I cover for their taxes. But you know, anything that you send to the Patreon, I will also make up the transaction fees for. So I will send out everything that comes in from the Patreon to the players. What they have to pay to their government is nothing to do with me. So do check that out at the patreon.com/WardiTV. And yeah, check that out. Support it. I appreciate you. We're on our way back to 700 subs. Obviously, we're streaming a lot right now, guys. We're on a roll. So if you are sitting on a Prime sub, use it up. It's no point leaving, letting a free Prime sub sit there for no reason. So use your Prime subs as well. And yeah, road to 700 subs is kind of online. It's happening. It's making progress. We're getting there, you know. We are getting there. All right. Just host up the game on the other side. What game did Rainor come out of? He just came out of the matchup with Mana off stream. So they've just been playing the off-stream series are one behind, which means there's a pretty good chance that we actually get to play the Lambo Classic Series live instead of from replays. So we might end up with 6 series live again today. So that is looking like it's looking like that may be the case. As long as Bunny Rainor isn't like super long, then we probably get a 6th live series today as well. I appreciate you, Wardy. If I had the money to gift 100 subs right now, I'd do it. I appreciate Maples. I'd say it's the thought that counts, but the thoughts don't quite pay the bills, but it does make me feel good. Thank you. So yeah, maybe we'll ask Lambo to wait a bit for us. If Bunny Rainor finishes and Lambo Mana, which is the series starting off screen right now, is in like game 3, then we will obviously go Lambo Classic live. If Lambo Mana finishes and Bunny Rainor are like looking to end in the next 5-ish minutes, we'll probably make Lambo Classic wait for us as well. I don't think they'll mind waiting a couple minutes for us to cast it live, so I think that's pretty fair. What's up, Silas Scholar? How you doing? Thank you so much for the 5-month resub on the Prime. I like spicy water, it's still mild, but the hint of spice is nice. I know, even spicy me is so boring, man. Like, I pick the most... Get annoyed at balance complaints. Ay, ay, ay. Crazy. Crazy. Should just be a couple of moments here, guys. Bunny has dropped his veto. So as soon as Rainor gets back, we'll take a second, and we should be able to kick that off. So yeah, just waiting for Rainor to return. We'll get into this last match of Bunny today, and then we'll be, like I say, going. Like I say, we're only in so much downtime right now because we kind of were waiting, and then the player decided to take a couple minutes break. So it's just a double whammy of the downtime, unfortunately. Yeah, we should be, Rainor should be back any second now. He said 5 minutes, 6 minutes ago. And surely Rainor would never say 5 minutes and take like 7 minutes, right? Surely not. Perfect time for an ad break? You know it. You know it. Only because it came around, only because we've been waiting so long. Better to run them now than have them run during the game, though. If Bunny Rainor ends up like a 25-minute ZVT, they would have played in game, so... There's always the downside of having, like, downtime. Because if we have, like... Say we have, like, 8 minutes of downtime and I don't get a chance to run a second round of ads. That's, like, 8 minutes where we lose the ad... You know, basically, like, the ads run and then we lose, like, 8 minutes of the time where the ads aren't going to run. So, it's always a little scary when you have a bit of downtime between games, but... In this game, it's long enough where we just run another one. 10-minute ad break. Look, if I could run 10 minutes straight of ads, sometimes I would, because sometimes we just know it's going to be 10 minutes until we get a game, you know? That would be miserable, though. It would be a terrible experience. People would just be like, why are the ads never ending? I'm missing all the content. So it's actually probably wouldn't do it, but yeah, I mean, sometimes there is just downtime, and I mean, you know, this was some of the more entertaining downtime we've had. We had a full-on, like, you know, scuffle. Could almost have called it a fight between me and the Twitch chat, you know? There was almost a bit of drama. I can't wait to be on our StarCraft in an hour. Wardy insults his audience. And then someone in the comments is like, this is why I stopped watching Wardy 3 years ago. Absolutely hate this guy. He's done nothing but complain about the game ever since. Yeah. Hate that guy. Has anyone ever said he just talks about the game? I hate that in a caster. Love that one. Love that one. Reynor's back. Just waiting for his Vito. And we should be good to go. So yeah, a couple of moments, get a Vito, get a map pick, and we'll go into this final match of Bunny today. And then obviously, like I say, we've got plenty more matches still to go. This would be our halfway marker when we get into this one, guys. So letting you guys know that that's where we sit. Rainor and Bunny. Rainor gonna drop his Vito down. Interesting choice. What are we gonna pick? Mr. Bunny on the map pick. One of the slowest Vitos of all time. But we knew the player was AFK. My favorite part now is that Bunny's going to be AFK because Rainor was AFK, so Bunny probably vetoed, went BRB, Rainor comes back, vetoes, now Bunny's not here. That's always a classic as well. It's always a good one. That's always a good one. Alrighty. We're going to start up on 10,000 feet. Alright, video's done, maps are picked, we're going to get in game in a couple of moments, and get this ready to go, guys. Thank you so much for your patience. Like I said, I do appreciate this was quite a bit of downtime compared to usual. Just happens, like I say, I'm never going to complain if the players come out of a game and need a couple minutes. Especially in these groups, because, like, you know, a lot of the time you're playing back-to-back games as well. Even if you're not, you know, we've seen Bunny playing back-to-back. Obviously, a lot of the time these guys off-stream are playing back-to-back as well, so players need a few minutes here and there, no worries. Is it unlucky that we were already waiting when he then needed a few minutes? Yes. It's just part of life. So we'll get on with it and throw some invites down. And hopefully be ready to go in a moment here with this Rainor Bunny. The players are good, I'm just getting all the casters in, guys. Obviously they've been talking to their chats, tabbed out and stuff, so just double checking everyone has a chance to join us here. And we can kick this off. Can anyone stop Classic? I don't know, man. I actually have a bit of hope for Lambo, almost. I think Lambo's a very... I mean, Classic's so good at PvZ right now, but Lambo's always had something about the Korean Protoss players. Like, he's always had a little bit of... he's always provided a little bit of hope against that Korean ZVP, you know? So, maybe some Lambo action to shock us and surprise us a little bit. Players ready. Let's jump in game. We are going to 10,000 feet to start off this BO3. I'm going to see 10,000 feet a little bit later on in some series as well. I haven't seen this one. I don't think we saw it at all yesterday because it got a lot of love on day one. But yeah, we're going to get a couple matches of it today too as well, guaranteed, I believe. And we just saw it on... Yeah, we'll see a little bit of it later on. Yes. Sorry, I'm misreading my maps that are listed. So you'll be seeing it a couple series later as well as we get ready to go into game number 1 of this BO3. Top left-hand side, we're going to kick things off with our blue Terran player. This is going to be Bunny taking on the red Zerg. In the bottom right-hand side, Rainor. It's not been a good day for Bunny. He's 0-3 right now. That's not where you want to be. No one wants to be there. So Bunny is not in a great place. Rainor is obviously, you know, first match of the day for him that we're seeing on stream. So we do not know how his day has gone. We'll get to see how his day starts here. Obviously expected to be a bit of a favorite right now. We'll see what that looks like. Especially as Bunny just lost out a Lambo. It's been a matchup like TVZ, which is very mechanical. I would dare to say that I would kind of pick Rainor as a favorite here right now. Rainor's playing, yes he is. We should have a bunch of Rainor games back to back. Like I say, if the timing of this series works out with the other series ongoing, there is a chance that we get the Lambo Classic series live instead of from replay. If we can pull that one off, then we will probably do that, even if I kind of want to do it live. I like doing the series live if possible, right? So if we can sneak a 6-1 in and they don't have to wait too long, I think that's probably what we go for. Unless these guys get locked into like an ultra late game TVZ, we'll probably have that one next. But otherwise, it's going to be a bunch of Rainor games still to come. There's a little coming through. The bracket's going to be posted on stream today. We should be drawing the brackets live on stream. As long as no one comes in and has silly scheduling requests that require me to maybe fix the bracket a little bit more than I'd like to admit, then we should just be drawing them live on stream. So far, I've only had one person request one thing, which was pretty reasonable and should be manageable, so we should just be able to draw the rest of the bracket live later and then make the schedule from there. So, yeah. Sometimes, very rarely, certain players like, hey, I can't play here, and the other guy's like, hey, look, I really can't play this, and it's like, if those two guys play each other, the entire bracket's going to be delayed, so we make sure they go on different sides of the bracket, but I don't think anything like that is happening unless there's some super crazy requests that come in the next couple of hours, so yeah, we should be fine to draw that live on stream later, and we'll have a look at what's going to be coming up over Saturday and Sunday. Reaper here, putting some pressure on. Damage being done, Hatchery taking some shots, Command Center building, Orbital building, and gets settled in as the factory is about to finish. The reactor builds up onto the barracks. And yeah, factory swaps over to the reactor, barracks moves to the side, starport begins. See the couple of queens going to be there hitting the Reaper for a couple of moments. Reaper going to get around the back and just continue to ping away at the hatchery. So a few shots coming through. One Crypt team are going down, or taking some shots at least, taking some damage already. Isn't Harston playing the tournament today? No, Harston was in one of the earlier groups, unfortunately did not make it through. So Harston is not going to be here on stream for a couple days at least. Maybe he'll be here on the Monday Cup though. It's a super weird third location. It's an interesting one. I think forward positions like this usually you don't love as a Zerg. But you got to think of it like this. I mean, how does the Terran abuse this base? Usually forward bases are bad because Terrans can push straight into it. That's not really true. In fact, to kind of push this base, you have to come down here, then up, which maybe gives you some opportunity to mine out these minerals and open that space for a wraparound. Or you come down here, then up, which would have been the third base anyway. The other argument to be made then is this area scary? And I don't think it is. Like, if you put tanks here, they're not tucked into a corner, right? There's a lot of open space behind. Rainor just takes the fight here, and you get cleaned out, I think. So I think the idea is that he just feels like this is actually a safe enough location that is not truly exposed for pointing outwards into the map, because the access to this base is still quite deep into his territory. So it feels kind of strange, and maybe it's not going to be the most normal. Maybe it's not the best as well. It doesn't have to be. But I can kind of understand why he does put it there. Like I don't look at it and think, oh yeah, that just makes no sense at all. I can kind of understand the justification that he might think it's kind of safe, and then you get pushed forward on the map, you get the creep out. Whenever you take a fourth, and this is the big thing, if you establish this third base now and you hold on to that third, wherever you take a fourth base is going to be quite far back. And it's going to be very tough for the Terran to get one big push on top of your 4th. Because it's going to be far back, and it's going to be, you know, behind a lot of layers of creep spread. I think he's going to take the bottom right-hand side. And so then the question becomes, where do you set up for those big Terran pushes that typically look to get on top of, deny 4 bases, and all of that kind of stuff, right? I think that is genuinely kind of the problem. That 4th base goes down there, like, yeah, there's loads of creep in front of it. So yeah, I think it becomes very difficult already for Bunny to try and get stuff going in that direction. One upgrades, combat shield come through. We got the infestation pit coming up as well. Let's have the Hellions coming back down. The Reaper is going to come over. Obviously, going to be maybe able to get a creep team or two or so here. Finds a drone that would have looked to be the double expand, a secondary 4th base, or the 5th hatchery if neither of them end up getting denied. Where's the Zergami? He ain't got much, man. He made 6 roaches in this game, and that's about it. But, I mean, to be fair, like, Bunny hasn't really shown any reason for Rainor to have to make units before now. Obviously, he can add a few more roaches on here to kind of buy some time. He is getting roach speed, so he will kind of play with a few roaches in this game. Getting link speed, carapace as well. Getting a lot of this ready. Is he actually ready for this attack is a good question. Those rocks are not expired yet, so we've got about a minute before those rocks naturally dissipate. And the moment those rocks dissipate, then it's going to be a more easy position to attack into. For now, maybe this is a bit of a tougher base to hold on to, so there we go. I'm trying to defend it. I'm giving my reasons why I think it's okay. But he is still going to end up in some trouble on it. So for now, here's what's interesting is, because this happens at a time where the 4th base is up, he transfers the works to the 4th. He is oversaturated, so he is losing some mining, but this base is not dying quickly. So how upset are we about this as Rainor? I still feel like not overly upset. We actually get the Banshee, remove some of the high ground vision there. Medevac will unload on the high ground too. And if in the end, Bunny spends time knocking this hatch down and Rainor ends up with a base on the left and a base on the right still, I'm still not sure if I'm overly upset as Rainor. I guess then that begs the question, well, would this not have just been better to have just expanded right and left to begin with? And yeah, maybe it would have been. The problem is you can't go right early because you need the time to mine out the minerals. So you could go left, but I think the left base is the more exposed base and the more easily gotten to base as well. So perhaps it's, you know, some reasoning behind that. Or maybe this was just a bad choice. That's also a possibility too. I'm trying to play all the defensive reasons, but it doesn't have to be a smart reason. It could have just been a bad choice on a map he's not familiar with. It looked good at the time. Looking at it now, maybe he regrets it. That said, Reynor's also been playing the tech game, right? He's already on Hive, so he's already got Vipers on the way. Bandit speed is coming up as well. We already had Roach speed built too, so Reynor's getting into a very good feisty army very soon. And like I say, especially because he's got Hive tech up and available, that's going to make his army so much better than you'd expect. Just having some spellcasters already by 9 minutes in this game is going to be fantastic. Love. Ling's just going to find themselves that one Marine. Just threaten the idea of a counterattack or grabbing reinforcements. Might want to use these Lings just to come around the backside of this army and let these Banes have a real chance to get through and connect. Reynor's thinking about it. Doesn't go just now. Looks like he's going to let this bottom left base go down as well, so we'll just let that fall and doesn't fight it. So lets a base be taken. There's no 4th in the way here from Bunny, right? This is just 7 racks moving to 8 racks, so he's just essentially 8 racksing. And Rainor just says, you know what? You're taking out a 5th base. You know, 5th bases are not what Rainor is worried about right now. Like, as long as he sits 4 bases mining at the moment, I think he's going to be pretty okay with this for now. So, as long as he's pretty okay with that, I feel like he's feeling good. I feel like he likes it. I feel like he shouldn't be too upset about the way that things are potentially heading. Mayo gets toward the creep team is there. A little bit of the creep. Taking a couple of shots. Nothing too crazy. Just going to be seeing these tanks sieging again. Again, these bases are just taking Bunny's attention, but Reynor's just not even mining from them. Like I say, far right base comes up, so that's your 4 base now, set up once more for the moment. So we get that established. Just see the medevac here. We'll load up a few Marines. We pull back over to the left-hand side as we have the Zerglings are going to run across as well. Big counterattack from Rainor up to the top. Io will be there. Turn those Lings back around once more. Tanks coming through. A couple creep tumors going to be picked off. The Ling Bane will take a chance to knock through a set of these rocks as well, so a couple of rocks already going down. Some good shots through here. The Lings are going to run through. Tanks are going to load into the medevacs. Retreat away. The rest of the Ling Bane now coming forward. Good blinding cloud going onto those tanks that are sieging. That means a lot of those Banes are coming through successfully despite the lack of creep spread. Does the lack of creep spread end up costing us in the end? Maybe. There's a lot of Marines left over. The Roach Ravager are going to try and fight this still. The scary part is you're going to get pushed back off of this in the end here as Bunny, so you do start going the wrong direction eventually. Roach Bane still coming through. Ultra Cavern will start. +2 melee, +3 carapace coming online. The 3-3 upgrades come up from Bunny as well. He's going to be taking a lead in the supply in this game. Bunny, who's not won a series all day, is now leading this game 1 against Rainor. A little bit of an upset at the end of the day for Bunny. A little bit of a saving grace. Could maybe be something that nets him a 4th place finish and some prize money if he won this series, even if he can't make playoffs from here, which I think is kind of likely that he can't make playoffs from here. Even if you can't make playoffs, you know, fighting for that little bit of extra prize money for 4th place is absolutely a valid choice. That's why we have the prize money difference of 4th and 5th. Every series should matter to some extent. Rainor tries to attack in, gets the tank, but he's struggling supply-wise. Can he get enough up? Ultra Cavern on the way through, but I'm not sure he's going to be rich enough to make Ultras. He's only got 200 gas banked. Vipers don't even know what to spellcast. I mean, what do you do? Blinding Cloud on the bio, I guess, and just hope it dubs forward through the Blinding Cloud into you? It ain't pretty at the end of the day as the Zerglings still coming through. The Roach Ravage going to be there. A couple of vials onto the bio. Hatchery will take a few more shots. 3-3 upgrades coming about. Just going to be seeing this hatch from the Queens continue to go down as well. More damage being done. The bio going to be there. The Lean Bane's still coming through. Blinding Clouds drop down again. The Banes are going to keep on rampaging to the front. Those Marines getting chased back, and Bunny is going to find himself losing a bit of supply. He's going to pull back. He has a 4th base up. He's done a good job of obviously limiting Raynor's bases, but Rainor is surviving as a 5-base Zerg and is now arriving to Ultras, which is a big tech advantage in a game where Bunny has been all about the aggression and not so much about taking, you know, a route into Ghost and into kind of later game tech himself. He doesn't have a Ghost Academy yet. He would have to build that first and then go from there. I mean, the first couple of, you don't need Ghosts right away. It's definitely something we need to start thinking about in terms of like where we're going to, what our overall plan is, and just kind of, like I say, kind of our goals in general in this matchup. As a bit of bio steps through, the Queen is going to go down. Ling, Roach, Ravager, Bane getting to the front there as well. Couple of lanes step by, a couple of the depots taking shots. Just going to be seeing the bio still jumping into the right side for a couple of moments. Going to go straight after that hatchery. Here come the rest of the Lings, the Banes, the Ultras, all stepping through the front at the moment. Nice blinding clouds coming down. The tank's going to get caught. The Baneland's going to get caught as well. That's a good fight from Rainor. He's turning this around at the moment. It's going to be game 1 going in Rainor's favor. He is going to get a 1-0 lead after such a good start for Bunny. He couldn't follow through. He couldn't find some of the fights he needed. And that is going to be GG. Damn. Damn. Alright, we'll go into game number 2 here, which is going to be Old Republic, as 10,000 feet shows us a lot of the, actually cool game to show us a lot of the rotations of the map, and a lot of how you can move a little bit over here, move a little bit over there, and so on and so forth. Post into this game 2, guys, nice and speedily. Everyone a chance to jump on this lobby, guys. We'll get game 2 coming up in a moment. I think we got everyone. I think 8 casters is the number we're playing with today. Looks good. 8's been a good number the last few days, but I hate to assume one day to the next and then start with that, people. Just doing some double checks. We're already up. Rainor is up a game in this BO3. Ready, says Rainor. Rainor just able to survive up to the tech really made the difference in the end as well. Some Ultras arriving just makes those fights so much better for you. Bunny ready. And let's jump into what could be Bunny's last game of the day, unless he gets a map win here. En route to go 0-4, which is just so brutal. We know Bunny's freaking good. Today has just not been his day so far. This is a tough group, I would say. It's actually one of the tougher groups. We've got a Mana who's been playing very well lately. You've got Rainor, who's Rainor, Classic, who's Classic. Lambo, who is always a beast and actually looked very good in that ZVT earlier as well. So I think hard to really kind of pick apart from them all. As we get game 2 on the way on Old Republic here in just a second. Get this started up, and we will go into the second round. In the bottom left-hand corner, we are going to have the blue Terran player here. This is Bunny. And he takes on the red Zerg with the 1-0 lead. In the top right, Rainor from Basilisk, of course. Game 2. And Rainor. Let's take us into that 1-0 lead. Coming across the map, Hatchgas and Pool coming over. Old Republic, this map's been just silently, I think, very good in this map pool so far. Again, I always like the maps that are, like, silently good. It's unfortunate because they don't get a lot of the public vote for being silently good, but I always feel like silently good maps are just, like, maps that fit in, you know? SCV coming towards the upper right-hand side. I'm just going to be having the scout across the map, having a look to see what's going on. And, yeah, Reaper on the way, Command Center on the way. Get settled in for just a couple of moments. We'll start it down. It's obviously first drone taking a little bit of damage here, so a few shots coming off. As the drones, the link speed coming up for the moment. The Queen going to be there to push the Reaper back the other direction. That's coming up. Factory about to finish. And we just got ourselves that Evo Chamber building as well. Link speed will be about halfway done. Again, a couple of dronies on the way up. And that factory going to get the reactor moving. Starport on the way. Gas building. And that Reaper taking a couple of extra shots there as well. The Lings will do some nibbles. Obviously just clean up those rocks to avoid some misclicks later. It's going to be the Carapace upgrade. Got that Carapace coming online. Carapace starts. Again, the Queen and a couple of drones coming through. Just seeing the Hellions and the Viking on the side of Bunny. And he drops the tech lab on the barracks. I get the feeling we're about to see the I get the feeling we're about to see a cheeky little bit of Marauder Hellbat once again. Oh, no. Well, he started Stim. He builds a Marine. Now a Liberator. I have to watch out and be very careful. That Marauder, the 3cc Marauder timing is deadly. I promise you, okay? I promise you. Dumb question. What's the point of the rocks down from the natural? Oh, these ones here? It's to stop someone building a wall off to wall you into your base. So if you imagine early game, a Terran rushes you and goes depot, 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 bunker, depot, it stops this area from being walled, and then you can't run down the ramp and out your base. So, yeah, it just means that you can't basically wall someone into their base. And you might think, well, would anyone ever do that? Yes, because the one time they forgot to add these rocks on a GSL version of the map, it was instantly abused, and Marine King won a game off of DRG, and it was draws at DRG or Nesty, whichever it was. It was disgusting. People complained, people were mad, Terran abusers. But yeah, it was a legitimate build because the one spawn was missing the rocks, and that was the spawn the Zerg spawned in, and they got abused immediately. 3 pylons as well, yeah. Solar and Big Boy. Well, Solar and Big Boy actually had the rocks. No, it was just that ramp was actually messed up. Yeah. I believe they actually had the rocks. It was just because that was a 1 pylon wall, which was even more ridiculous. So yeah, that was actually a problem with the ramp. That one was, I actually think that one was a bit worse because that one was more of a bug than it was like, you know, if the rocks weren't there, it's obviously a mistake. But then it's like you're playing the layout of the map. The single pylon should never have been able to wall around. That's kind of silly. Either way, still players finding it, abusing it, and taking advantage. Why the hell not? The solar pylon one was very bad to wall. Yeah, yeah. Like, the thing is like, to me, the difference is like in the ZVT one, is like the Zerg had access to that map version and could see the rocks were not there and could have maybe thought about it, right? Whereas if you load into a game and you see the rocks on the low ground, your presumption is you cannot be walled into your base by a pylon, you know? You know, there's no reason for you to check if someone can 1 pylon wall you in because the map should not be designed like that, right? So yeah, it was a little bit silly, a little bit sad. Like, it's a very fine distinction, but I do think there's a distinction there. Anyways, enough of that. We got Terrans pushing across the map. As we're going to see Marine Tank Hellback coming through. Is it true that Parting's back? Yeah. I messaged him to see if he wanted to play in this tournament. He said no, he's not good enough just yet. He said, but if I invite him next time, he'll play. And I said, fine, you tell me when you're ready to dominate, and I will invite you to anything you want to play in. So, yeah, Parting's just practicing up, man. He's getting ready to dominate again. He's back from all those other RTS games. The Marines step through. A couple Queens are going to be there. We fight against those Marines who push that away. There's a little position in the center. Ooh, nice run by. Going to catch the reinforcements. Great from Rainor. Bunch of Marines and a siege tank going down. So that's what you like to see. What I don't love to see is those Lings continuing through. That's always one of those those follow-up moments where it's like, oh, you did so well, and now we're just going to lose a bunch after the fact for kind of no reason at all. It was so good until it wasn't. That definitely feels a little bit like what that was there. As we now have the barracks all finishing. So we're just 8 racks. Is the Bunny going to try and send it here on Old Republic? It feels like a big map for 8 racks on, but there is kind of this, you know, if you do just fight through the center, surrounds are somewhat difficult to come by. +2 melee, Burrow coming online. Just going to see that infestation pit building as well. We had some extra Zerglings on. Marines, 2-2 upgrade, siege tank all building on the side of Bunny. As, again, we very much don't know what Bunny's about. The question is, can Bunny get reinforcements across the map without being caught again? He has to pull back because that's a lot of Lings that Raynor shows. That SCV is actually a saving grace because if you lose another round of reinforcements before they get across the map, I'm not sure if there's much opportunity. Raynor trying to get to an infestation pit, which is hopeful. If you get there, then brilliant. Tank does get siege. The Marines pulling back, trying to take this trade. Yeah, the Marines get shut down, but they got quite a lot of the Zerglings at least, so that's Lings that are obviously not back at home playing defense. Queen's just going to get through. A couple of SCVs going down again. 8 workers falling. Just going to be seeing the Ling Bang going to continue through. I love the Burrow. Just force a scan, force some units to stick around there a bit longer. Why the hell not? But the big push is still happening, and Bunny is putting the pressure into the other side of the map. Damage being done. 8 SCVs lost for Bunny. But he's going to get rid of this forward hatchery. My problem is that we saw this in the last game already. You need to keep on going. You know, you need to kind of, you know, take this advantage and run with it here. I'll bat up the ramp. The Marine's going to be there. T2 upgrades still coming online. Extra Marines and the vehicle weapons coming up. The medevacs have to take a little bit of a dodge backward. Banes are looking to reach that mineral line. A couple of SCVs very nearly going down. A couple of Banes are going to connect through as well. Oh, these guys just keep pushing down. The Baneling's getting crashed into. The Queen coming across. Not going to be seeing Bunny is making good progress, but again, we're not done yet. Got to keep pushing forward, keep getting those tanks sieged. That's a lot of Banelings that Rainor still has access to. Good splits from Bunny, kind of as good as they're going to get. And is that not enough? Apparently not. I felt like Bunny was on the verge of still doing okay, but he just doesn't have a lot of supply right here. Like, his supply was like only down by 16, but I guess we're also... honestly, we just have a lot of Marines that aren't around, but also there's not enough splash damage to help against the swarminess of the Banes, and that takes away a lot of what we typically need to see. GG's, and that is going to be game number 2. Going the way of Rainor, and he is going to knock some ZVZ with Rainor and Lambo. So we'll be back in a couple moments. I'll see you guys in just a few. I'll be right back. Alrighty guys, sorry, just had to pop downstairs quickly. See a little family member pop in for a moment, and it just happened to be just as our game was done, so it worked out. So that was nice. But I just need a moment or two to get this next game ready. So give me a second. And we'll get going. So yeah, thank you for a little teeny bit of patience, guys. Appreciate you. Just need to take a second to get this hosted. So I mentioned Classic Lambo. In the end, it didn't work out, especially because Rainor took that break. It took us a little while to get going, so the difference in games wasn't so much. So we're not going to go Classic Lambo as I was mentioning. Instead, we're just going to start going through the replays. We're going to start off with the Rainor matchup here with Lambo. So we're going to do the ZVZ. I will show you guys what this bracket looks like in just a second. Just give me a moment to double check things. And we'll get back on track. I'm not distracted anymore. I just want to start getting people invited so we don't have to wait for them. So just going to start throwing some invites out and getting into this. Alright. Yeah, let's have a look at where the bracket is at, or where the group is at after the going on so far. I mean, it's fairly straightforward. Everyone beat Bunny. Unfortunately for Bunny, it was not his day. So here he sits at 0 and 4, and so 3 playoff spots remain for Classic, Rainor, Lambo, and Mana to share. So these guys get to fight over 3 playoff spots. We're going to do... So the order is Rainor, Lambo, Rainor Classic, Rainor Mana, Lambo Classic. I kind of like this order. I think we're going to do Lambo, Rainor, Rainor Classic, Rainor Mana, see where Rainor is at, and then, I mean, Lambo Classic and Lambo Classic, Lambo Mana could be a good scrap for the final spots in the group, so I think this order just works fine, so we're probably going to just stay in this order, guys, in case you're wondering which match is coming up when. That was the original plan as well. That's, like I say, I think the plan we're going to stick to. Just double check. We've got everyone. I think we're good. And I think that means we can get into this CVZ. So again, thank you for a little bit of patience. I even threw the break screen up. I do appreciate it. And, yeah. What family member was that? It was Helen's mom. She came to pick up a soup maker or something. And Helen's out. So I just, I heard her come in, so I just thought I'd say hi quickly. And, make sure Ellie didn't knock her over or anything, you know. Alright, it looks like we're good. Let's go into the ZVZ. It's Lambo, it's Rainor. I'm actually super excited to see some more Rainor games. You know what, this was such a Rainor ZVT as well. I got a little distracted, didn't really maybe mention at the time, but it was such a Rainor ZVT. Playing the 8 racks, looks like he's in trouble. Stays calm, waits for the good fights, does everything he can with his other units, and eventually just finds a way to take the fight that helps him win. So many Zergs can't do this because it's such a struggle to stay alive and to keep on making the right decisions while under duress. You lose patience, you think you're losing too much, so you just have to pull the trigger already. Rainor and Cyril are so good at that scenario where it's just like, no, I'm going to wait, I'm going to be calm, I'm not worried, I'm okay for now, I feel alright about this. And bam, all of a sudden they do find the moment where the game can flip and the 8 racks get shut down, and you're absolutely fine despite how badly it was looking for you moments before. Bottom left-hand corner, it is going to be our blue Zerg. It's going to be Lambo. And we go into Andromeda here for a little bit of the ZVZ. This is our first ZVZ of the tournament, if I'm not mistaken. We only had one group here with multiple Zergs in it. Is that true? It is, right? Yeah, only one group with multiple Zergs. So this is our first ZVZ of the tournament. A few maps get the pleasure of a ZVZ being played on them, and Andromeda will be one of them. So Lambo in the bottom left and Rainor in the upper right. Let's see what our ZVZ has for us here, as we do have ourselves the spawning pool coming up. Hatchery on the way on the natural. We get all of that started. And yeah, just a couple of overlords moving around in the very first few moments of this game. Nothing too wild in that regard. It's Lambo who's on that gas pool opening. That's obviously going to make this look interesting. And he is sticking to more workers on gas, so he's going to get up to the baneling nest as well. So this is a very committed opening from Lambo. Really needs to get some good value out of this, otherwise he's in trouble. I mean, this is a commitment and a half. So, yeah, going to be moving straight toward that right now as the baneling nest will begin. From Lambo, the few Zerglings move out to the front. And not just out to the front, but out and beginning to go across the map. So they head to the top right. The hatchery comes down from Rainor over on the natural expansion. His first sight of this, you know, is going to be this overlord. What he doesn't know is this is actually taken forever for this Overlord to get to this natural, so he does not see the lack of an expansion yet. So he doesn't know the commitment of this, which might affect how he plays the defense here. Obviously, new maps as well. It's hard to know the exact timings of when lings arrive, off of certain pools and so on. Drones pull down the low ground, so we are just going to play this defensively at first. Good choice. Puts the Spine Crawler down, so he is feeling the amount of pressure that Lambo is bringing. The Spine Crawler is absolutely the correct choice on this, because that is going to be great against the continuation of this Ling Bane commitment. First Bane's morph into the low ground. Drones are still chasing for the defense here as Lambo looks for the opportunity. First drone. Oh, ho, ho! Sorry, first Baneling did go down. Man, that Baneling was moments away from being done. If that finished up and then died, and then they both died behind this, obviously has the Ling speed to maintain some map control, but without the Spine Crawler being taken out, this is a position in this game now where I think we do get to a stopping point. I don't think it's really possible for Lambo to do too much extra. And so you just got to sit here, get your hatch up, and you're still behind on drones. Rainor droning as well. But the advantages you do have, right, are, well, I love this Baneling, maybe put a bit more pressure on. You already have the Baneling that's built, right? You already have, you know, a few lings on the map. This is actually nice. Gets into the main base and, you know, forces the drones away. Some lost mining time for a couple of moments. Gets one drone as well. Yeah, I mean, you just play with the advantages that you have, which are, you know, you've already built the ling speed too, so that's some of your resources already spent as well. These are things that Rainor does not have, so while you may be not winning the economy game, there are at least some more investments already made that should help bring this back over in your favor a little bit. Oh, love that. The Baneling gets there. How many of the drones can we get on the follow-up? We get 4, 5 more. What a beautiful play from Lambo. So that Baneling comes in, actually gets a bunch more drones, and that's huge because now it does even up the worker count so much. I mean, it's still a 5 worker difference, but imagine that this was 22 to 17 without 5 workers down. Then it's 27 to 17. Oh, good math there. Yeah, and then it's almost a 10 worker difference. That maybe does not feel, you know, surmountable. Now I think it is surmountable, and as Lambo gets a few more drones coming up, the numbers will actually begin to even out. I actually think we're going to have a little bit of a ZVZ game on our... Take a couple moments and try and get this going. YouTube's lagging badly. Let me know if that continues, guys. I can try turn it off and on if it continues. It did pause for me, but I gave it a refresh and it's looking okay right now. So it doesn't say I'm dropping frames. One sec. It looks okay on my side. Let me know if it's continuing and I'll try and do something about it, YouTube. But if it's just fixed itself naturally, then I'm not going to fiddle with things. Ling speed coming up, though, from Rainor, so he's going to play catch up there. A couple of lings still moving around on the map, trying to see what they can do. Ling's just coming back over the other way. The couple other lings going to be right there. Can stand up and try and fight for a little bit. Well, Zerglin's going to head down to the bottom left, where they're going to go and try and jump onto the hatchery. The Baneling over to the side, trying to decide what it wants to do as well. A little bit of pressure here then. Obviously, Ling Bane versus Ling Bane, always going to bring out some interesting little fights, potentially. See another Baneling just going to get knocked down right away there. The other Bane's coming through. Going to get set. The Queens are going to get a bit more chasing done, and the defense made for Lambo. Lambo up a couple of workers here on his way to a Carapace upgrade, which is a nice advantage for him to hold, if he can truly kind of, you know, continue with that and keep it going. It's going to be seeing a couple of lings of the Bane still gathering up. The Queens will be there. The Overlords will take some shots. And we'll just see the lings continue to go back over. Trying to see if there's a little bit more for them to find here. See the Queen still going. We actually see the lings going to get rid of a Queen, and now the other Queen maybe chasing a bit too far forward for an Overlord that doesn't die. Losing 2 Queens would have sucked. We only lose 1 in the end. Mr. Roaches coming into production. The Queen on the way. Roaches and the Carapace upgrade coming through too. And the Ling Bane back down at the bottom. There's another Queen that gets jumped onto already. Just going to have that Queen picked off straight away. The couple of Banes will morph in. Oh, we're going to get 1 catch on a Roach straight away. The rest of the Lings coming by. Just going to step over. The Roaches are going to be there. Do have ourselves the equal worker count. Has disappeared and is now in Reynor's favor. Scary when both sides are building roaches. Rainor has the extra workers, and I don't know if Lambo has enough roach advantage to really come across the map and hit, you know, Rainor hard enough in the face again to submit. That's pretty much what we're going to try and do. He will have the Carapace upgrade advantage, and maybe that's something we can lean on, especially with some lings still on the map as well. Queen is going to hit. The Overlord will take a few more shots as well. In the bottom right-hand side, the few Zerglings will gather together. Queen looking for just another couple of nibbles at the Ovi there. So a couple more shots, a little bit more damage being done. And yeah, obviously Lambo is committing just straight across to the other side here. So again, that Ling Roach starts to move straight in. Looking to get into position. The Roach just started to fight back from Rainor, so he'll take this fight. I don't know if that's really a good fight for Rainor. It doesn't look amazing. Right off the bat, at least. The first battle's coming down. The Roach is still getting struck. A little bit more damage being done. The Roach Rouge will throw some more battles down as well. The Roaches really do take a lot of shots already, so a lot of damage being dealt in that regard. Lambo's still doing okay. I like that carapace, but I'm wondering if he's got enough to deal with the reinforcements that continue to stream out during this. I think that's the big problem, is that I'm not sure if we have enough to truly overwhelm reinforcements, especially as we've got to take some time against these spine crawlers as well. The Ravager battles have to go onto those. Right now, all the spine crawlers still alive. They're all still swinging and poking away at this army, and it's just not going to go far enough. Lambo is going to be held off, and now Reynor's about to have a +1 missile upgrade advantage as well. So +1 missiles is a little bit more effective than +1 carapace overall, I would say. So that is obviously a big deal too. As the Ling Roach Ravager still coming up. And we just have the Ravagers stepping through into the Extractor. A couple more battles going down, a couple more shots there. See the Ling still breaking forward. The Roach Ravager dealing some more damage. The Roach is still dropping. The Bane's still dropping. Lambo goes over to the left. It's only Ravagers for Lambo, which is not ideal because they're such flimsy units in the grand scheme of things. They don't have the tankiness of the Roaches. The Lings try and protect them, but the Banes get rid of a bunch, and now Rainor is jumping on the Ravagers. The attempted break on this third base did not happen. Such an interesting third base, right? Like, just looking at it here with the attack going on, it's like there's this just area that leads outwards, and so you don't have... And then there's the ramp here. It's so interesting. Like, it feels like there's not really much of a choke into that third, is there? Yeah, it's interesting. There is a choke. It's just so far forward from the base, like close to the base. Like this is the choke. It's not really very choky at all. Just kind of noticing it on during the ZVZ fight is all. GG's, and we round that up. All right, guys. We will take a couple of moments, and we'll head into our game number 2 of this ZVZ. We're going to be going to Old Republic for a second map. What's my mouse doing? Fixed. Alright, we're going to go to Old Republic. Let me get that set up and get that right underway for you guys. I see Old Republic a lot today, I think, actually. One of these maps that's going to be well represented today in the matches still to come, which it was one of the lesser represented maps before now, so that's a factor. Man, I love this format. I just love that we're back to like these 10 best-of-3 groups. Like we're at the end of the groups, and some of these maps again played like 7-8 times. The other maps a little bit low. Like I said, Talisman has been a nightmare, but only so much we can do there. Alright, I forgot I need to invite people in, so let me start doing that. That's smart, isn't it? Yeah, like I said, keep me up to date on the YouTube, guys, but I actually think it's on YouTube side. Like, I'm not... my YouTube view is not dropping anything, and it's kind of working when I refreshed it, so I feel like it might be on YouTube side doing something weird. I don't think me stopping and starting the stream is going to fix it, because, like, what I can see on my side is not going to... is just the normal stuff. And the way that it's acting is kind of making me feel like it's just YouTube being wonky at in certain moments. I just don't think it's on my side. I know it's affecting my stream, but I don't think it's coming out from my end in a weird way or anything. So, yeah, sorry on that one. Let's kick off into Game number 2 as we get into Old Republic. Our second game here of this BO3 Lambo down a map. So obviously, you know, we've seen pretty much just everyone taking out Bunny. Mana lost to Classic, and Classic beat Mana was the result so far. So each game that we see right now is, you know, really a good step towards playoffs, realistically, you know. 2-2 is the general place to get into playoffs from, unless you end up in a tiebreaker, which can happen. 2-2 tiebreakers do happen. Happened over in Group A. But 2 wins is such a solid place to be, so whoever wins this is already in a great starting position for this group, with the rest of their matches still pretty much still coming up, so we'll get that going. YouTube is okay now, big thanks, awesome. Yeah, I didn't see the YouTube chat when it first happened either, because I was tabbed out into my veto tracker for some vetoes and figuring out the map order of another series, so unfortunately I didn't see it straight away, so I don't think me doing anything would have changed anything anyway, to be honest. How much money do I want for the carrier poster? Nothing. I can't just go selling pieces of the WardiTV office. If I start doing that, we'd have nothing left in here, you know? Hopefully not famous last words, it's doing okay now. Yeah, I probably missed all of the drama on the YouTube, and now it's just working fine. I'm like, you guys are on about nothing. I'm making YouTube into the chat that cried wolf, only he actually was a wolf, it just walked away by the time I listened to you. Alright, game number 2 of this ZVC. But I thought Lambo had a good chance, and I think it was shown in the attack that there was a good chance for him to kind of get to the other side. There was a good chance he potentially broke through and had a good time. It just wasn't enough at the end of the day, right? It just wasn't enough at the end of the day, and sometimes that's how it is. I don't think the choice was wrong. I think he was right to commit. He had the upgrade advantage when he first attacked as well. I think the only thing I could really comment on, like, in the moment that I felt Lambo could have perhaps done a bit better, it did feel like he biled some spine crawlers, and he did not really succeed in killing a bunch of those spine crawlers. Like, it felt like all the spines had a bit of damage on the meat, and maybe if we just get the damage to kill off one, I'm not saying that's 100% going to shift the fight completely in your favor, right? But it definitely helps. You know, spread damage doesn't do anything. It just felt like we dropped so many biles towards spines as well, and none of them died. It just felt like they were such a problem that maybe could have been dealt with a little bit better, but like I say, I'm not sure it would have made enough of a difference to make a difference either. I'm just nitpicking for the sake of having something to say on the topic, as our link speed will be on the way from both sides. Some question of these replays. This is yes. Yeah, whereas we get to obviously cast 5 more best of 3 still, so we get like 6 hours of content while only taking up 3 hours of the player's day. So it's just something we do to make the tournament a bit more streamlined for everyone involved. You know, greedy tournament creator wants to cast as many games as possible, but we do it in a way that the players don't have to mess around too much. YouTube's doing it again. Yeah. It's very blurry on my screen, but it's still there. I think YouTube's just having a bad time today. It doesn't look weird on my side still. Alright, I'm going to cast the game and just hope YouTube fixes itself. Lingbane going to take a chance to jump on forward here, and we are going to get in toward that mineral line, as it is Lambo to come in with a bit of the aggression. Getting the queens would be amazing. Going to get 1, going to get 2. Don't think we have the numbers to get 3, but we still have more banelings, and Rainor does not have any banelings just yet. Stepping forward, another queen going to get grabbed. A couple of banes still coming through there. Ling's going to run in. A couple of Lings going to get grabbed. And we do see the couple of dronies still in trouble. I mean, this is just working out for Lambo. He's getting some serious damage done early here on the Old Republic. Getting up this ramp. A couple of Lings still going down. That baneling's going to just get cancelled as well, so we keep that from coming into play. And that's been the struggle for Rainor, not able to get the banelings up and into this fight. Down 6 workers, the few extra banes morphing in. I do see the Rotron building up, a couple of drones and Lings coming through. As we have another couple of Lings going down. Rotron still in production. Ling's there, gonna chase the rest of the Ling Bane away. We do connect in 2 for 3 Banelings. It's a nice trade for Raynor. He has to have 2 more Banelings ready again. The Lings have to back it off, but we're gonna use the Baneling there to zone, gets a few Zerglings out of it. The Lings run back through. A couple of shots, a couple of Lings going down. The Ling's going to get into that main base. When we start running back here from Lambo as well, it's just going to get straight back with the rest of those Lings. And get back home where he's in a comfortable place. More than a few more Banelings. They are back at home defensively, so he's just drawing already on a 9-worker lead, and Lambo in this game too. Down a map in the series, but looking good in the game. It's looking pretty right now as the Queen going to put some damage out. Overlord taking a few shots, getting pushed up that right-hand side. There are a couple of Banelings that are waddling around here. Like I say, Lambo really just striking, and Raynor just not ever really getting the Banes online to help him play the defense. And now, of course, Lambo just taking that opportunity and running with it. 4 more Overlords. Looks like we're ready to spam the Roaches. Now, it's going to get interesting because Raynor is also getting ready to spam Roaches, but he's only just catching up and taking over on drone count right now, so he's being kind of behind on that until this point. Then we see the +1 missile is coming through as well from Raynor, so we get that online. The Roach still building, the drone's coming up. A couple Zerglings will take their chance to step forward as well, but they're going to be met by Zerglings on that ramp, so that's going to be an easy shutdown and turnaround as well. And we just have another few units in the center going to get turned around, still playing the back and forth. It's just so many Roaches from Lambo. That +1 missiles would be great if it finishes. I'm not convinced it's going to get to finish in time at the end of the day. The couple of Banes still looking to crash on through. A couple Lings going after the Baneling. Roaches on both sides. Zerglings building up. 7 drones on the way from Raynor. The Queens are going to be there fighting as well. Go back and forth. Ling Roach gathering. +1 missiles on the way. It's still joining together as we just have... I mean, like I said, this is fight time. Extra Banelings morphing. Roachling Bane all in. 15-ish, 16-ish army supply lead. Reynor's not going to cancel the +1 missiles. He's close enough to it now that he says, I'd rather just risk getting it up and having that advantage than just canceling to get a few more Roaches out. I mean, what are the 4 Roaches going to do that he gets from canceling +1 missiles? I don't think it's enough to make it a hold. So I don't hate the idea of keeping it in a way, but I think it's just because it's a lost cause no matter what. At the end of the day, I don't think there's a really good outcome for this in Reynor's point of view. Game is called, and Lambo is finding himself tied up 1-1. The ZVZ going a bit back and forth. Huge opportunity for Lambo. Win this, get to 2-0. I mean, still a good opportunity for Raynor. Win this, get to 2-0. Either side you look at, it's obviously very nice if you can get to the 2-0. Hello, Lambo. Thank you for the raid as well. Welcome everyone from the Lambo stream. Hope you're doing well. We're casting Lambo's games now. If you were on Lambo's stream all day, you will have seen some of these games. Please do not spoil them. It is a very simple rule. If you spoil the games, we will just ban you. Just because I can't have people spoiling the games. So, appreciate that you guys have probably watched some of these games. If you've been watching Lambo, you're more than welcome to join us. Just keep the results in your mind. Appreciate it, and welcome, guys, as we get ready for what will be a game 3 here, Lambo versus Raynor. If you are just joining us wondering what else we've got going on, we're going to do Lambo versus Raynor, Classic versus Raynor after this as well. Mana versus Raynor, then we're actually going to wrap up with a couple of the other Lambo games, which is Mana Lambo and Lambo Classic. So we actually have a bunch of ZVP in a row after this ZVZ. I just love giving myself 4 PVZ best of 3s in a row, apparently. Who doesn't like casting ZVPs? Yeah, everyone loves a bit of ZVP. Alrighty. Lambo stopping the stream may be a clue. No, I don't think so. I mean, it means he finished his games. He could have won them, he could have lost them. It just means he's done playing today, no? I don't think that's a giveaway at all. If Lambo had hosted the stream and like it was like, you know, if he wins, there's like 4 more matches to play, then he ends the stream. Now that would be a clue. As we go. Celestial Enclave for game number 3 of this ZVZ series. Let's see which of these Zergies will get to 2-0. Did Wardy just spoil it? I don't think so. I don't see how. Did Lambo lose? No. Whether Lambo won or lost, if his goal was to stream the tournament, he's finished playing his tournament games for the day. So he's done streaming, no? Right? Like that does that to me logically that makes sense. As we have in the top right side, our blue Zerg player falling behind in that Ling Bane phase that last game. Looking to fix that and remedy it for a game 3. It is going to be Rainor. You guys are saying, like that's some suspicious thing. You know, like if I knew Lambo had essentially just spoiled it, I just wouldn't have shouted it out. You guys are detectiving like I'm playing the 0 IQ game over here. Like, whoa, thank you, Lambo, for spoiling the games. Let's make sure everyone hears that instead of just a few people that read it and chat. Like, that wouldn't make any sense. Sus. Oh my god. Can't win today. Bottom left side, Lambo is our red Zerg player as we get into game number 3. Deciding map here, Celestial Enclave. I actually kind of like this map. It's a bit funky. The worker area is kind of interesting, but I don't think it's overall kind of bad. Obviously, it's weird because you've got like a forward rich Vespine half base and stuff, but I actually think this could be like a good, somewhat quirky addition to the map pool where it's not like super crazy, never seen it before, but it's not so crazy out there it's never going to be played either. This is kind of the weirdness of it. This is an in-base expand, but it's only 5 patches, 1 gas, and it is accessible by workers, so you can scout, and this is actually kind of an interesting thing. One of the issues with in-base expands a lot of the time is how do you confirm if your opponent has an in-base expand or they don't? Because a lot of the time you just can't get that information because they wall at the front, and then you don't know if they're one base or expanding, right? But in this case, you can get that scout, so it removes one of the issues of the in-base expand. The other fact is if it's an in-base expand that also just has less resources, so it's negative kind of, you know, there's less reason to take it than usual. So I don't hate it. You know, I actually think it's interesting enough. I don't know how that necessarily means the game's play, but I actually think it's got a couple of interesting qualities to it that make it worth a conversation, you know? It's doing something different, right? It's doing something different. And I like maps that do things different, that don't just encourage the game to get kind of broken, you know? Yes, I actually think this map's kind of cool. I think it's been a little bit less played because people see something a little bit weird and different and they're like, they're a little bit scared of playing on it, so it gets vetoed a little bit in this tournament, but I actually think this one has a good chance of making the ladder, because I think this is a map that stands out without making itself a target, if that makes sense. I think it stands out in a smart way. I think this is the kind of map the guys putting the map pool together are going to look at and appreciate. This is what I think it comes down to. Unless it really is unplayable, which has not been what we've seen from the games on this that we've had. Right now for the ZVZ, they're ignoring the in-base because no one wants to take the half-base. I mean, limiting yourself on gas and minerals for no reason. ZVZ, you don't need the in-base expansion safety. What is going to be nice is being able to take that as like a half-base a bit later on. It's like, okay, cool, I'm on 3 base, now I can get that half-base up. You know, what could have been a macro hatch is actually going to mine for me. So in this game, on this map, it's not going to matter on this matchup, it's not going to matter too much. We'll see how it continues to go. Roach run from both players. What's a berry BP for the 3-year resub? Dropping the prime. Thank you so much for supporting. Thank you so much for the love. Appreciate it. Thank you so much. Evolution chamber going down. As we just have the lab building. Ling's drones on the way out. We do see the Zerglings working their way down to the bottom side here. From Rainor, just gonna have one Banelin wandering about as well to see what else is going on. Yeah, we just got the lab coming up from Lambo, a little bit ahead of the lab of Rainor. A couple of Banelings coming through. Both have a Roach run, but have not seen any reason to build Roaches. They don't want to attack into each other just yet. They don't want to instigate, so no Roaches on the way up, but you gotta have that Roach run in case suddenly 10 Roaches appear underneath your Overlord. You can't just be building a Roach run out of thin air to create that defense, right? So, that's the difference right now. When Classic Rainor? Well, it was going to be the next match because you're so excited about it, and I know you're going to stick around until Classic Rainor happens. I think we should maybe delay it by another series. What do we think? Keep building the hype up? Just a little bit further? You know what? I like the idea. Let's delay it for one series every time someone asks. You guys are like, well, you can only delay it 4 series, Wardy. I'll delay it until after the playoffs. Welcome to WardiTV Team Liquid Map Contest Tournament 27. The year is 2033, and we're fighting for the one map pool update of the decade today. But first, finally people forgot about that Rainor Classic series, and we're going to go back and watch it now. You might remember this map from the epic BlizzCon 2029 finals, because they forgot to update the map pool after this TLMC for another 4 years. And they randomly got us to BlizzCon one time for a show match. Celestial Enclave. Roach thing gonna gather up, and we get Roach Speed on the way. +1 missiles coming through. Nidus Network is on the way from Lambo to give us the spice of life here and the aggression to set us off with. So we get that up and rolling. The Nidus Network coming online. I'm going mad with power. Yes. Look, the only time I have any power in the world is when I tell Twitch chat I may not cast the series they want to see next. Look, this is all I've got. You gotta give it to me, okay? It's a sad life. Roach's Lings. Nidus will go up into the in-base. The Lings on top of it immediately. So good defense there by Reynor's. Lambo crashes through. It's never a good feeling when you're the all-in player and your opponent obviously has 15 more drones with the same army supply. Lambo is not far from just being dead because that Nidus is not doing anything. The +1 missiles is about to finish from Rainor. And Reynor's going to have Roach Speed as well. So this just turned into a bit of a disaster where he's not going to find what he needs. Even with those disadvantages, if the Nidus could start pulling Rainor around and start making him split up, that could be where Lambo could trade very well. But that's not being the case. The Nidus is now being used as just a straight up, I'm going to attack at the front mechanism. And he's going to try and put one back in the natural, but Rainor already sees it, so that's not going to work. And it's hard to see this fight going Lambo's way because he just needs to win convincingly, and there's just not enough Roaches for him to win convincingly at the end of the day. Nidus went up, and actually we do get some Roaches out, so Lambo does reinforce into the in-base, so maybe that could be where this game gets a little bit intriguing. He's going to have to run up here. He has to make more happen with those Roaches. He's going to take the rest of the Roaches maybe through. I mean, a few Roaches at the front still going to harass. I mean, Lambo is mostly in the main base, though, and Rainor knows it, so he's just going to pull back. There is not the movement around that we kind of need to see here realistically, right? There's not enough kind of... that's a beautiful move as well. Rainor gets in the way of the Niduses, so you can't get back in the Niduses. Lambo, okay. It's a great shutdown. It's a great defense. It's going to be a game number 3 going to Rainor. And Lambo is going to drop out of this one. It'll be Rainor to take the 2-0 advantage in this group. So Rainor is going to get to 2-0, while... yeah, Reynor's going to get to 2-0, while Lambo will be 1-1. We will tap back in with Lambo's games later on for himself versus Mana and himself versus Classic. 1-1's still a good place to be. That match versus Mana could be very important. We've got 2 players who are 2-0 in this group, guys. So how about we do Classic Rainor? It's up next on the schedule. Let's do it. We will go Classic Rainor up next. So we'll get that ready to go. Get that ZVP coming. And it's going to be 4 ZVPs in a row. So we're going to go Classic Rainor, Mana Rainor. So we're actually going to see what Rainor's final match score is and then figure out the final few games. We'll see where it's at. But yeah, a couple of Rainor matches still coming through. And as I have you guys here ready to watch Classic versus Rainor, I am going to throw us to an ad break and capitalize on all of your viewership and turn it into money. Beautiful. No more spoils, please. That's not even the match that would have been spoiled. He was playing other games when he finished the stream. Oh my god, it gets dumber and dumber. It gets dumber and dumber. I can't believe it. The chat has done it again. They've exceeded expectations. As I'm struggling to log into Korea. Oh, I made it. Actually got online. How lovely. Doesn't know what's happened. Beautiful. Alright. Couple moments, guys. We get going. What, he's on tilt? Can't tell if Wardy's reacting to rage bait for content anymore, if Chad had actually fried him. I don't think me reacting to rage bait content is ever content, is it? Like, I don't think I'm entertaining enough being rage baited to kind of turn that into, like, I don't think anyone sits here and is like, this is it. This is the clip I've been waiting for. I don't think that's a thing. I think Twitch should make it cheaper to advertise games. That'd be cool. Advertising is such a weird thing. It's so expensive. It's just so expensive. I'd be surprised what people enjoy. I'm sure there's some people here who absolutely loved watching me lose my mind earlier trying to talk to chat about Storm. Chat was having banana bread. Those were the good old days. Banana bread streams. Bring those back. Banana bread, rice cookers. Chat's had some great off-topic conversations over in their time. Is there anyone else I'm missing here? Yes, someone literally just logged in. Good job. I'm going to start the game as soon as they join, pretend we were waiting just for them. When in reality, I was about to start the game without them and I had no idea. Evil! I don't know why I find this funny. It's not that funny. Alright, we're going to go into Ruby Rock. So I think it's the only time we see this map today. Got a lot of love in the previous couple of days, so it's not one that we need to see a lot of games on to kind of get it up in terms of, you know, play rate. But yeah, let's jump into this and see what happens. As we have in the bottom right-hand corner, the blue Zerg player entering this best of 3. We are going to have Rainor, and he takes on in the top left-hand side the red Protoss. It's classic. He's 2-0 in the group. Rainor's 2-0 in the group. It's the battle of 2-0s. Someone will be 3-0 and looking primed to take first place in this group stage. Which of these two players will it be? Opening game of our BO3, and we'll see what Rainor wants to get us up to right now. Best match of the day. Yeah, hard to really disagree with that. I mean, it's classic Rainor, man. Who doesn't want to watch classic versus Rainor? Banger of a series. I'm always a little afraid Rainor just got... So Rainor is in Korea as well, by the way, guys. I don't know if we mentioned that yet, but Rainor's in Korea, so him versus the Koreans is Korean server. So this is a no lag or same latency kind of Rainor versus classic matchup, which is even better. We love that. Rainor, the reason he played in Group D is because he has to play as late as possible, so he had as much time as he could to prepare for the jet lag. So, yeah, no ping, or low ping at least. I mean, just the same ping as they play on GSL, to be fair. So basically just no ping games, and that makes this even better. I always get a little worried. I'm never really sure where Rainor's at, right? Like, you know, I know he's playing a couple tournaments lately. I don't know how much he's necessarily practicing. Like, he's obviously really good, but is he good enough to take on a classic who we just know is such a beast and is absolutely out here winning a bunch of tournaments back to back lately? That part I'm not convinced by. And that's what I guess I'm getting at, is that I always kind of need to see Rainor's games to know where he's at for a specific tournament, you know? So this series is really exciting to me, because I think this is the first one where, you know, we look at Rainor against someone like Classic, and it's a real kind of test of, like, okay, is he still in good enough form to take on Classic or not? And like I say, it's very hard to know that, because I've got no idea how much he's practiced lately. I've got no idea if he's been laddering. I've got no idea if he's been playing customs. you know, Rainor has this kind of practice schedule where he really ramps up for bigger events, and let's be real, there's not a bigger event coming up right now, so... Let's have our Adept coming over the map. Stargate is finishing. First of many Stargate openings we're going to see in the next 4 series, I imagine. Let's just take a couple of moments. Zerglings are going to work their way through this set of rocks here as well, so just nibbling through that for a moment or two. So far, so good. Nexus goes down over on the 3rd location. Just gonna put that place into place. What's my favorite new map of this tournament? I don't know yet. I actually really like this one. I like the colors. I think it's standard. I don't know if there's a map which I look at and I'm like, yep, this is it. This is the one I've been waiting to watch and witness and everything else. I kind of just, and I've been enjoying them all. Had some cool games on a lot of them. I kind of really like Mothership because it's like a 3-player map that's working. The only downside I'm having with Mothership is we're getting a lot of like longer games on it, and I wonder if that map layout is more just creating long games, and that's kind of like, it's cool that a 3-player map's working, but I never really love maps that force long games, and I'm just kind of aware that Mothership might be doing that a little bit as well. So it is cool though. It's one of the maps that definitely gets me excited. Yeah, well, I honestly, maybe Mothership. There's a few maps I like as just very standard choices, like Ruby Rock. Like, I think this is just a very solid map as well. I think this one's been really fun to watch. Yeah. Big macro games are the best games. I don't disagree. I think big macro games are the best games, but I also think maps that force big macro games because the map layout doesn't let you do much are not the best big macro games, right? Because the last thing you want is to have a map where you're essentially saying, oh, the only thing you're going to get here is this big long game, and nothing else is going to happen otherwise. Big macro games are good because the players match each other well enough that that's where they end up. I don't like it so much where it's like, oh, I've got no choice but to go to this stage of the game against you, right? So I think there's a very interesting kind of comparison there. As the few Stalkers warp in, the couple Oracles hanging out overhead. See our extra Stalker coming by, blinking the +1 coming through. I think the other thing is as well is like if games force the later game, it's often because you can't attack in, and so then you're just sat there both building to the late game, and that's also not like, you know, eventually it's cool, but it's a lot of just waiting around for no reason. I don't know if Mothership has necessarily been like that per se, so I don't know if that's necessarily a Mothership thing just yet, but yeah, a couple things to think on as you see the Overlord going down, B+1 missiles, and the rest of this coming through for a few moments as we continue to get settled into place here. Storm on the way. Ooh, new Storm against the Zerg. See how that plays out. Obviously, Classic just venturing around this map right now with these Stalkers, using the blink to kind of stay safe. Couple Stasis Wards going down. Hatchery going to end up in a little bit of trouble. And the Lings and the Queens are going to fight here. Stasis Ward trying to come up. We actually get rid of an Oracle, which is quite nice as well. Things continue through. Stalker's still getting stuck in the back. We're going to actually recall. That's a lot of dead Stalkers. Good defense from Rainor. Gets a lot of value out of this. Resources lost 600 in his favor. 7 Stalkers died. Keeps the 4th base alive as well, which is always going to be one of the big wins you can get from, you know, this initial Stalker push. What does Rainor do from here? Muscular Augments is about to be done, so we're going to have Hydra speed. We could maybe attack if he feels like he killed a lot. I don't know if he killed so much to justify attacking, but he's also 65 drone spamming units, so maybe the attack is inevitable anyway. There are storms available. That's going to be a big part of the question here. But storm DPS does mean that a single storm is something you can run through a lot more. As that was a good split. No extra storms coming down, taking a long time to cast that next storm. Means that it's a long time that Rainor was able to just get forwards and deal damage, and No, those two storms were not in. These High Templar apparently still don't have storm energy, so that's the issue. We just didn't have the energy for storm on most of the Templar. We just die as classic. Oh my god. I mean, I'm not gonna lie. I just didn't really think about it. I just presumed we were gonna have. I just presumed we were gonna have storms, and I think obviously this current version of storm is gonna be way less effective if there's only one, right? Because it's not gonna do as much DPS. It's and if you only have to dodge from one storm, you can play around one storm position quite well. Rainor split, and if there was another storm available, he has to split again. At some point, he's splitting so much his army gets separated, and it kind of acts as kind of like a Suedo force field where you either take damage, or you split apart, or you pull back, right? So, if those High Templars have energy, I would have loved to see what that fight looked like if we actually had the High Templars with energy. Because I can only imagine this would have been a very, very different scenario if we just had a bit more energy available in the High Templar already. I think as simple as that. And obviously, this does also come off the back of a fight in a battle where it just wasn't very pretty. Classic lost a lot of Stalkers initially that you should not probably really be losing in these scenarios most of the time, so yeah. Game 2, coming up in a few moments. That's one of those ones I would have loved to be like, we resume from replay, we give it like 20 seconds just to get the High Templar energy, and then we play just to see, like I say, how Raynor deals with the storms, if there's just a couple more of them available. Alright, we're going to dive into game 2. I think we've got everyone. Looks good. Let's get into our second game of Rainor Classic. The top right hand side, we're going to have ourselves a Blue Zerg player who is up 1-0 in this BO3. This is Rainor. And in the bottom left, our red Protoss is Classic. I wonder how much earlier he could have got the High Templars out. Because he had Storm finished, so he's had a ton of time to warp in High Templar. I don't think there's a world he should only be on one Storm. Just trying to think about it, like, maybe panicking with the Stalkers, he forgot a Storm warp in, maybe he lost Stalkers and he replaced a couple. Didn't really think to check on that at the time, but obviously looking back now, just wondering why there was only one Storm available at the time. Because like I say, it's one thing if, like, Storm just finished in time and it's just, my High Templars aren't quite ready yet. But, like, Storm was done comfortably in time. So only had one Storm. Second Storm was very late because the first Storm, because he just didn't have, he was still waiting on energy. I think he just hit 75 energy with one High Templar. See what happens. Game 2. Obviously, Rainor takes the 1-0 lead. I mean, again, what an opportunity. You win this game. You're up 3-0 in the group. You're primed to take first place and advance straight through to the round of 8. And there is a big advantage for finishing first because, basically making the playoffs. The second and third place finishes as round of 12. First place finishes round of 8. So you skip a playoff matchup by winning your group. So 3-0 obviously sets you up very nicely to do that. And the screen's come through. The Nexus is going to come about as well. It's going to get that put in. Couple of drones going through. The Nexus obviously on the way. The Stargate will come down from Classic as we get that going. Thanks to be building. Queen's on the way. We had on those drones. Just, yeah, early game build-up. Nothing too crazy just yet. Stargate gonna finish. Just gonna see the Overlord coming about. The Adept will go shading forward. Oracle pops out. We'll begin to make our way across the map with that first Oracle. So we'll follow it and see what's going on. Adept's actually already here, so we'll not follow the Oracle. We'll instead go and check in on the Adepts, which are... You can get 3 drones. Not a bad start at all for Classic. Gets in, gets some damage. We lose 1 Adept, the other survives. See if the Oracle can capitalize and do further onto that. Anytime you're obviously able to get in position with this Oracle, get some good damage done. It starts to feel very nice as you see that Oracle taking a beating, though. And I mean, just multiple queens here. It was a very uninspired way for this Oracle to try and engage, just running into the natural where all the queens just were to play defense against the Adept. I'm going to go ahead and say that that was just not really it. So, not loving that one as the Oracle pulls down to the bottom left-hand side. And just getting back over there with a few Zerglings still gathering together. Polycows are coming through. The Oracle is about to finish, number 3. But yeah, right now the Oracle's even just hanging back is not exactly ideal. You want them on the map, you want them to be active. Pulling them back, sitting them at home, just means you're not finding the chances to get a drone here, drone there, and so on and so forth. Flag Council and Forge introductions, so we get into a very similar follow-up as usual. The gateways come online. We do get the 2 healthy oracles. That's what Classic was waiting for. The second or the third oracle to pop. Bring the unhealthy oracle back. Use that as a defensive oracle, and these 2 oracles can be healthy and look to ping the mineral lines without being super low HP, so you don't have to be super careful with them. It means you can actually tank some shots off queens. Again, taking quite a lot of shots, and there's a spore there, so we're going to go low on the next oracle too. Classic having a pretty uninspired oracle performance at the start of this game. Like, he's getting some work done, yes, but man, he is just taking damage. And anytime you take damage like that, it is going to end up being a little bit rough as the stasis goes down in the main. Gonna catch a drone, blinking +1, still coming through. Temple Archives and Gateways coming online as well. We have a few more Zerglings in the center of the map, pulling back to the upper right-hand side, into the natural, into the main. There's a bunch more drones in production currently from Rainor. Oracles just gather. It's gonna be Storm again. Classic gonna still believe. As the high ground vision will provide us a way to kill this Overlord. Just fortunate, we're going to watch this Overlord die, and BAM! What's that? Monster energy? Wow. Imagine they weren't here. We would have never seen that Overlord blow up, because this TLMC would not have happened. Thank you once again, Monster. Sponsoring the Team Liquid map contest. Storm, Blink, and +1 will all continue through on those upgrades. Coming online for now. We have the Lair coming up, the Baneling Nest coming through, add a melee upgrade. It's just some bits and pieces continue to come online for the moment. As the Storm is about to finish on the Temple Archive, so we get that Storm done. A few Lings over here, get some Stalkers. And the +1 and Blink about to be finished as well, so we can start to put some pressure on with the Stalkers if we had them. Unfortunately, we've lost a couple, and just doesn't really have the numbers at all, right? 2 Stalkers down, there's only 3 on the map. Classic just throwing down gates, walling off areas here on Throne of the Dunes. And just looking to settle down a scenario where there is just a lot fewer access points on this map than you would like there to be as a Zerg player, playing against now the 4-base Protoss. Oracle takes a chance to knock some creep achievements down in the center. +2 attack and the charge will still come into play. Going to see the couple of queens will take a hit on a revelation. 17 high just coming up. Plus 1 missiles, Baneling speed, muscular augments continue to come through as well. Let's just have a couple of probes transferring over to that far left-hand side. Hydra will just join up. The Queen's are going to be there. The Oracle will take some good damage. A couple of Queens and the Hydra together to push the Oracle back the other way. Still got the Stargate. Still got the Fleet Beacon coming online for now. So we get into a second Stargate. We get into the Fleet Beacon and it's a bunch of additional Banes coming down the left side. Ling is going to try and push at the front. A couple of High Templar warping in. There's a lot more High Templar in the back. They're all going to start stepping forward. First Storm coming down. Obviously this time a lot more Storms available and they're really layering this entryway. So a lot of the Zerg taking a lot of damage on the way through. Rainor pulling back, has to go back through a Storm they originally committed through as well. Hydra's hurting. He's zone once more. A little bit preemptive. Less punishing to preemptively play Storms now, right? Before kind of preemptively place the Storm really feels like a waste. Double duration obviously feels very different instead as we have ourselves another couple of Storms. Storms against the Banes I find very interesting. I'm not sure what the numbers work out as in terms of how the Storms work, and I think it's still you just need 2 Storms to take the Banes down. If they roll through both of them, they would die. Stasis Ward comes in to help as well, and that is a defense from Classic at the moment, I believe. Now, Reynor's not done yet, though. More Hydras, more Banes on the way up. What Classic has done is he's preserved his High Templar. He has a few Archons up as well, so he's got some better kind of splashy units that are not just reliant on the spellcasting. Stag defense still trying to come through. Obviously, Rainor is just sending this 91 drones, so he's not all in, but he is trying to get some serious damage done here. We soften up those Banes. We need something to hit them. Now the High Templar have to morph into Archons, and it's Rainor back away. We have a few Zealots across the map as the Prism of Classic has gotten busy and is going to come through over here. So the couple of Zealots continuing to put some work in, and Classic has indeed successfully held. Great defense on the left-hand side. Good hold. Really important, I think, that those High Templars survive through that first wave. It's always going to be brutal now, I think, with the Storm doing less DPS, that if you kind of drop Storms and then your High Templar get killed by, like, Banes that make it through, etc., it's going to be rough, because I think, as well, you're playing a scenario where there's going to be a lot more units that are left low HP but not dead, and so having the Archons on the follow-up cleanup are going to be very important as well, and I think that was a big part of the defense here. Well, of course, like I say, it was not all in from Rainor. He's 90 drones. What is kind of all in about it is that it's just Ling Bane Hydra, right? Like, he is not teching. He has no Infestation Pit. There it is starting now. He has no Hive. And Classic is already on a Fleet Beacon and pumping out carriers. So it's not all in terms of like, oh, he cut drones. It is all in terms of like, he was mid-tier tech and he kind of wanted to do more than this. He needed to do something that slowed Classic down, and I'm not sure he slowed Classic down at all. And now Classic becomes a carrier-based player, and Rainor is desperately going to try and find an answer here. He's going to try and get to Lurkers, but I think the reality might be we need a Spire to come down, because I don't know right now what he really hopes to be the answer to carriers. Hydras don't really get the job done. They can't really get under those carriers reliably enough to truly be the deal breaker. Step back over to the side. A couple more of the carriers join in together. And they all join up. They get in position. Units pull back over to the right. Look, Den will finish soon. Rainor taking those bases. Like I say, he is taking this, these few moments to tech, but at the same time, Classic now is maxed out. So Classic is feeling as good as he's ever felt in this game. This has got to be a bit of a feels good at the moment. There's +3 attack coming through, +2 air weapons coming online. See the Ling Bane Hydra trying to get the bomb right. A little lag spike. We're casting this replay on Korea, guys, so sometimes the Korean server still doesn't like us being in a replay, so I presume it was just that and hopefully nothing any more serious. Stasis Ward's popping, deactivating. Stasis Ward's obviously a big change as well, where that Stasis Ward not lasting as long really is kind of a factor. You've got to put your Stasis Wards a lot more kind of actively in place nowadays, rather than just building them and then they stay there forever. They actually do feel like they disappear now. A bit of a fight here, some initial Storms. Not sure the Storms on the right side did much against those Banes, because most of them still collect. That Storm on the top side is doing work! The Hydras are melting! Holy goodness. I mean, Rainor just stood in that top side Storm, and again, A storm that you maybe stand in and tank in the past is also now a storm that then doesn't disappear. You know, a Hider with 90 HP survives a storm if you kind of enter it a bit late in the past and whatever. Now it doesn't, you know? So, yeah, that was a real stand in that storm up to the top side, and Classic coming around the right side, going to take this hatchery out. And that is going to be one base going down, plus 2 air weapons still coming through. Air armor coming up. Another Stargate going to come into place as well, as you just have the Carapace, the Hydras all producing. The army of Classic retreating back down to the bottom left here for the moment. I'm not going to try and get to Microbial Shroud, which will be fun if you can get there and try and do something with it, but he is still maxed out. I'm yet to see Reynor's army look scary again since that first kind of real shove we had a few minutes ago. And maybe we're getting to that point, like Lurkers are coming online, Infestors are being added into play as well, so we might be getting to the stage where actually this Rainor army does look scarier than it looked previously. Let's got the spores burrow up, all those spines are gathering together. Again, plus 3 missiles, add the adrenal glands on. Get very nicely settled as the prism on the right side loads up and pulls away. Move to the left, Prism is set. South of Zealots, just trying to be annoying, just putting 1 Zealot here, force some units to react. Drop a few Zealots elsewhere. Again, just staying busy as the Spore Crow will get some damage done. As it tries to step forward there, I do think Lurkers with Adaptive Talent shouldn't have too bad a time against the Storm. There is a good chance they can, you know, reposition and not take too much damage on themselves. The Lings there blocked by the static defense. Saints here will just run through. This should be a fight we can take, and a Nexus that maybe goes down. But over here, we're losing this base. This base is very central and points out, so the carries going behind the back there is going to work. That Zealot is still there. I mentioned it when it got dropped off, didn't think much of it. It's actually still around. It's going to get cleaned up before it kills a base, but man, that's half HP on a hatchery. It's not bad for a single Zealot. Microbial Shroud there to try and play a bit of defense, and it just might be essential at this point. Rainor, like I said, was kind of committed to a lower tech army, and because of that, we never really got set up properly to fight a proper carrier force. And we're starting to see the repercussions of that now, where you just have no Corruptors, and so you're reliant on like Hydras and Microbial Shrouds to potentially save the day. It's unrealistic to say the least. Things run across the map that look to trade with static defense and maybe open up some access points. The Stormers there will kind of chip through the Lurkers. They won't kill Lurkers. Get them to half HP if they sit through the whole thing is reasonable, I'd say. As the Lurkers will reposition. Another Storm comes down, hits 3 Lurkers all at once. If Rainor doesn't dodge, those Lurkers will indeed die, so we lose a couple of the Lurkers there, and I mean, Storms there feel very powerful because then Rainor was stuck behind that mineral line or behind that hatch for so long, and almost surprised Classic didn't drop a couple extra and kind of maybe push that issue a little bit more. He threatens to go right. Rainor doesn't have good vision, so he's reacting very late to all of this. And yeah, he's going to GG maxed out because A, he knows he does not have a good enough army, and B, he just got outpositioned here because now he's going to lose this base up here. He can't fight down this ramp. He's just dying a slow death. He does not have an army to deal with carriers and to deal with everything that Classic is playing with. And so he says GG well maxed out because the fight was only going to be one-sided. Alrighty, I'm gonna have to run ads here quickly, guys, otherwise they're gonna interrupt our game, so give us a couple minutes and we'll get this ready to go. Does Shroud work on static defense? Great question. Does Microbial Shroud work on static defense? I don't know. It might? I actually don't know about that one. Spells don't often interact with structures, but obviously Blinding Cloud does interact with structures, so it does work on cannons, it does work on static defense. Okay, cool. That's one of those rules that's just kind of up in the end. I've never actually asked myself, because if someone's dropping Microbial Shroud on spores, well, let's face it, have any of us ever really considered what Microbial Shroud does? It's been a meme ability for years at this point, so I did not know the interaction of Microbial Shroud with buildings. But yes, apparently it does indeed work. Thank you for the chat, who are more knowledgeable than I. I ran ads because I had to poop a second time. That's twice in an hour. I'm literally sat here. Yeah. Credit to you, Black Bear. You've been saying silly things in chat for like 3 or 4 days, and I feel like I've done a great job at not responding to the bait. Today you're saying things that are silly enough to get me to reply. Good job. I will nod a sign of respect and understanding to your achievement. What again? Triggered by chat? Not really getting triggered anymore. Triggered was earlier. I have the patience of a saint. Not sure if that's true either, to be honest. You get 50 bonus channel points every time you trigger Wardy. And who's gonna give you those? That seems like a lot of if we had systems in place to be able to kind of do stuff like that, God, we'd be able to do so many cool things. Slowly, yeah. Slowly, we finally paid you. Come back and do some work now. You got paid in 1 Korean barbecue. It's time to come back and moderate the channel again. In case you missed it, Slowly actually did get paid. I took her out for a Korean barbecue when she was here for the wedding. So she is no longer a volunteer. Truly a paid employee of WardiTV. Yep. Beautiful. Black Bear, thank you so much for the $2 super chat. Trauma therapy funds. Yeah, they never teach you this part about being a streamer, you know, where it's like, don't forget to, you know, they tell you to put some money away for your taxes, you know, don't spend it all, blah, blah, blah. They never tell you to put the money away for the therapy you need after the end of, you know, 10 years of talking to Twitch chat, right? Madness. Top left-hand side, Rainor. Bottom right-hand side, Classic. It's game 3. ZVP winner is going to be 3-0 in this group and with a great chance to close out and win. And then first place finish and move straight to the round of 8. There's Memory here for game 3. This one we're seeing quite a lot today. It was in quite a few map pools. It was, like I say, a little bit less played coming into the day. And I think when it's in a map pool, it actually gets played a fair amount. I think it just ended up being less played because it was played a lot on day 1 already. So now we're seeing quite a few of these series. Only getting it here because you get to game 3, of course, but even still, just say you might see this one a couple more times still today. I've seen its name come up a lot. Nexus into Cybercore, hatching the pool on the way, and we just wait for some excitement to build up here on the map. This one's got the fun position. We saw this in the PvP earlier, where Classic played the kind of the defense out the front, where you kind of come from a natural into this high ground, and then you go down to a low ground on the third. Kind of interesting. It kind of creates an interesting idea of, like, can you stand here and, like, siege units kind of defend over here to defend the third access point? It's very exposed. It depends what matchup it is, what siege units you're using, but it could be kind of interesting. Stargate on the way. Next is about to complete. We will see our Ling speed is producing as a couple of queens, a couple of Lings, the drone, all going to be on the way in production. Not much to say yet, as we do have ourselves the Adept making its way to the upper left-hand side. Stargate is going to finish in a few moments, and that Adept really just taking the chance to shade forward, get into the natural, get into some information gathering moment. Lings on those rocks, and they will just back away. This will be coming through. Queen and the drones on the way. Add on the overlords, add on the oracle. Lambo Classic will be the last series of the day, guys. I see a couple people asking about it. Lambo Classic will be the last match of the day. This is series 7, I think, and so Lambo Classic will be series 10. Let's a couple of depths move over, and we'll see our Stalk coming through. Stalk going to ping onto the Overlord for a couple of moments. Drones on the way. Spores on the way. I mean, follow the Oracle once the high ground vision has helped us kill this Overlord. We'll see if we can do anything across to the other side. Queens and Lings in production. Twilight Council producing. Oracle going to settle into the top. Again, Twilight Council building, a couple extra gates on the way through. And those Oracles stepping straight into the upper left corner, where there is going to be a Queen. And we're just going to get ourselves a few drones here. 3, 4, 5. Not bad at all. 5 drones, not a bad start. So the Oracles are going to have a successful first few moments. And the next step now, a whole bunch of extra drones on the way to begin with, if nothing else. A couple of gateways coming down from Classic. And the army of Classic starting to go to the upper left side. Resonating Glaives will begin. Get that started up. Those Oracles just gathering together. Adepts on a shade. Queen step forward. Once again, those Adepts are going to have the choice of committing, but they will not. Because the last thing you want to do right now is give these Adepts up. If you're going to play Glaives, you want to keep the Adepts alive. You want to make sure that there's as many Adepts as possible once Glaives is finished, and really take advantage of that specifically, right? So that's what Classic aims for. Loses one, unfortunately, to the Queens, but the general concept's still there. Keeping these other Adepts back and hiding these Adepts too. Because right now, this just looks like a few Adepts poking with the Oracle. With the other Adepts, it would really make it be like, oh, that's got to be Glaives, right? This is a melee upgrade from Rainor, so he's going to be Ling heavy, but he will have a Baneling Nest. And because this is like 3 base Glaives, it's not terrible to defend this with Ling Bane as long as you have the Banelings. Usually, in the past, we'd say Baneling defense is not good against Glaives because 4-gate Glaives, you would just kind of deal with the first round of Banes and boom, more Depths warping in, you're in trouble. That doesn't really happen as much here, as that Stasis does catch Queen and drones. If you deal with this first round of Adepts, there isn't an easy kind of second round coming in with the from nearby warping point, but Reynor's not prepped just yet. 3 Banes on the way, but not ready right now. We do lose a bunch of drones already. Some probes went down as well. Some little harass coming on over here. Apparently, some Lings getting through as these Banes actually catch a couple of the Adept shading, but it's not enough Banelings. Only 3, and that is not enough in the slightest, as we do see the Adepts going to shade up toward the main base. Going to keep playing feelings going down. The drones dropping. I mean, this is 17, 18, 20 workers. Disaster striking at the moment here from Classic as these Adepts are going to go out elsewhere. There's more Adepts arriving from across the map already on another mineral line and causing some trouble. I think fair to say that this is not pretty for Raynor. The issue is as well as he's playing melee, right? So he's playing the melee upgrade. It's Ling Bane on the follow-ups. It's not like he even has any good counter-attacking potential apart from what, maybe Ling Bane swarm and just maybe take down some drones. I guess we'll wrap around. A couple of those Adepts taking damage. Left-hand side, Oracle and the Adept still pinging their way through the hatchery. And a few more circling stepping over to the left side. 25 dead drones, though. Reynor's, Reynor's trying to bounce back. He's building drones non-stop, but that's not exactly ideal. And more drones. Hydrogen on the way. Immortal and a couple of adepts will set up as well, so we get those building. The Zerglings in the front, going to be, yeah, not going to find any counterattacking done. That's a ton of sentries. This is the kind of damage when Immortal Sentry Adept follow-up is so good, because how does Raynor ever have the numbers to truly fight against a committed follow-up 3-base attack? You know, Classic has been on a work lead the entirety of the last 2 minutes. You know, the economy has been booming for Classic while Raynor has been running around silly. It's only just now starting to equalize, but Classic's already put that income advantage into an army that's very powerful in the moment as well. So you're making a very powerful right now army against a Zerg who is having a real bad time right now. Classic looking good in this game 3, looking to go 3-0 in Group D of the WardiTV TLMC tournament. Why so many sentries? Because you just want to force field for days. Force field the Banelings away, just adept and mortal it through. I mean, you can basically force field your army into separation for like, 3 or 4 times here, right? And this means you can do a lot of good stuff. He will take out this hatchery, so not even a contest from Rainor initially. You also just have a lot of gas here as Classic. I mean, so you can kind of afford the sentries. Because you're not building into other upgrades, you're not building into the future, you're really feeling like you can just end this now, so you have a lot more gas, and you're not necessarily setting up to do this from the start as well. Like, this is an option. If you don't do this much damage, you probably do throw down tech and you spend your gas in other ways. When you decide you're doing enough to commit to the attack, boom, you can warp in sentries, and you're looking good. Force fields, and of course, because there's a couple of Ravagers, you can replace the force fields as they get broken down, and right now you're just killing things for free. Finally, some Banelings are going to get through there. Now the sentries blow up. Raynor getting an okay-ish defense. The 2 Immortals are going to be very big against these Roaches that remain. 5 new Roaches on the way as well. Mobile not quite going to connect just yet. The Queen's pulling back. Overlord pulling away too. I'm going to say it's been pretty close. I don't know if Classic was actually quite had enough. I think he is going to have enough, but I actually thought it was going to be a way more comfortable fight for him. GG gets called. But, like, I thought he was actually just going to steamroll through, and in reality, it was kind of getting close supply-wise. Close supply-wise isn't good for a Zerg. I just thought it wasn't going to be even competitive in the slightest, so GG. And that is going to be Classic taking it 2-1. Yeah, we got some good Banes in the end. Maybe it was a bit too many Banes. Maybe it was a few too many sentries. Maybe it was a few too many. Once those force fields got used, the sentries obviously do kind of dissipate, so you really need to get value and power in that moment, right? So Classic takes a 2-1 over Rainor. He is now 3-0 in the group. He will play against Lambo. We'll do that as our last match of the day. Rainor now 2-1. Let's go into Rainor's last match, which is going to be versus Mana, and we'll kind of start to see a little bit of where Mana is at as well, because he's 1-1 currently, so it's an important one for Mana, but it's not a must-win, because Mana, even if you lose, it's like 2-2 is our goal, right? Like, if our goal is to make playoffs, 2-2 is our goal, and Lambo and Mana are both 1-1, Lambo has to play against Mana, and Mana has to play Rainor, Lambo has to play Classic. So they both have, like, a favorite left to play, and to play against each other. So, if you beat Rainor as Mana, brilliant, thumbs up, you're in a great position. That puts a lot more pressure on Lambo, who then has to beat you, and potentially, there's tiebreakers that then come into play, and then it gets a little bit messy. So basically, there's a lot to just look at still. This group is anything but decided with 3 matches left to be played. Like I say, we're going to go into Rainor Mana up next. So a little bit more of Rainor ZVP. No, I'm on the correct server. I'm just not clicking the right game. Let me try to get this going. Cool. Alright, we give it 30 seconds or so for some ads as well. We can go from there. And we can kick off into Rainor versus Mana. Awesome. Do 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 do. We're at like a few seconds, guys. We'll get this going. Everyone's in the lobby. Just waiting to make sure the ads are clear, and we can kick this off. Let's do it. All right, thanks for watching today. Viewership is wonderful. For that Rainor classic match, definitely getting some people hyped. Watching some StarCraft, that's what we love to see. Big series, full mana, 1-1. Win this, 2-1. Actually, a really good position with Lambo left to play. Let's see what happens as we go into White Rabbit. For game number 1 of Rainor and Mana. In the top right-hand side, the blue Zerg player here is going to be Rainor. And he takes on Mana in the bottom left-hand side of the map for the first game of this best of 3 series. Thanks so much for watching today, guys. I appreciate you all tuning in. Just a quick moment to say the things. First of all, if you're watching on the YouTube channel, don't forget to hit the like and the subscribe button. Again, the majority of people watching, more than 50%, are not subscribed to the YouTube channel. With the amount of views we get per month, we could genuinely start pushing ourselves back towards some amazing sub goals and stuff on YouTube and kind of reinvigorate the growth of the channel a little bit if you guys start hitting that sub button. So if you're not already subbed on YouTube, give it a second. Especially if you watch regularly, just give it a click. You know, we upload great games. We are live casting StarCraft. I'd say it's worth the sub if you're enjoying what you're seeing right now. So go check that out. And that will be all the sellout we have time for, because it's a Forge, it's a Cannon Rush, and Mana is going to open in a little bit of a funky way. So the Forge is going to finish, and Mana is going to go for the gate over here as well. Rainor sees it instantly with that Overlord, so he knows what's up. First cannon going down on the back. Now, Rainor doesn't see the cannon there, but he did see the probe, so he should be aware that's likely happening. So we'll see what his response will be. We'll see if he cancels last second and builds the base elsewhere. He'll see if he'll just let's go here. He actually pulled some drones out to fight over in this area. Going to take his way through the cannon. That should go down easily. Then we can go onto the pylon. That's probe has been chased. It's going to take a while to get rid of the pylon, but if we get rid of it, depower the gateway, that would be huge overall. The problem is right now is wherever else you build a pylon, it's going to be surroundable, so then you can kind of deny the next pylon from coming up. So I don't think this gateway is going to do much. Mana agrees. He's going to cancel the gateway. He's going to let that go down. Meanwhile, he's got gates over here. Ho ho ho! He's now going to build 2 gateways over here. Not ideal though, because the creep will start moving out. I mean, I think initially you want the gate to finish. You build a cybercore. A lot of the time you turn this into like a robo proxy. But this is now obviously 2 gates. I wonder if this more so is just going to be pure gateway units. I wonder if we have time to kind of get a robo up and try and do something. There's the drones come about, a couple of cannon shots coming by. Zerglin's taking some more hits. And just going to keep on to that hatchery there. There's a couple of zealots come through. The Queen and the Slankroll are going to be popping out after that zealot. And yeah, hatchery still taking some damage here for the moment. The Slankroller going to relocate over into position. That zealot is a moment or 2 away from going down. Just going to be seeing the next zealot going down. The cannon still taking some shots. We will see the Slankroller dropping once more. Falls, just got the zealot getting surrounded by a couple of lings here. The cannon is about to go down as well. I mean, do we defend this is my question, because we obviously got more zealots on the way, so we're going to get more value from those. Mana has got a cybercore up, yet to drop any future tech. Obviously, at this point, we've got a good few Lings. What's important is that we've saved the hatchery, so Rainor gets the hatchery up and alive. He's trying to get the wrap around on those Zealots. We're playing that annoyingly. We've got to kind of try and fight this as Rainor because you can't let those Zealots hit that hatchery because the hatch is so low. The ideal scenario here is we end up with the hatch saved, but now it's now going to be ranged units with the Stalk and the Adept coming out. So maybe more difficult to do that than before. We will get rid of one Zealot. That frees the way to get on top of the Adept. The Lings are going to commit. Queen coming down the ramp. Spawning Crawler ready shortly to try and help defend this natural location. Still got those Zealots in a bit of trouble. A couple of them going down. The Stalker there going to get jumped on as well. I think it's fair to say that this is going to be a cleanup. Pylon continues to take some shots. A couple of gates still gathering. The Spine Crawler will burrow, and that is indeed going to be a cleanup. Great job by Rainor. Defends a funky little setup from Mana, and now obviously is in a great position with Mana playing a very delayed Nexus. No Warp Gate started, only just now throwing down a Stargate. We'll lose both of these gateways he invested into as well, so that's a lot of money just going down the drain. Once these gates are dead, we'll just look at resources lost after all of this. Resources lost 1,400 to 1,800, so it cost Rainor a good amount, but hey, he got rid of a lot of stuff, and Mana obviously has been only on one base during that. Like I said, to the bottom left, Oracle of Warp Gate, the gateway still coming through. Just going to see the cannon, just going to get a couple of kills. Ooh. Go so far forward, I thought Rainor was just going to commit through no matter what, but decides against it, which probably isn't a bad idea. Steps back. Have the Ling speed on the way. Twilight Council building from Mana, so he gets that on the way as well. Out on the gateway. Have +1 starring, so we're trying to get back on track for the moment. Oracle will begin to move to the upper right-hand side, and Mana using that to create some map control for himself right now. He's going to be there. Oracle takes some damage. Oracle takes some hits. We come back to the side. A couple of quick teamers going down. Quick teamers just going to get dropped in by the queens. Let me just see how Ling speed is coming up still in that spawning pool. Extra Lings, the Overlord, and the Queen coming out. +1 on the charge on the way as well. Those extra gates building, charge still coming up. We just have ourselves the few Zerglings will make their way to the bottom side of the map. The Overlord still coming about. Cancels the Nexus. Good job by Rainor keeping that third base down. Now the Lings pull back. It's going to be seeing the Lings settling. Hydrogen building, drones coming through. Overlord coming up as the Extractors come into play as well. Zerglings is gathering, the Oracle going over. And we just have the couple of Queens going to be there. Oracle will take a few more shots of damage. We'll just grab a droney there as well. It's a nice grab. 2 Robos, 2 Gates, a few Zealots all coming online. Continue to bring that up as the Evil Chambers and the Hydras then comes online as well. Let's charge up. You're not going to see a little break on the wall. I mean, Reynor's going to break through. He's going to get surrounded on the Zealots, but the Stasis Ward's going to finish. Tries to pull away from it. Doesn't happen. A few of the Zealots do manage to survive. Is this our life, though, as Mana? Like, we're just trying to run some Zealots? around, and like that's our hopes and dreams in this game. I mean, what else has he got coming up? Nothing. It's just +1 and charge. Start charging. He's going to see a couple queens going to be in some trouble. We are going to see a couple of them going down. Hydra's going to get there. I mean, with Hydra's coming out, and I mean, the thing is, these Zealots, you really feel like they need to kind of overwhelm and kind of, you know, outmass, and they're just not going to be doing that at all, right? Because Rainor clearly has enough units up. Hydra's coming out as well. With the Ling protection, makes it so that these Zealots will probably never really see success. Banelin's going to morph in. We are going to be seeing the Oracle popping out. Hydroling Bane going to be settling in. One stasis to come down as we look to push to the front. Couple of Banes crashing through. Just going to see those Zealots getting whacked away at Immortals going down. I mean, we didn't even really need the Banelings. The Banelings were just kind of the icing on the cake, weren't they? Just a little bit of fun explosion. And, yeah, I mean, hard to really say much else. I think this game number 1 is going to get closed out. If not now, then very soon. Bane Speed's coming in. Groove Spine's coming up. Any more Banes coming online. You just have the Ling Bane Hydra is going to settle down to the bottom. Get ready to push into that third base. There we go. A couple Banes going to run through. And we are going to have ourselves the Colossus coming up. The cannon's on the way. It's going to split ourselves up here. Hydras will start to put some work in. And we will have... I mean, an army that can never win from mana is the TLDR right now. As the Hydras will come through, clean up, and that is going to be our game number 1 going to Rainor, unless something miraculous happens with that Colossus, and I'm not going to be holding my breath because, yeah. GG. Rainor takes game number 1 of the BO3. Alright guys, 1 sec, get this next game hosted up. Alrighty, game number 2 is going to be on 10,000 feet. Alright, some PvZ on 10,000 feet. We'll get that going, guys. Sorry, just sorting some stuff out. Yes, just checking we've got everyone in. I feel like we're missing casters, but I don't know where. I don't know where they've gone. But I don't know who we're missing, but they're not online, so they're going to miss the game if they wanted to be here. Boom! Sorted. Alright, let's jump into game number 2. Get this on the way. Down in map. Rainor taking the 1-0 lead. Rainor looking to finish this group out at 3-1. It's obviously going to be tough for him to beat out on Classic, because Classic did have the... I mean, it depends what happens with Classic Lambo. But Rainor would basically need Lambo to beat Classic and maybe even by a 2-0 for the map score to work in Rainor's favor. If Rainor was to win this right now, so... Yeah, but still 3-1 obviously guarantees you through the group, even if you are going to be in the... round of... this one. So let's see what happens as we go into it. Whoa. My brain is like not working with my voice anymore. I swear. Last half an hour, my words not coming easily. What's up, Rominidia? How you doing? Thank you so much for the 103-month resub. Appreciate it. Thank you so much. What do we think? 10,000 feet. I'm enjoying this map. I actually think this one's kind of interesting. I think this base layout's been very fun. We saw Rainor play on this map earlier against Bunny as well. Was kind of cool. I'm kind of liking this one. I like the way that moving around the map feels towards the other bases. I actually think this might be one of my favorite maps. I'm thinking on it. I'm thinking of reasons why I don't think that's the case, but I actually think this one's been really fun. Stargate coming online. Just gonna see the Nexus coming up as we get settled in here. A couple Queens, the link speed building. You see the couple Zerglings making their way out over to the left, start some scouting. And yeah, we're just going to get up toward the top side and see where we go. Yeah, I really have enjoyed this map. Okay, well, thank you for the 100 bits as well. Romanidia. I really am struggling to speak right now. Sorry, guys. Yeah, my words all jumbled. I apologize. That orb's distracting. Yeah, I mentioned this the other day. This orb, this bouncy thing. It's the one complaint I've had about the map. I don't know what it is. Yeah, apparently it's being changed to move more slowly anyway, so it'll be fixed. Thanks for getting Queens coming by. Just have ourselves the Chrono Boost on the Nexus as the Warp Gate and the Oracle coming up. We're still going to get that. We'll take a little bit of damage. Let me get some shots off. So yeah, just going to be firing some hits through. And we have ourselves the couple of spores coming up. Early game looking fine. Comes about 10 drones on the way. And 5 more drones coming up. We add on that Queen. Just going to be seeing everything join. A few drones coming over. Nexus Robo Facility and Twilight Council coming through. We get the Adept coming online. And just having the Twilight and Robo building for the moment. Perceptual Shade. Just going to head down toward the bottom side. Just going to be heading straight across. And yeah, just going to be going for some pressure. Obviously, there's not glaives or anything. That's just... This is what I was talking about when it was Rainor Classic, right? And it was like, oh, you got these Adepts showing up, and it's not glaives yet. But it still just looks like it's kind of a normal Adept poke for the moment. Roach roaring, Lings and Drones. Coming through, we have the couple Queens coming about, the Adept moving back over. Prison about to finish, Temple Archives coming through, and the couple of gates coming up as well. Gateways will finish. Let's just have the Stalker going to poke away at the Overlord. Going to drop the assimilator down. Just going to be seeing the roach speed and the few roaches coming over. Purple facility and gates coming about as well. Model on the way in. Forge coming online. We have a few drone losses as the Archon drop is active from mana, putting some work in on the other side. Overlord is going to get picked away at here. It's going to be seeing the Overlord dropping. Again, Immortal +1 on the charge coming up. The Archon's going to come back through. A little bit of fun from Mana, not something you see all the time. He is one of the believers in the Archon drop. He's always been this kind of guy who's Archon dropped it up and kept it going when it's been a style that's fallen out of popularity. Gets that Overlord in the end and gets a few Lings here as well. As you just see Roach Speed coming up, Hydrogen on the way through. Drop the assimilator down into the front. And yeah, the Archons are still pushing their way around the right side as the Roaches and Lings going to pull back a little bit. Queen's going to get there. Oracle going to get pushed away. And Roach Speed coming through. Storm and the charge come up. We've lost 8 drones so far. And they're just getting good damage done and getting a comfortable follow-up as well. That's the Prism. Moves back. Oracle still around. And get the Storm, get the +1, get the charge all building through. We have ourselves a couple Archons stepping to the front as the Queens will get a high energy pick off. So Archons can take that. Blink will start. The +1 about to complete extra Immortals. Man, so many Immortals. This army from Mana is going to be pretty beasty pretty quickly. Starts a 4th base up, but yeah, he's looking good. Drops down, Roaches go out the right-hand side. See the +1 about to finish. Blink on the way. Actually, supply blocked his mana. Needs that group of pylons to finish up for himself here. And get back to that Immortal production. He's really slamming the Immortals on. The Roaches pulling back down. Hatchery into the bottom left side of the corner map. So Rainor will get 5th Hatchery coming through already with the +1 missiles. Prism on the way, Blinken +2 come over. A bit of Roach Hydra is going to knock a Zealot down on that side. Do you have the army coming back over to the left? Is that Zergling? It's Narubu. Well, not clear on the Monster Energy logo. I just saw him. I was like, is that a weirdly placed Zergling or something? Wild one. As we have the Lurker Den in production, Hive on the way. Add some Hydras, add some Groove Spines. Stasis Ward going to catch a couple of units there. Still got the +2 and the Blink coming by. Be picking on the way. Add the Observer. Add the Immortal. Just head down to the bottom left. On the right-hand side, there's going to be a couple of Zealots charging through. They're going to get caught immediately, so that's a nice catch. This army does feel scary. Reynor's on his way to Lurkers, but they're not ready yet. The Storm comes down. The Roach and the Hydras take some more hits. More storms coming through. The Zealots in the main base are actually going to see some success, though. So Rainor going to struggle over here. This is a game where Mana has done a great job of just dealing damage throughout. Those Zealots do recall away, so we don't even lose that many of them. We just do some more damage. We keep Rainor pinned back a little further. I like it. Gonna drop the Revelation. Stasis Sword comes into place, and we have ourselves the Mothership in production too. So Mana really happy to enter the later stage of this game here. 10,000 feet, both players coming towards being maxed out. Reasonable armies as Mana steps forward. The Hydras can take a couple of shots. Lurker's going to be right there. We are going to see extra Lurkers morphing in right now, so those Lurkers going to be ready soon. It's actually a really good place to drop the Storm, deny the mine there for a good few seconds. Gets a couple of drones as well before Rainor pulled it back. Oh, and this is going to be the controversial storm. I think this is the kind of storm which you should absolutely be unburrowing and reburrowing against. It's actually going to drop the transfusions, but I think that's one of those scenarios where you should have been fine. That was impressive. That storm nearly missed every lurker. Yeah, that storm. Maybe another 0.5 radius increase, guys. Yeah, Protoss missing the storm there. Yeah, I like it. Just dropping a couple of storms, getting some free damage, denying the mine a little bit once more. Rainor has 5 bases. He's not, losing out too heavily by pulling a few drones away from that patch too much. Heading down to the bottom. A couple of these stack defenses are not going to go online. The Lurkers are going to try and reposition against this. First storm coming down. Going to try and stop stuff coming down these ramps, and I think that might make it difficult to engage in here. Rainor does fight through. He's going to get most of the High Templar that stepped very far forward. The Storms have had a good amount of time to get some work done. We are still going to go through and kill off these Lurkers as Mana taking the fight through this army and into the rest of it. Rainor has to step away, and that 5th base is now gone, so becoming a 4th base of Zerg. Observer's still here, so we still have protection. Mortal Zealot still around into the front. Tempest in production for Mana as well, so he's going to get some later game units up. Obviously, Tempest great for fighting against those Lurkers from afar. It's definitely going to be one of those big deals as we continue to move through this. Melee upgrade coming through. Flyer attack on the way. We get a hatch on the right side. Uh-oh, Mothership looking for a recall play into the main. I think it's that hatchery being the reveal is going to ruin this play for Mana. He's going to go for it anyway. Oh my god. The units are here. Rainor doesn't show them until the last second. We're going to drop the Time Warp down. The Storms come through. We're going to fight the units on the bottom side initially. Now we make our way to the left. Dropping a Storm right in the back there. Mothership can add some damage as well. We can recall out via the Nexus if we feel like this is too much trouble. At the same time, there's been a little bit of harass bottom left-hand side. That's not done too much overall. As Mana just pulls back into the corner and just continues to slam in with these Immortals and do a bit extra. I think he's going to lose pretty much everything. I think the Mothership might even go down as well. It's just getting away. There's nothing to really chase it. We ran out of Hydras as well. We kill everything from Mana as the recall into the main base. I mean, it does throw Rainor down in supply, so I think it worked. It just didn't work in like the flashy, oh, I recall to the main and you were out of position and now you die. It was a little bit messier than that, but I still think the grand idea of creating a fight that Rainor couldn't really kind of truly, clean up worked out for Mana. And now he's going to come down the right-hand side, 182 to 160 supply. A lot of Zealots on the left as well. Rainor going to have to split to deal with this. This hatchery already in trouble. Bottom left hatchery likely in trouble. And if Rainor's not careful, he's about to become a 3-base Zerg. Now, these drones didn't hit the hatchery, though. They went for the mineral line. They went for some of the units. So the Zealots bottom left will be unsuccessful in taking this hatch out. Mana's still having a good time moving around, though. And he's going to clean up some creep spread here and get Rainor more and more caught up on the bottom of the map. But, he's got a 5th base down as well, so Mana really is booming. With Tempest out, this is the sort of base you hate to have, because all of a sudden this base points out and says, hey, Tempest, shoot at me! Waving a big flag at them and saying, we are the target. The Tempest is going to have no issue hitting this and finding those. An Abduct on one of the Tempests is going to be a free kill, but then, we nearly got the Viper in return. Even still, though, like the Tempest can just sit here. One Tempest is not going to be a big deal. If we had like 3 or 4 Vipers, this would be a lot scarier. I was going to say no technology stabilizers, so no Tempest bonus damage to structures is why this took a little bit of time to get rid of the hatchery. But it goes down anyway. Rainor going to launch a counterattack. Hydra Lurker going to try move to the top. Another cool... Honestly, the rotation around bases on this map is so fun. I feel like we're seeing armies, like a lot of the games we see on this map really does go from one base to the next and rotate around in a very cool way. Because it kind of has that kind of curving area around the center, it just feels like there's so much room for movement. I like it a lot. I'm wondering if 10,000 feet might be becoming one of my favorite maps of this pool. Counterattack's going to force the recall. Well, I mean, Rainor has already lost everything bar a couple of bases. Storms are going to come down, get some damage done as we try to retreat. Chasing through your own storms is not advisable any longer. Anything else comes out, we will just have ourselves the Immortals and Tempest still producing through 2 Immortals, 3 Tempests at a time. Mana cannot really make a mistake in terms of the army he's building. He's making a good army. It's getting into good numbers. It's looking like it's going to be a serious issue. We continue to move down. We get a Zergling off to the side. Tempest's going to get abducted in. Feedback's come through. Viper goes down. Hydra's going to clean up a lot. The Mothership getting pushed back a little further as well. We still see this army settling down. On the other side, the Lurkers and a few Hydras will counter. Raynor always looking for any way to maybe get back into these games. I mean, supply-wise, he's not that far behind. It's the fact he's basically a 2-base Zerg, 2 hatcheries rebuilding, main mined out, obviously. It's really not pretty. As, yeah, Mana actually loses that forward base, but he's expanding to the right side as well. Try and make our way down the right here, and obviously maybe end up onto that next, onto this next hatchery. If we can get rid of that, that would be beautiful. But not gonna find the chance just yet. There's a few houses and Lurkers we can maybe jump on in the center of the map. Could be a nice little grab if Mana can find his way to them. Looks like he's really focused on just getting here. Again, there's nothing to really deal with Tempest long term, and that's obviously becoming a big problem. As Zealot Immortal is an issue. We're just gonna dive through. The Zealot's gonna get on top of those Lurkers. Storm coming down. Hydra's having to pull back. And like I say, I think we are on the verge of victory for Mana, who's going to take a game 2 and put himself into a very good position. If he can take a game 3 off Rainor, if he can win this series, he's going to be 2-1 with Lambo left to play. That, I think, is actually a really sick place to be if you are Mana. He is going to be looking good, feeling good. I like it for him right now. All right, we're going to get into game 3 of this in a second, guys. As we will throw some invites out. Try and get everyone ready to go. I honestly really think the rotations on that map are super fun. I'm really starting to dig 10,000 feet. Are we gonna see it again today? I think it might be in one more series still. I'm liking it. Second map here for us is gonna be Tidal Citadel, which is one of the this map's actually been kind of cool too. I think this has been another one of those quiet kind of maps that's just given us some solid scenarios and decent situations, so not crazy one. I'll just give it a second, guys. Just wait for the just to come through. Alright, well, let's do it, guys. Thank you for a little bit of patience as we kick into our next game. Game 3 of this series. Mana versus Rainor coming straight through. Let's get this going. Let's get this going. UG, you good? No, I don't know what it is. It's something about him. Rainor does it all the time. I don't know what the click is that makes it go UG, but that's a classic Rainor Rainor thing. It's something with the Italian keyboard, I think. Cheeky little Italian keyboard, huh? Doing its things. Game number 3, Rainor and Mana go to a final map. Tyto Citadel is our battlefield. So what does this one have interesting about? We've got the 3 base layout, which is all high ground. There's a lot of access points to these bases though, like up here and here. You know, here and here if you knock down those rocks. They're a little bit split up. But always worth noting, this is such a big natural, though. I really feel like this natural is wide open. Entry flat on the ground. Huge space to spread out and attack in on as well. Always worry when the natural looks like this, but it does feel like quite a way to the third as well. You got to walk all the way over here. And if you're over, say you're like here and your opponent's like here and they're just like, screw it, blink in the main. It's kind of a bit of a turnaround again. Be interesting to see how this one... I don't know if it's super easy kind of get in the main. You're pretty much always going to take your third over there. I don't think you take your third here. Well, it's actually kind of a closer, maybe an easier to defend third in some ways. Because you only have this one access point. Yes, it's on the low ground. But then you're just defending like along this area rather than over here to over here. That might even be an easier defense. I guess what does happen then is if the opponent knocks down these rocks, attacking this base, and then pinging around over to this base becomes more simply done, so there's definitely some question marks as to how it plays out. It's fun. Fun to think on. So yeah, I think that fun to see what the guys want to do. Stargate is the choice of Mana. Not a surprise. No one is shocked by this choice early on. So yeah, no surprises there just yet. Thanks, speed halfway done. We get a couple of drones on the way. Overlord and the Queen coming through. We add on the Stargate as we get settled. And yeah, just a link down to the bottom side. It's going to come running through. There's a couple lings and the Queen. The link speed coming up. We get settled down for the moment. Last game obviously started with Mana hitting that Archon drop, and actually really just started finding damage from the very beginning of that last game. Was able to keep it going throughout. Did a great job of that. Wondering if that's maybe something we can kind of turn to and rely on a little bit here as well. As that link speed comes over, Oracle and the Warp Gate coming online. Gateway and some probes coming up at the Adepton as well. Keep this going. Spore Crawler on the way through. Hatchery's halfway done. A few Zerglings still coming up. As we have the Queen on the way through as well. Adept's going to shoot. A couple lings. Taking some shots. And the Nexus will go down. So yep, just going to see both players taking the triangular thirds. I don't think it's super crazy. I just wonder if anyone ever will take this kind of next third base along, you know. It'd be interesting if they both took this third base, because then you get this kind of path down here. It's pretty quick third base to third base. Whereas by taking this third, it feels so much further to go third base to third base in comparison. It just feels that much larger. These Adepts start to step over. Adepts will shade. Queen's going to be there. Adepts will take a couple shots of damage. Probe facility about to finish up. The Twilight Council coming through. And we get a couple more gateways in production as well. Next is about to complete. The pros building on the lair, the drones, evolution chamber. Building on by. That's actually going to get caught by those lings. It's such a nice shutdown. These 4 Adepts that want to keep on harassing and sticking around for so long just go down so quickly. We lose 2 drones as the shade is still good, but if we get rid of all 4 Adepts, Don't think you can really be too upset here. That depth's low. It does go down before the shade goes off. There's a nice cleanup. So we clean that up, and the next step of this game is Temple Archives and Forge, so continuing along with that for the moment. 4 more High Templar on the way through. The Zerglian stepping down. Going to pull back. A few additional High Templar warp in as well. Archon's in production. The Immortal added on. We see some additional drones producing from Raynor as well. We also had the +1 missiles coming up. Prism will begin to go to the top side of the map. So Prism is going to head its way. It's got Archon drop once more. So mana going back to what worked in Game 2. But we all know that Raynor is not going to be the same Raynor as in Game 2. You know, he's never going to be the same player that lost that last game, right? He's always going to adapt. I'd be very shocked to see if this doing the same thing this time around, as this is going to be a Spire on the way through. So Spire coming up, and he is obviously going to have access toward mutas here. So at the very least, he's going to play a different Raynor simply by what he's building. Good damage on that Prism already, super low. That's scary, because now that's easily taken down. There's no way you can kind of stick around as much as you did in the last game with the Archons. That's already taken away the options for these Archons to truly be aggressive and to succeed and all of that goodness. So that's just getting taken away from you right off the bat here. +1 missiles and the Spire still coming online. You see the hatchery coming up as well, building on that 5th base, so we just keep on expanding. And yeah, big map, right? If you go 1, 2, 3, 4 base down here. 5th base here as well, even. I mean, hey, this map feels like it could be gigantic. Oracle to that bottom side. Again, Storm on the way up, charging the +1 coming through. We get the Nexus building from mana. Going to be the 4th base in production right now as well. As the Phoenix comes up from the Stargate, so we get that going. Again, Baneling Nest, Hydra Den, melee upgrade. Continuing to build for the moment here from Raynor. The Mutalists will make their way down that right side. Chance to get in towards the main base in the next few moments. The Lings gather up. They're going to go for a little bit of a move. And the Hydra Ling Force melee upgrade coming up right now. Get that Groove Spine to go, and we get that on the way. We're just trying to get in. Stalker Phoenix will be there to push it back. The Lings are going to take a chance to jump onto the pylons, jump onto the Nexus. Going to start to work through that immediately, and that will all be going down. So some good connections, some good cleanup. That's no 4th base allowed just yet. Obviously, the Muta's playing that right-hand side. Looking to die also. And the supply block actually coming out of this, and he's just going to find a Zealot that's on the map too. Was that cancel or kill? It was a kill. One Nexus killed in the game. I'm going to presume it was that one. He's looking to get onto the Nexus again. This time it is a cancel, so money refunded, but hey, it's still no 4th base. It's still a supply blocked mana. What are we doing? Where are the pylons at? Finally starts up a couple. Jeez, that's a major supply block. The follow-up here from Raynor is just Hydraling Bane. Now onto a Hive as well, readying ourselves for the next step of this. Obviously, this could not be looking any different from that Game 2 that mana was able to take advantage of in and move into an advantage with. I mean, this time he is absolutely trailing in this game, and it's going to be tough. I mean, Phoenix being made against the Mutas, and a second Stargate too, that would be amazing if we were still making Mutas. Like, you don't really need Phoenix against the amount of Mutas that are out now. Like, it's amazing if you have them, but right now, making Phoenix just means you're not putting money into something that can deal with Lingbane Hydra. And it's going to be this Lingbane Hydra commitment that's going to kill you. The Mutas are just a distraction. They're just a technique to keep you busy. Like I say, there's 2 very different ways of playing this, and one is to keep on spamming Mutas, in which case what Mana's doing is right. In this regard, I'm not loving this. A lot of storms coming down. Hey, a lot of those Hydras running through those storms, guys. Those Hydras are taking mega damage. I just think Mana is in a lot of trouble, and even though the storms were fantastic, Storm does nothing, by the way. Even though the storms were fantastic, and Raynor really truly ran into them, he he can just rebuild instantly, and mana is just, I think, significantly far behind enough. I mean, this is honestly as good as it gets from mana. He doesn't die, but he's still behind a lot of army supply, and the reinforcement wave is going to be absolutely huge. As Ling Hydra runs over to the right, runs straight into all that Nexus. Cannon's putting some work in, putting some shots through the +2 attack, and Blink both coming up. The air weapons coming online, and a couple more cannons and probes coming over. Bane Hydra continues to produce right now, pushing on out right here. Muta's going to get a few workers and then back away. Holy! Well, we will shout that one out in a second, because I feel like this game's about to end, and that shout out might take a or might require a little bit more attention than just a quick thank you so much. As the Bane Hydra, like I said, I'm expecting any fight right now to potentially be the final one. I mean, there's a way Mana fights back into this and it doesn't end. That would be an exciting fight too. It's a game-changing fight either way. Either Mana lives or he dies. There's a couple of the units step back. The Zealots go down. The Ling Hydra will take a chance to pull away. 14 probes dead in the last 30 seconds or so. As Mana... Honestly, Mana is now equal army supply. He is genuinely held better. That first fight over here really gave Mana a little bit of life that I don't think he was really meant to have originally. So, pretty crazy stuff as the Hydra Ling Bane looks to settle into the bottom right side, looks to push on through. And we look to try and dive in toward these bases here. So looking for some opportunity right now. As carriers on the way from Mana. If he genuinely survived through the carriers, I'm going to say there's absolutely going to be a chance. There we go. Ling Bane Hydra pushing forward. I mean, even just the Banes hitting the mineral line would be nice. Getting rid of those pros would be great. I was going to say I'm not sure I like that storm, but it was actually pretty okay. A lot of the Banes went down during it. There's the other bits of splash helping out. But we do lose the fourth base, and that's the breakthrough that Reynor's been looking for this whole time. Actually, Mana ends up supply blocked on this as well. A little bit of Ling Hydra stepping away as Zealot goes down. +2 air weapons will make the carriers so much better. And we are on our first carriers. They're moving out from the main base as we speak. So the first carriers are, in fact, here. Now Bane Hydra, though, going to go around the right. Ling Bane Hydra stepping through. Carriers are going to shoot. We're going to see the couple of interceptors going down. We've got ourselves the Banes crashing in. 16, 17 probes falling. On the left side, the Hydras are having their way of things. And obviously the interceptors are just not going to change this one. Man, it's actually going to say GG right there. Does not fight it any further. Rainor takes it at a 2-1 scoreline. He will finish this group 3-1. But it was not an easy day for him, actually. 1-2 or 2-1 against Lambo, 2-1 against Mana. Did take a map off Classic in his loss today. And even against Bunny, I felt like maybe one of those maps was very close to being a loss as well. What's up, Demi? Thank you so much, everyone joining us from the Demu stream. Hope you guys are doing great. Thank you so much for the raid. Welcome. You just caught us at the end of a pretty awesome little matchup there, as you might have seen. And we do have a couple more games still coming today. We're going to have Mana versus Lambo and Lambo versus Classic still to come. So they are coming up in a few moments. We're going to be swapping servers and so on to get that ready. But we also have to just rewind just slightly. Just before the raid came in, Daily Herbivore came in with the £200 donation. Says, thanks for running this tournament. And as I said at the time, that deserves a little bit more than a glancing thank you. While the game was still going on. So some love in the chat, please, for Daily Herbivore. Thank you so much for the super generous donation. Going truly above and beyond. And helping us to keep on streaming, casting, running the tournaments, and all the rest. Obviously, no worries at all for running the tournament. Shout out to Monster Energy, who are helping make this one happen, obviously. But thank you so much for the support. Helps us to keep on doing more in the future as well. Thank you so much, because that's a super generous donation. I thank you so very much. Is it head-to-head first or maps won first? If tied, it's map score, then head-to-head. So, like, overall map score, map difference, then head-to-head. We never use maps won in WardiTV, I think. Yes, thank you so much for a super generous donation, Daily Herbivore. Appreciate you so much. That is beyond generous. Thank you, thank you. Lambo Mana up next, guys. So, Lambo Mana coming up next. This is huge. Lambo's 1-1, Mana's 1-2, Classic 3-0. So, Rainor, Classic are guaranteed through. Classic and Rainor could still swap first, second place, maybe, depending on what Lambo does to Classic. But first up, Lambo Mana is super important. If Mana beats Lambo, Lambo would be 1-2 and would then have to beat Classic for a chance to advance. And I'm not even sure if it's possible. it kind of depends on the map score here even. If Lambo beats Mana, he's guaranteed into playoffs already because he'd already have 2 match wins and no one else could overtake him. So this already is a big series to determine who is going to be advancing. And we're going to be starting this series off on 10,000 feet, the map that I've recently decided is maybe one of my favorite maps of this competition thus far. Rainor can't be first. Drama. So Lambo could be first if he goes win-win. Oh, so Lambo could be first, huh? Because if Classic lost... No, Rainor could be first. I can already see it, no? 6-3, 7-4. Oh, then the head-to-head. Oh, yeah, because... Yeah. No, you're right. Because it's always going to be +3. Or the worst it could be for Classic is +3. And then Rainor's +3, and then Classic has head-to-head. Yeah. Yeah, so you're right. Rainor cannot be first, yes. For some reason, I was looking at it in a weird way for a moment. So yeah, Rainor cannot be first place. But actually, surely, so what if Lambo goes 2-0-2-0? Lambo could be first place if he went 2-0-2-0. Holy shit, this group's awesome. This group's still got some life in it, huh? I mean, obviously it does, because you don't even know who the playoff players are going to be yet, but like, Lambo could still take first place, would be a shocker. That would start with a win against Mana right now, so that's exactly what we're going to look to get into, guys. Let's go into Lambo Mana Map 1 and see if Lambo can maybe start a train forwards into potentially a first place finish in this group. That would really be a little bit crazy, actually. That would actually be a little bit crazy. Let's see what we get. As we have got in the bottom right-hand side, the red Protoss player to kickstart us off into this best of 3. That is super important. A win here for Mana would put him in a very good place to potentially make it to the playoffs. There's Mana bottom right, and a win in the top left for Lambo would guarantee him a place in the playoffs. And he would maybe even have a chance to fight for first place as well, as crazy as that may be. A lot of possibilities still. What if Lambo goes 2-0-2-1? I guess that's not good enough, because then actually Classic would have a better map score as well. I was just thinking, was there some really weird tiebreaker that could maybe come around, and yeah, there might kind of be, but I don't really think so, is what it's going to come down to, so yeah. It's probably the way that this all pans out in the end. Alrighty. Let's get into our game then, as we do take a forward hatchery from Lambo. It's going to expand right to the center here after the probe shows up. Meanwhile, Mana just throws a gateway down, pretty standard from him on this 10,000 feet map, which we've seen a couple of games of today. It's been pretty fun to follow through on how this one's playing. Okay, we will finish next is about to complete, and again, hatch gas pool from Lambo. I wonder if he does anything off of this forward hatchery. I think this is just a situation where he just likes this hatch location, probably. I mean, you think forward, you think aggression, but I don't know if it really buys you much. I guess if you spawn, you run down here, it's a little bit faster than spawning here and running down this way, maybe. From, to get to your opponent's natural, if you wanted to be aggressive. I guess I'm not sure if that's necessarily on the table at all for Lambo. Just gotta mention the possibility, though, right? That the chance of it happening does feel like it could be there. As the Overlord moves to the side. Cybercore coming up next on the way. Lings and Queens all building through. A Stargate into the main base. And the Link speed coming up. A few extra Zerglings on the way out. Queens in production. Oh, we are pulling drones. Oh my. Oh my, we are pulling the boys. I was not expecting that, actually. Oh. We're mining out the side. Oh, well, these two workers already have minerals in their hands, though. He does have enough to get through, but I don't think two of these workers had to be here, no? Alright, 6 drones, the Lings. Lambo opens the side door only for the front door to be open. Mana's base security is at an all-time low. This is terrible. This is pretty much as bad as it gets. The Lings and the drones kill the Stalker already. A ton of probes go down, but here's the Oracle. Obviously, Oracles are energy limited, and there is less energy available, you know, from the overcharges than there used to be. Feelings up in the main base. The Oracle's on the low ground, still playing defense. A lot of probes not mining right now. To be fair, I don't know what you build if you are mining. Maybe you get rich enough to build another Oracle. There's the energy recharge. The Oracle is healthy for a little bit longer. 13 workers killed. Lambo lost 6 drones. They were all the 6 that were pulled across the map initially. Just going to start putting some work onto this Nexus, and now going to run up over here. Going to go get a grab on the Adept. It's going to be GG. Mana is going to tap out. I just can't believe that the front wasn't even walled off. It's like you do all this fancy stuff to mine through over here, and the front's not walled off anyway. And in the way that it played out, this didn't matter at all. Like, in some scenarios, it's still nice that this is mined out, because then you can move through the right side still and reinforce. But because you got on the pylon here and this never got blocked, there still would have been an access point no matter what. So, a little bit of fancy, but in the end, it didn't really even need to be a little bit of fancy. GG, and game 2 will come up very quickly after a solid opening game from Lambo. Obviously had a plan, had a choice of what to do, and made it start to happen. Game 2 for Lambo and Mana then, as Lambo, like I say, win this 2-0, and we actually still have first place considerations going on when he plays against Classic in the next series. Like, that is a pretty crazy thing to be talking about. I think we've got everyone super quickly in this lobby. I think we're actually good immediately. Love that. Let's go straight to game 2. Last thing we want is to wait around if we don't have to, so let's get back to it. What are you going to watch? Rainor vs. Classic again? You can do whatever you like. There is a VOD. You can go back and watch it right now if you want to. If you had a sub, you could even use the rewind feature on Twitch. Just rewind back to the point of the series, or the point of the day you want to watch. You don't even have to go to the VOD. I know YouTube already has that, but, like, you know, it's a thing. So yeah, you don't have to be kidding. You don't need me, you know. Bottom right hand side, down a game as we go to Risen Memory for game 2. It's going to be the Blue Pro display and Mana. Repping Team Liquid, of course, as from the Shopify Rebellion. I love saying that team name, it's so cool. From the Shopify Rebellion in the top left, our red Zerg will be Lambo, who does look for the 15 hatch, but is going to have to go low ground, and he is going to go out into the middle of the map currently. Oh, Mana going to drop the Forge, so he's looking for the Cannon Rush. Obviously, Cannon Rush for Rainor earlier. Didn't really get going. As the pylon goes down, Forge coming up. Hatch coming in, a couple of drones being added. We are going to drop the spawning pool in the main base. Yeah, we're going to see drones pulling down over here. The cannon at the front, I mean, we know about it as Lambo, so he's going to try and get the cannon. We are going to wall the probe in. Can we put a cannon behind here still? Because then that cannon is 100% going to go up. And that is going to cover the mineral line that reaches, you know, for this hatchery. So then it feels like you can't really do much over there. I'm going to just have all the drones pulling in to try and get the probe kill. Oh, that probe's dead. It's a lot of drones chasing one single probe, but it will be a probe kill. And that means that we can't build anything else right now. A couple cannons on the way up. The Zealot will start off the gateway. We'll cancel one cannon. I think that's fine. I'd like the other cannon here to be able to zone the low ground mining, just in case. Obviously, Lambo lost a lot of mining time during this. You look at the income graph, you can see it's a massive lead for Mana for about a minute or so. So that's just all those drones not mining, running around, playing the defense and the denial. Instant Roach Roar, and as Lambo gets back to mining and gets some money in his bank account, Roaches will be his choice. Obviously, we've got a Zealot out. Not going to do much with a Zealot super quickly. The Lings here will zone it from hitting the hatchery, and then if it wants to run up into the main base, the drones can be there to defend as well. So, like I say, just don't see much of a future for this Zealot right now. As the Lings come about and get a surround. That was a surround. I think he just wants to get the probe. He's going to commit onto it. Okay. I mean, that's probably why the Lings were there, actually. It's not so much about zoning the Zealot from getting over here. He just doesn't want to let the probe get in and to make more stuff happen over on this side, which, yep, just doesn't want this to get any further kind of problematic. He has this under control if nothing else gets built. So, yeah, Roach Drone done. Roaches can build in a moment. We've got the gas for one. We're just waiting for Overlords to pop. We can start the Roaches and go from there. I love that Mana is like, of all the guys, Mana is still the guy to try and bring out the cannon rushes and mix it up. And this is not true just today, but like in general, Mana has been the guy to kind of do this recently. And one of the few as well. And he's actually had some success with it too. I know today's maybe not looked the prettiest for these cannon rushes, but there has been some success for him. There's that drone. Actually going to find a mineral patch he can mine from, so that's cute. And, instant dead. A little bit of a shame, but yeah, the Ravager's obviously morphing. Going to start biling the cannon if we can just get the vision of it, which this Overlord will provide. And we start to clean this out, and we will eventually be feeling good. I was going to say, that is high ground, right? So we could just fly the Overlord overhead, and it should be fine. As the cannon slowly goes down. The Adept is the main base. Some drones will pull to help push it back. Actually does shade to the low ground here, where he gets 2 kills with the help of the cannon. The Ravager and Queen put some damage onto it, and the Ravager will try and chase it for a little bit. It's a very slow kill of this cannon because it's one Ravager biling and only one Ravager. There's Lambo just trying not to lose more drones to Mr. Cannon here. The cannon has killed 4 things so far. Ravager deciding it can attack now, and that is going to be it now, making its way through to start hitting the gateway. 2 Debs going to threaten the main base. We are going to see Spore Crawlers coming up, and it's a correct call because we have an Oracle building for Mana. Whose Nexus are back at home, starting to look very normal for him back on the other side. So we'll see what the next step of this is going to be in total very soon. Those drones, those Lings getting a wrap around on the Adept. Adept will be going down there, so that's going to be a nice catch. As you see the Oracle activating, Queen going to take a few more shots. The Spore Crawler right there to help out as well. Queen going to be there to really push this Oracle back the other way, as we do take a chance to go into the couple of pylons. So pylons taking some shots, taking some damage, knock down this gateway. And then where do we go from there? I mean, Link Speed about to be done. Lambo is building a lair. Ooh, this Oracle apparently took a big beating initially from the Spore/Queen in the main, I guess. Apologies, missed that as we were watching. I was watching this gateway die, but I probably should have watched the Oracles instead. Probably a more important unit to keep track of here, as they are going to activate to kind of get a couple of Ling kills. One more Adept spawns out. That is producing, just having the +1 and the couple of gates coming online. The Twilight Council will build. The Stalking Adept gathering around. The Spore is going to be in position. Oracle gets shoved the other way. Just having the Twilight Council still producing 4 mana at the moment. +1 attack upgrade coming up. The lair is about to complete. This is just getting rid of, I mean, with Link Speed out, these Lings kind of make short work of the gateway units on the map. As Mana heads into the Twilight Council and form more gates. I don't think Lambo has anything to worry about just now, so he's going to go Hydra Den off the lair. He'll start a 3rd hatchery, probably a missile upgrade, and just start powering up the Hydras. Yeah. Yep. So he's going to go Ling Hydra, finally get to the 3rd hatchery. I don't really know where we're at in the game. It's a very weird situation. It's obviously not the norm, and it's definitely been a weird one to read, because I actually think that Lambo was kind of on top of the defense, but it took him so long to clean out that cannon. Mana got quite a bit done with a couple of Adepts, and then, you know, it was like, there's been a lot of like extra bonus interactions where I felt like Lambo started well, but then Mana's done a lot more to potentially bring him back into it. So it has been fun. It's been a very intriguing set of games so far. As Mana has the triple Oracle coming around the top side, going to activate for a couple of drones right off the bat. 2 of those going down. The Oracles still back away to the side. +1 about to be done. Blink still building. As you can see, 3rd probe trying to get a 3rd Nexus. That is disallowed. Missiles must have got augments coming through. Like I say, getting that Hydra speed up. The Ling's gathering Queen on the way. Blink is going to be finishing very shortly on the Twilight Council as well. Stalkers go after the Lings. The Hydras hit the Oracles in return. I mean, Lambo is going to have all the upgrades soon to kind of make this commitment go. And I do think this Ling Hydra commitment is very much so a commitment. I mean, he could be trying to add a few more drones now if he wanted to. The thing is as well, though, he also needs units right now against the Stalkers, right? So, few Lings on the other side. Hydra count not great here, and the Stalkers get a bit of damage done. It's feeling not pretty for Lambo right now. +1 missile's about to be done, though. There's actually, the Stalkers on blink cooldown, so that's actually a horrible position. I think give Lambo a bit of a better fight. We'll clean up a couple more of these than I thought he would. That's a debatable blink as well. I mean, okay, he gets rid of the Hydras, but I feel like that blink put him, or kept him in range of the Hydra shots, and then he could have been getting so much more value from this, and now these Stalkers try and blink away, and they're going to get caught by Lings. What a disaster. There's no way. That could have gone so much better, no? That should have gone so much better. I am pretty darn sure it should have gone better. Yeah, that was a lot of weirdness. Like I say, I don't disagree in a way with the blink, but then it's one of those moments where you blink and I think afterwards you regret it, because instead of what you did, you could have just kept so many more of your Stalkers alive in comparison, and that would have been so much better for you. Ling Hydra will chase up. We will go after those Stalkers over here. A couple of them already beginning to go down. +2 attack. The Stalkers in production. +2 missiles coming up as well. Those Lings want to just go and get a wrap around on these Stalkers. Yeah, Hydras are just these Hydras are just getting so many good fights. Like, how often can Hydras, like, every Hydra is shooting all the time. Like, that shouldn't happen. The Hydras being able to close the gap shouldn't happen so often. And the Stalkers should never just be there without a blink away. Crazy business. Crazy business. That's the Temple Archives. +2 attack coming over. And the Hydra's going to be, yeah, starting to move across the other side. So coming down to the bottom right. Temple Archives coming up. +2 attack coming in. It's going to be seeing the Ling Hydra coming over as we're going to surround these Stalkers. If they blink, yep, they're going to go straight into Ling Hydra. Going to try and recall. It's also a disaster. I mean, the Hydra's just pumping damage. Get to the other side. Battery Cannon is going to be in position. We are going to see the Stalkers trying to make a hold. Honestly, I mean, I shouldn't ask the question. I was like, is it doable? No, I don't think it is. For a moment, I was like, it didn't look like the Hydras were going to be that impactful. But they really are. They really, really are. GG's. Lambo gets a 2-0, and that's super exciting because it does genuinely mean that Lambo Classic is a fight for first place in this group. What a result this could turn out to be. Alright guys, we are going to get into game number 1 of our final series. Up next, Mana unfortunately will be eliminated. It will be 4th place. He still ends up in some prize money as it is Lambo. A win will potentially send him into 1st place. A loss will be 2nd place. Will be 3rd place. I don't think there's any in between. I don't think there's a 2nd place finish possible. Maybe a 2-1 would be 2nd place. It might come down to a 3-way tiebreaker scenario, and I don't know how that works honestly right now, so I have to figure that out. But first, we swap to NA and we get Lambo Classic. We're ready to go, and let's just kind of play it out. I'm not going to do the math. I'm not going to try and do the numbers. I think Lambo has to. I think it has to be a 2-0 though for the 1st place. Well, if Rainor beats Lambo, Lambo beats Classic, and Classic beats Rainor, that's a 3-way tie. I mean, there might genuinely just be a 3-way tie. If Lambo goes 2-1, is that a 3-way tie? No, because then Classic is then Classic isn't then Classic's +4. No, it's a I'm like it's a 3-way tie, and that's presuming that Classic. I'm like, if Lambo goes 2-1, it's a 3-way tie, using the numbers as though Classic went 0-2. So no, there's no 3-way tie possibility. I'm pretty sure Lambo is either third place or first place. I think he does need a 2-0 for first place, though. Where are the Terrans? Earlier today, we did all 4 Terran matchups earlier today. The Terran games are finished, unfortunately. Alright, Lambo and Classic. Gonna start on Throne of the Dunes. Seen this map a couple times today as well. Okay, so one last best of 3 today. One final matchup. How very fun. How very fun. No more Terran today? Nope. We only have 1 PVZ left. We have 1 best of 3 remaining. And then we will also draw the playoff bracket as well. Also be fun. Lovely. Lovely. Alright, we will take a couple of moments. Get going in a second, guys. Yeah, we do have, well, actually, I mean, now that Lambo is through the group as well, we have 3 Zergs, 4 Protoss, and 5 Terrans in the playoffs? Yeah, I think so. 3 Zergs in the playoffs, I can't believe that. Yo, what's up, Comeback TV? Thank you so much for the raid. Welcome, everyone. If you're joining us from Comeback TV, hope you've been enjoying the games all day. We have one last best of 3 still to come. It is the Lambo Classic Series, and Lambo has a chance to be first place in this group. Getting all the raids today, so welcome, welcome. Let's get ourselves into game number 1. Throne of the Dunes is going to be our map. Let's get this started off. Let's see whether Classic or Lambo will get off to a great start. Like I say, I want Lambo to take game 1. Just so he has the chance. Just so he has the chance to maybe get first in the group. That would be really sick. In the bottom left-hand side, our red Protoss player is going to be Classic. And in the top right-hand side, our blue Zerg player is going to be Lambo. Hey guys, thank you for joining us all day long. Like I said, it's been a great day of action. It's been a really fun set of games. Again, just one more time I mentioned to, again, thank you to our sponsor Monster Energy for the TLMC in general. And of course, if you've enjoyed the streams, don't forget the likes, the subscribes. Use your primes if you got them. All the support helping us to keep it going. Appreciate you guys. It's been a long one, man. It's been a long week. We've had a lot of, long streams back to back to back. I'm feeling it a little bit. It's been a while since I've streamed like this, honestly, so I'm, my energy levels are like, ready to recharge a bit tonight and get ready for the playoffs tomorrow. Should be an awesome first day. 6 best of 5s tomorrow is going to be our lineup, so look forward to that. As Lambo will take an Overlord out across the map just for the moment. Take that to the other side. And we get that underway. Hope Lambo all-ins. Oh, spicy. Hope we just get some good games. Honestly, I've been really enjoying the maps. We've been really enjoying the games. Seen a lot of different stuff. Obviously, Lingbane Hydra is definitely very popular right now. Those Banes getting that plus HP buff is pretty neat. People have been enjoying the Lingbane Hydra running into storms a little bit lately as well, obviously. Couple lings there. Probes get pushed the other way. And we do have ourselves the Adept is coming, and that will be our first point of interest onto the map. It is a Stargate from Classic, so no real surprise in terms of what his initial tech looks like. Stargate is very much so the kind of first thing we expect, as that Adept will shade through and getting toward the main base already. Couple Zerglings up on the high ground, and that Adept will not go anywhere. Queen, Link Speed, there's the Oracle and the Warp Gate coming up as well. Still seeing a couple of probes being added on. We do see the Adept of Classic coming across over to that right-hand side. So we'll be joined up together and ready to poise, put ourselves in a position to threaten the next few moments. The Queens are there. The Adepts are going to move. And just going to step their way into the main. Back to the natural. Going to commit. Doesn't care about the amount of lings we see there. Gets 2 drones. 2 drones. A little drone pull is reasonable. I don't think we get a shot to get 1 more drone then. We don't. It's low HP, maybe the Oracle could finish it off, which is now coming across the map. But yeah, Classic decides to commit in quickly and try and get something done as the hatchery comes down. Third base for Lambo, as you can see. Oracle flies through that. This first Queens, yeah, beautifully placed, going to get onto that Oracle immediately and not let that go anywhere. So just getting straight on top of that, shutting it down, not letting this happen any further. And the Oracle goes back the other way. A few Zerglings turn around from the bottom side. Let's just have the Oracle is going to be firing up, and the fueling still very much so taking some damage. Just see the rest of the lings will come back around. I'm trying to just keep some map control up, threaten a little bit, see if they can grab anything that's available. There's not a lot of lings. I don't think there's a lot of expectation from Lambo, but they're getting info. You've seen the third base come down. You've seen what units are maybe being warped in past that those first couple of Adepts. So they're all just pieces of the puzzle you start to get together here, as the melee upgrade will start from Lambo. Alongside that melee upgrade, the Baneling Nest will be coming down as well. Again, that going in the natural. Oracle Adept flying overhead. And we again have a look at the front and a chance to move forward here as the Adepts will shade. The Oracles will sit, like I say, overhead and wait to see what they do. Adepts not going to commit in just now. The Queens are going to be here, though, and they put some damage onto the Oracles, and Oracle's taking some big hits. Push back around the other side. Drones have to pull away, evacuating for now. And that's a dead Oracle. That's a horrible stasis ward choice. I have no idea what he thought he had going there, but it was nothing. Clearly just didn't respect the Queens. I mean, I felt like the Queens didn't even stop attacking the Oracle between it flying through and starting to build the stasis, so yeah, I'm not sure what Classic thought about that one, but that was not ideal. Go back down the bottom left. A couple of Stalkers are warping. The Blink is on the way. We have that Temple Archives coming on as well. It's about halfway done right now. Throw a gateway down alongside this. And yeah, melee upgrade all building up at the spore, at the hatcheries. We're getting Lambo into where he wants to be at the very least. Classic, where he wants to be too. Blink on the way, and Storm going to be on the way shortly. We saw this in the earlier series against Rainor already. This is kind of what Classic has been playing, and looks like he's going to stick to it for this game as well. Oracle's activating, and Queens actually do get transfused, and we chase forward. Ooh, we nearly get that Oracle. Good pullback from Classic. It was right at the last second, but it was absolutely flying to stay alive. That's what really counts, so going to be all good there. Because Oracle's still really the only thing going on around the map just for the moment. Not too much else taking place just for now. +1 missiles, the Baneling Speed coming up. A couple of drones going to transfer from the natural to the third base, 5th hatchery. Coming down the right side, you see the Zergling going to be setting up down the bottom as well as Storm and the Blink upgrade continuing through. A little cheeky Drop Lord in production, add 7 Hydras onto that as well, and going to get some lings into this main mineral line, or at least try to. It's going to be the goal at the moment. Things up top get turned away. Oracle sitting tight as the defense there. What's in the main base? Nothing. And building battery? No, it's a cannon. So maybe that cannon can help us to defend and deflect. Lambo 84 workers, so he's on a big worker count and ready to just start playing aggressively here. Runs in, forces a storm, backs away. Drop Lord going to go right to the corner. The few Banes are going to hit this side. I wonder if he waits for Bane speed or if he just waddles in early. It looks like we're going to waddle early. Now it's the Ling Bane Hydra mostly still collecting on the other side of this. A good Stalker warp in. Costs you a Stalker, but it completely denies the Banelings, and that's going to be the end of that attempted bust. And your probes are as safe as they could be, so no issues there in the end. As now Ling Bane Hydra gathering still on that left side. We've mentioned it a couple times. But the Lings did drop in the end, and they actually do get the cannon, forces a warp in. None of this really happening all at the same time. Just a bit of harass here, and then a bit of harass there. It's going to end up being that big attack in the end. I mean, do we have much drawn out of position? The Oracles are over there. Obviously, High Templar are gathering from Classic as he looks to play the Storm defense against this army. Pre-split Bane's going to try and minimize what they take on the way in. Good Storms. First two Storms actually do their job very nicely. Bane's on the other side. Yep, Lambo has to pull back away from that Storm because there's no way he can just keep rolling through it. At the very least, now you're going to force another Storm to deal with these Banelings. He tries to divert one more time. He gets kind of out. He does get a couple of those Banes to connect. Morphing Banelings right on top of this base. High Templar morph into Archons. They're going to be needed as those, but the Hydra count is looking good, and Lambo is going to crash his way through this. Probe's going down. High Templar's in trouble, and this army is going to clean up this top side. Storm here is extremely preemptive, and a couple more Storms will warn off, but not do much else with that base going down. Lambo already succeeded. Remember, he's an 84 drone Zerg. This is all in terms of amount of tech only, so if you're trading well and getting value and shutting down your opponent in any sort of way, you're going to be pretty darn happy about the situation, and that's going to be good enough for Lambo to take a game one of this BO3. And Lambo is actually going to go up a game. He's actually going to be having a chance to maybe possibly take first place in this group. It's doable. It's possible right now. It could still happen. I'm excited. I love it. Let's throw some invites out for game two. All right. We lost even more casters. Oh no, I didn't invite Rex. That's who I'm missing. I was like, I'm sure we had 6, and surely no one left after game 1. Surely no one left after game 1. What's up, Deadline? Thank you so much for the 4-month resub on the Prime. Thank you for priming us up. We appreciate you. Protoss is just trash now. Yes. I don't think Protoss will ever win a game again, guys. Yeah, Classic's only 3-0 today. I think Protoss kind of done for, I'm gonna be honest. I mean, one of his wins was a PvP. What an idiot. Crazy. Alright, game 2 coming up. Let's see if Protoss is trash or if Protoss can fight back. Good luck. Yeah, makes sense. Makes sense. Tourmaline gonna be our second game here as we move into our next one. Can Lambo get first place? I think it does have to be a 2-0, so we'd have to win this map right now. Let's see if we can do it. In the bottom left, the blue Protoss player is Classic. If Lambo wins 2-1, does Classic get first place? Yes, I think so, because the extra map for Classic would give him the better map score than Lambo and Rainor. So, yes. I'm pretty sure Classic just needs one map, and his map score can never be worse, or his map difference can never be worse. And then if Classic does win this game, then game 3 is not going to really change much of anything, but the beautiful part of this is that the players didn't know that at the time, because they don't know how all the other results worked out, because 2 matches play at once, right? So they're not 100% sure, so they're obviously going to try and win, and obviously a win is good. Feels good as well. But these guys are playing here to try and get better and improve in everything as well, right? So yes, map score is more important than personal matches, yes. Because your map score is a representation of how you've played across the entire day. And that's kind of what a group is, right? In my eyes, in a group where everyone is playing everyone, your performance over the entire day is more important, is more valuable than your performance against one guy. So, I personally like it more as a tiebreaker. I think it makes more sense. It also breaks three-way ties as like the first tiebreaker as well, so... Our female ghost banned. No, we decided it'd be really good if we just let Terrans play with the female ghost skin and just cheat. So we actually decided to say, you know what? We encourage you to make female ghosts. Because we're not serious a tournament and all we want to do is meme. Yes, they are banned. What difference has been first in the group make? First place goes to the round of 8, so you don't have to play a round of 12 matchup. So it's not just a better seed, you actually skip a round of the playoffs. So second and third place are just a slight seeding difference, but first place actually skips a round of the playoffs. So first place is actually quite meaningful. Means more guaranteed prize money. One less best of 5. Yeah. Okay, coming up. Stargate coming through. As we take Link Speed, Queen. Couple drones coming about as well. I'm gonna go for a cheeky little shade. Just gonna see how Link's be coming up. The Oracle in the Warp Gate building. 6 hours deep, 10 best of 3s deep. I'm not gonna tell you guys the ins and outs of the PvZ build. I will let you watch the Oracle build. We'll see if anything exciting happens. I mean, there's obviously potential for some workers to be taken out or so here. Oracle in the Warp Gate coming through, and the Gateway and a couple of probes coming about. As you see, drones and queens coming in. The couple Lings are going to get there. Depths are going to fire, and the Lings get turned around the other way. Lings is going to jump onto the probie. A couple of shots coming through. We will see the Oracle still overhead. And yeah, 10 more Lings, the Queen all coming about, the Evo Chamber coming up as well. The Adepts are in, and they're going to get rid of 3, 4 drones right off the bat. Make it 5, looking for 6, but not quite going to make 6. 5 drones, the kills. That's a good start from Classic. Good bounce back in this game 2 already. After a game 1, that was obviously a disappointment for him. And get some work done early. Twilight Council and Forge now on the way up. And we get that Nexus going as well. Couple probes coming through. The couple of Oracles still heading the other side. Lambo's counterattack will obviously aim for a Nexus right away here and try and get straight onto this. Oh, we're going to lose one of the Oracles. Gets a few more drones, yes, but -1 Oracle. We're going to get a few more shots on this one. He's going to go for one more. Good Spore Crawler build. He's going to save it. The Lings turn around. Didn't do much. So the grand scheme of that, we got... I mean, that's now 9 drone kills in the game, though. 9 drones, 3 Lings. We obviously lost 2 Adepts, but then we lose an Oracle as well. The Oracle is the real loss. Like, the Adepts are very replaceable. Adepts are, like, kind of there to be given up in a way. But the Oracle... It always feels bad to lose an Oracle, because an Oracle is almost always savable, is what it comes down to, right? You know, you might say, well, I still got 4 drones, and that's great. But you probably could have got 4 drones and kept the Oracle alive. You probably, if not, you probably could have got 3 drones and kept the Oracle alive. So it's always that difference of, like, 1 more drone in the Oracle versus keeping the Oracle. You would have always preferred to keep the Oracle, so it's always that mistake. It's almost never a good thing to lose your Oracle. Sometimes you do play like the Suicide Oracle, where 3 Oracles dive in all at once, with the idea being that because you dive in all at once with all 3 Oracles, you're kind of like there, and 1 Oracle will just go down, and the design of the play is that 1 Oracle will go down. And by that 1 Oracle going down, you still have 2 Oracles to one-shot for a bit longer. So sometimes you give up an Oracle specifically to guarantee you damage like that. It isn't really done as much anymore, but I guess it's an example of how Oracles have been given up in the past, you know, meaningfully, and, you know, actually having, you know, something to say about it. Stalkers are there. Ling goes down. Probe gathering. The Storm, Blink, and +1 are all building. Headed down. They nest. Coming through right now. Just getting everything else joined together. Again, melee upgrade about a complete Bane speed and high burst speed coming through. The Lings are going to get to the bottom. A couple of cancels over there. Storm on the way. Blinking +1 on the way. The Oracle will come across, and those Lings escaping out to the bottom side. Now some more Lings going to get to the front, and they're going to run straight over here. Lings going to go jumping on towards the Nexus right off the bat. Nexus falls. Lings look for a probe, so we got a cancel on the 4th base. Not bad start for Lambo. He is heading into that missile upgrade. He is heading into the Hydra and Bane speed. We can kind of see where this is going. It's once more off the 82 drone, so it's off a strong economy. Ling Bane Hydra really feels like it might be back. People are really playing for it every single time. And not just like a Ling Bane Hydra like 55 drone all in, or a Ling Hydra timing. Like truly like big eco Ling Bane Hydra surges where you have a ton of units. Always felt like Ling Bane Hydra has been such a fun composition to watch. There was a period of PvZ which was Ling Bane Hydra versus Pros, and it was just so fun. And I never really knew what was going to happen in the fights, because the fights are just fun and they're chaotic and there's so much going on. It's so hard to predict a lot of the time who comes out of, ahead in those scenarios, quite frankly. Classic is just like, you know what, I want to play late game. Second Stargate is already down. Storm coming in defensively here. Lambo does not attack through there. This is a pretty defensive position, choked up area. Couple cannons. You have to come through here. Obviously, you can slid around and come through here as well. That looks like it's going to be Lambo's plan. So let's get the zoom out going as we watch this Ling Bane Hydra force ready to come in from both sides. The Storm's up there. Feeling's going down. So Hydra's going to get dotted. But Bane's getting caught as they morph in. That is going to be a successful denial. Nice Stay Sword on the left side. Oracle's being useful. Banes will not find their way up. Beautiful defense so far by Classic. Doing a great job of just negating Lambo's first big wave in. And if you really take away the power on this first big wave, that's just a success story waiting to happen. Because then when Lambo finally attacks, there's just so much more Protoss than there would have originally been. Storms dropping all over there. The Banes do make their way in from the left side. The Cannons obviously putting the work in too. They even absorb a lot of the Banelings, which will go after Cannons specifically. Now the Archons doing their thing. And I think fair to say on this one, we are going to have ourselves a defense made. Classic gets the hold, gets the defense. Like I say, he had a good start in this game, which obviously will help. He played this defense very well too. He dropped the Storms where he needed them. It was just a very solid game. A couple more Storms. Lings and Hydra's going to get caught in it all. Storm's going to blink into the other side of the map to try and stop those Hydras getting away as well. And Classic is going to be holding on. Lambo's still just making Ling Hydra, which is a sign that this really is not going anywhere else. He's not even going to try and tech up. Stalkers get underneath. We get rid of the Overlord. I mean, Classic's not in a rush to go across the map. He's got a couple of carriers out. He's got some High Templars to rebuild and some Storm energy to gather. He's in no rush to run the other side. Doesn't need to go anywhere just yet. Let's do melee. Ling Bane on the way. Add a couple drones on. The army of Classic regathering in the middle. Cannons, battery, all building up. We have ourselves to the left side. A few Stalkers blinking here and there, but nothing really too crazy happening of it. Lings head around to the left. Again, 2 more carriers. That's the issue. We're heading into carriers, and what defense do we have against carriers as Lambo? No Spire on the way, no Vipers on the way to potentially abduct them. Hydras versus carriers, especially with these sort of defensive Storms, I'm not sure if you're really going to ever find a way to get the Hydras on top of carriers either. So I'm kind of not feeling Lambo's way out. I mean, I think his way out is to win one big fight now again. I mean, just if this fight succeeds in a big way, the High Templar don't do much. That's the way you can win this. Storm's coming down. The Storms on that ramp on that left side are doing work. The Lings are melting. The Interceptors kind of die, honestly. They don't do a lot, but they will start to rebuild, and the Interceptors off the back 2 carriers will succeed. Classic's going to take game 2, and that should secure him first place of this group. I like it. I like it because Classic's great. I would have liked it more if Lambo made it, but I also like because we get a game 3, so I was kind of cheering on Lambo, but at the same time, there's like that little reward for us not getting a Lambo first place. We actually get ourselves a game 3 of this series. So we're going to go to one final map today. It's going to be Old Republic to round out Group D and our group stages in total of the WardiTV Team Liquid Map Contest Tournament 15, part of TLMC 21. And we will go into this game 3 in a couple seconds. What's up, Fenkick? Hot dang, just back from work on a Wardy stream. Yep, we're going long enough today that you're catching the tail end. We had some good games today. Honestly, all week has been good games. If you've missed the StarCraft all week long, I can only recommend the VODs, the VODs. I'll put the VODs link in the Twitch chat, but like honestly, like there's been a lot of good games this week. You can honestly just pick your favorite players from whichever group and go watch. Like there's been good games. Been a great week of games so far. So been loving that. To get ourselves into our third map. Final map of the day. Let's see if Classical Lambo will get the victory. Like I say, this one does not impact the result of the group too much. They didn't know that at the time, so they're obviously still fighting their heart out to guarantee first place or whatever they think they can get. Let's go into Old Republic and wrap this one up. Bottom left-hand corner of the map will be the blue Zerg player. While in the upper right side, our red Protoss is going to be Classic. Some of them coming down and get settled in. Okay, on the way up. Again, what a great day of games. Just one final chance, guys, to say thank you so much for watching. Last game of the day, sellout moment here again. Do not forget, like, subscribe, hit the follow button. Do check out the Patreon page, patreon.com/WardiTV. Again, 100% of any pledges on Patreon go directly into tournament prize pools. We are getting close to our goal of $1,000 a month on Patreon, which would be an amazing milestone for helping to run tournaments. So do consider checking that out, as well as all the other usual ways to support. Prime subs, regular subs. Give some subs if you're feeling super generous, if you've loved the day, if you appreciate the long cast. Appreciate you guys. And, yeah, thank you so much. I just appreciate being here. Thanks for watching. The viewership's been incredible this week. Hope to keep that up for the next few months as we, like I say, grind the next few months. We are going to have so much StarCraft 2 coming up, I promise you. It's going to be StarCraft after StarCraft after StarCraft, non-stop. It's going to be great. With all that said, we are getting set to rumble in this game 3. 2 minutes of PVZ, and that's how you leave the PVZ. This is why you leave the PVZ to last, guys. Right? Because if you leave the PVZ to last, you have a clear 2 minutes of the opening build order to sell out during, you know? See, this is some 200 IQ, tournament planning. Totally intentional. Adept is going to shade out onto the map. Make a little bit of a move here initially. Cancel it for now. With the mana PVZ, we don't have these 2 minutes. Yeah, well, do you see mana playing in the last game of the day? Boom. See? 200 IQ tournament planning. Not RNG at all. Scripted, yes. Completely scripted. I mean, I'm not going to bother selling out for the rest of the game. Not unless you guys give me a reason to say thank you non-stop for the next however many minutes this game is. No. I'm only gonna... I only sell out early. More or less. It's not on the opportunity. Oh man, my brain's too tired to sell out anymore. Selling out's hard, man. You gotta think about how to sound nice and how to sound like people might want to give you money and stuff. So... no, I'm done. I'm just gonna do the easier thing, which is talk about the StarCraft things happening. That part's easy. You know? Way easier. Oracle. Heading to the bottom left, couple of adepts gathering about. A few moments here with the Oracle and the Warp Gate coming up. It's going to be seeing the in toward the main base. Trying to find some harassment. Obviously, Lambo did take big hits early off the adepts, then the Oracles last time around, so that was a pretty big factor. The Oracles together, just going to ping on through. Queen is going to be there. Oracles activating, Queen dead. That's nice, getting a Queen kill. Oh, but we stuck around in the Spore Crawler. Just going to see that Oracle pushed away. 10 more drones coming out, and the Spore going to be there to push back a little bit further once more. Four drones dead. Not bad, but it's low HP Oracles, so maybe they can't do too much more. Maybe they kind of get stopped here. +1 and Blink on the way through. We are going to see the melee and the Balin Nest coming up as well. Ovies and a Queen building as well on top of everything. Going to have the Nexus coming up onto Classic side. So yeah, triple space up and running. Really much else to point out yet. It's that melee upgrade this time from Lambo. So going to be Ling focused into Banes. Can play kind of Hydras behind this, but obviously you're not going to have the faster missile upgrade or anything. What do you reckon the double Lyotes for? You know, one Lyote wasn't enough, we had to get two? One's a coincidence, two sounds like mischief. Is the Oracle going to drop a little revelation down? Blink +1 coming up, Storm, Chrono boosting on the Templar Archives. And yeah, melee upgrade about to finish, the Lings and the Queen coming by. Let's have our Zerglings still stepping up into the front, middle of the map. The Oracle's going to gather about there. The Adept's still joining in. Nexus drops into the center. Zerglings want to take a chance to take a run at this. Just going to be jumping in toward the Nexus there. The Lings up onto the gates. Storm, Blink, and +1 all continuing through. I mean, Classic's pretty consistent about what he wants to get set up on. Blink into Storm. It's the same every time. I'm not going to commit with these Zerglings. Looking for a cancel on the forward base. Do we like that? Yeah, I guess so. I mean, a few Lings go down, but it's not too terrible. Hydrogen coming up, the drones and the melee upgrades still building through. And our Zerglings will come back down to the bottom left-hand side again. Just hang back now. Lambo going to get to 76 workers. Wondering if he's going to hit the 80+ count once more. I would kind of imagine that he does, but let's wait and see what exactly we get. Cannons, batteries, the Nexus comes into place. His Zerglings just going to send one of those forward immediately. The Zergling gets picked off right off the start. +2 in charge still coming in. The Overseer coming across into the main. Still got the Stalker Templar coming by as well. Get a few more of these Hydras building up. The Lings on the way through. Lings is going to knock their way through a set of rocks over on that right-hand side. Open up the map a little bit. Let's get back up. Just going to see the High Templars and the Stalkers still gathering around. We do have the Lings continue to nibble their way through the set of rocks here. It's just going to open that up. Like I say, just more positions on the map to run around. The Zergs love that. Classic just straight to the second Stargate and the Fleet Beacon, man. He's not messing about. He knows what he likes to get to. He knows what he feels powerful with. And that's exactly what he's going to try and be once more. What's up, XK Metralha? Thank you so much for the 8-month resub on the Prime. Appreciate your support. Thanks for priming us up toward the end of this day. This is our last game of the day, guys. And Classic or Lambo claim victory for a final series. Will Classic be 4-0? Will Lambo get to 3-1? That'd be a sick showing. You know, even if Lambo doesn't win this, what a day from him. 2-0 mana. 2-0... 2-0 Bunny? Or was it 2-1 Bunny? Beat Bunny. I can't remember if it was 2-0 2-1. I think it was 2-1. And then you have a map win against Rainor, and at the very least here, a map win against Classic. Like, it's been a day for Lambo. Bane's going to morph through. Bane's going to morph over on the left-hand side. We are going to be seeing a couple of shots maybe coming through. Extra Banes. Setting up. Storm goes down. It's a massive cancel on all of those Banelings. That works out. I mean, that's going to slow down a lot of your potential, burst power, right? Those are the units that go bang. And without your bang, can you win again? Can you win in this engagement? That is a very difficult question to answer. Units still gather up. We got the Zealots in the top left side going to regather as well. Carrier still building. I mean, you got to go, because if you don't go, the carriers are in good numbers, then you're in trouble. Storm Cannon doing a good job here. The Baneling's going down. Ooh, it's Storm friendly firing a little bit. This was not really it. The units on the right side didn't go at the same time, though. Lambo going to make a huge round of extra Lings again. Kind of wondering why he didn't go on the right at the same time. That felt like that maybe should have been the moment. Side defense is not a bad call. He's walled up everywhere else with gateways. So, like, this area is kind of where you have to engage as Lambo, unless you just throw the Hydras at those gates, knock those down, and open up that space. But then that's a very narrow area to attack through, too. Stasis catches on the far right-hand side. Here come the Lings surging forward. Can we do enough? Any Storms left? Yep, right on top of the 2 sets of Lings I was looking at. Yep, that works, too. And I think, fair to say, that Lambo's attack has not done what it needs to, and that is going to be GG. Even Classic is going to take it right then and there. I've seen a lot of this lane Bane Hydra versus Classic Blinkstorm into the carriers has been his consistency, and Classic will end up 4-0 in this group, which is probably what a lot of us expected. I mean, honestly, Classic Rainor I think was a toss-up. I don't think there was a guaranteed Classic 4-0, right? But, like, I mean, maybe at the end here we expected Classic to beat Lambo. I still think Lambo gave it a good go. Lambo will finish this group in 3rd place. That gives him a Terran or a Protoss in the next round. It'll either be Beyond Zaun or Max Pax. Rainor will play Yakov, Ryung, or Kua. Spirit Clem, Hero, and Classic get advanced through. I have a couple... So what we're going to do, guys, we're going to draw the bracket on stream. We have a couple of very specific... There's like one scenario that I can't have happen for the schedule. So we're going to randomize it on stream. And if the schedule doesn't allow, if the one scenario comes up the schedule doesn't allow, we'll randomize it again a different way to get the bracket looking a bit different. Like, there's just one scenario, like a couple players told me they want to play a certain point and it just doesn't work if they both play like that, so that's the only thing. I will run a set of ads while we set this up, and we get ready to draw this bracket and round out. Well, we've rounded out the group stages, but let's get ready to draw this bracket and round out today, I guess, because it's been a long one. Has been a long one. Do 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 do. After the group stage, there are 4 Protoss from the best 8. Honestly, I think I honestly think the racial balance is pretty good. We entered with what, 5 Zergs and 3 made playoffs. 7 Terrans, 5 Terrans made playoffs. Bunny and Nicorakt mixed in that. Nicorakt had a good showing too. And then yeah, we lost Chance, Harston, Geralt, and Mana in terms of Protoss. 4 Protoss out of 8 didn't make it. Honestly, say it's pretty good. I wouldn't say there was a lot of upsets. Maybe Rogue not making it in Group A. Spirit getting that group in 1st place was a bit of an upset. It was definitely a little bit of an upset, if nothing else, but... Yeah, alrighty. Let's get this set up. I'll show you guys what our bracket's going to look like. Get this going. Alrighty, guys. Where are we at on ads? A minute or so on ads, and then we'll throw this through. Great games, thank you, Wardy. No worries, mate. Thanks so much for watching. Appreciate you guys on YouTube. Again, like and subscribe if you didn't on the way out. But we are going to draw the bracket here in a moment and have just one final look at how the tournament ends up. And of course, playoffs are tomorrow, so Saturday and Sunday playoffs. Thank you again, Daily Herbivore, as well, if you're still here, buddy, again, for the big donation today, too. Super appreciate it. It's been a good, honestly, the whole group stage was good. I'm terrified for the playoffs. The group stages have been too good. The playoffs are going to go downhill. I can already feel it, you know? I can already feel it. I can already feel it. Ooh, ooh, ooh. Alright, ads are done in about 15 seconds. So this is how it works, guys. So, what we're going to do first... Oh, I've already moved the Wikipedia page over. But what we're going to do first is we're going to randomize the 4 players that won their groups. So that's Spirit, Clem, Hero, and Classic. Whatever order these players come out in... Sorry, I don't know if there's a dark mode on this website. Whatever order these players come out in is going to be the order that we put them into the bracket in. So these are the players that will go into the round of 8 because they won their groups. Clem Classic, Spirit, Hero. So that's down here. So it goes Clem, Classic, Spirit, and Hero. Save. Have a look at the bracket. Make sure I put it in right. Make sure we didn't break anything. So we have Clem, Classic, Spirit, and Hero. Perfect. So what happens next is a second place finisher from a group will always be on the other side of the bracket. Yes, will always be on the other side of the bracket to their first place finisher. So if you finished first and second in a group with the same, so for example, Rainor has to be on the bottom of the bracket because he can't meet Classic again until the finals. That's our second rule. So, because Clem and Classic are on the top, it's Björn and MaxPax that will join us on the top portion of the bracket. So I will randomize Björn and MaxPax first of all, and see what that gives us. Björn MaxPax. So Björn MaxPax. Oh god, we're going to start going into mirror matchups, aren't we? Alright guys, permission to rig the bracket if it starts getting mirror matchup heavy, okay? Thank you for granting that. And then I believe it's Zaun and Rainor will be the other 2 second place finishes. They also just stay in order, so that goes Zaun and Rainor. And then I have to take a peek to see whether this actually works in terms of the schedule. Let chat vote. What, you guys just get to vote if you like the bracket or not? Young Clan, MaxPax, Rainor. Oh my god, that bottom side of the bracket is crazy. No, I think it's fine. I think we're good. Alright, so this is where it gets a little bit more complicated. But basically, so for example, Cure can't play Spirit or MaxPax until the semifinals. For that to be true, Cure can only end up in the top or the bottom. Okay, so Cure can only end up versus Björn or versus Rainor. But it gets a bit more complicated than that because obviously the other player that can't end up there is going to be... Because, for example, yeah, it gets complicated from here. So what I think we're going to do is we're going to randomize the 4 players. And what will happen is they will drop into the bracket wherever they're allowed to drop in, with the rule being that the first time you can meet someone from your group is the semifinals. So for example, if we randomize and Cure was on top, he would go in here because neither Björn nor Clem were in his group, right? And, you know, for example, here, if Ryung dropped in here, okay, this would work. So, but for example, if Ryung was on top, he can't go here because Björn and Clem are in... Björn and Clem was in his group, so Ryung would go down here. Yes, that works because MaxPax and Classic were not in Ryung's group. Okay? So we're gonna randomize these 4 names: Kure, Ryung, Yakov, Lambo. Kure, Ryung, Yakov, Lambo, and whoever comes out on top is who we fill in first. And after 2 names are filled in, the rest will basically be slotted in already. Lambo, Ryung, Yakov, Kure. So Lambo first. So Lambo can't be in a group with Rainor or Classic, which means Lambo gets to go to the top. So Lambo, Björn, because that's. He just goes straight to the top because there's no Rainor or Classic up here. So Lambo goes up against Björn. Shopify Rebellion team kill. Oof. You need a science degree to understand this stuff. It's just It's just designed so you don't play people in your group until later. It just gets weird because we're still randomizing it when really there's only like 2 ways it can now work out. The first bit of randomization basically sets a lot of the rules of what else can happen, you know? So next up was Ryung. Does he have Max Packs or Classic in his group? No. So Ryung actually just goes straight in here. So Ryung gets Max Packs. So Ryung's going to go in here. And then it was Yakov who had Björn and Hero in his group. Oh, it's just going to work perfectly. So Yakov goes here and Kure goes here. Perfect. Yeah, they're just going to slot in perfectly. There's no reason to stop them. Perfect. Ryung, Yakov, and Kure. So the randomization just avoided the issue. We just slot them in the order. So yes. Use AI to find the rules and leave it to be? No, this is more fun. We get to see what order people come out in, and then we get to see if it works. And look at that, there's no mirror matchups! Oh my god, we're amazing. Good job, team. Rigged. Hashtag rigged, right? Yeah, easy peasy. Alright, there you go, guys. That's our bracket. That's a hell of a bracket. I love it. Björn Lambo, Max Pax Ryung, Zaun Yakov, Rainor Kure. The winner of Rainor Kure plays here. This part is absolutely brutal, by the way. Hero, Rainor, and Kure in the same section. Is there a loser bracket? No, it's single elimination. So this part's insane. And then Zaun Yakov, Spirit. So Spirit can't play tomorrow, so that's fine. That doesn't matter. Yeah, we're good. Classic Max Pax Ryung is pretty sick as well. Björn, Lambo, Clem. So I think what we're probably going to do is tomorrow we're probably going to go Max Pax versus Ryung, winner versus Classic, Zaun versus Yakov, 2, 3. Max Pax versus Ryung, winner versus Classic, Zaun versus Yakov, Rainor versus Kure, Björn versus Lambo, winner versus Clem, I think is the order we're going to do tomorrow in. So, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Yeah. Because Spirit can't play tomorrow. I want to save this matchup for day 2 because that looks freaking sick. That would be a great way to get some viewership built up on the final day. I like it. And also the only mirror matchup we could possibly have would be, because Clem's going to play Protoss if it's versus Björn, would be if Max Pax plays Classic and it's our second series so we get out of the way. Cool. That's our bracket, guys. That is our bracket. Alright, guys. Poor Rainor. It's funny, Rainor said, you need to fix the bracket. You need to make sure I don't play... he said, make sure I play a Korean. I don't want to play with Ping. So his choice was really between Kure and Ryung. What he didn't account for was that he might also get a hero round of 8. That section is actually brutal. That's going to be a lot of fun. Looking forward to it. Awesome bracket. I like it. Hopefully you guys like it. And that is going to be it for us today, guys. That is going to be it for us today. I will run one more set of ads just because we are off the timer, so we may as well just run one more set of ads to make a little bit more cash for the stream. It helps us out a bunch. I appreciate you all watching. And I hope you guys have a great rest of your day. Are there today more games? No, we're done. Yes. Thank you so much for watching, guys. I'm going to serve out and I'll host some people up. And I'm going to send the schedule out to the players. Thanks so much for watching. I'll see you guys later. Bye. Marbles? No, marbles is off the table until the sub count is restored. Unfortunately. Unfortunately, that's the way of the world. Alright guys, see you later. Bye.